Hello, it is me, Senior Fanfics, and this is what if Luffy was trained by Admiral aolkiji and became a marine. Please like and subscribe to my channel and comment your favorite part of the story. Check out the author and the fanfiction linked in the description. You all are lovely people and enjoy the story. As the small coffin-like boat sailed into the area between the Going Merry and the dilapidated galleon, the man sitting on the boat briefly glanced around. His sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over everything in less than a second before he spoke. "It seems my fun has ended before I caught up with it," Mihawk commented blandly. "So it goes." Everyone on the Baratie, the Straw Hats included, watched as the small boat docked at the fins and the man stood from his seat. A flick of his wrist and a prepared line was pulled taut around a small mooring post at the edge of the fins. The world's greatest swordsman then stepped onto the Baratie. "Hawkeyes, did you come to finish off the Krieg pirates?" Zeph questioned, and Mihawk looked over the retired pirate. "Indeed, Red Leg, though it seems they were foolish enough to pick a fight with another crew before I caught them," Mihawk replied, and Zeph felt a lot of the tension in his shoulders release. The man wasn't here to kill them or anything at the very least. "Would you like something to eat?" Zeph offered, and Mihawk barely raised an eyebrow at the offer. "Very well, bring me a menu and the wine list, I'll take something to go. Mihawk accepted, and a cook nervously shuffled forward with the requested items a few moments later. The sharp eyes of the greatest swordsman glanced over the menu and then the wine list before he closed both and looked at Zeph. "The filet mignon, sauté the vegetables, and I'll trust you to pair it with an appropriate red wine, aged 10 years at least." "Of course." Zeph nodded. "I'll prepare everything personally." With that, Zeph moved into the restaurant and back to the kitchen faster than most had ever seen him move. "Dracula, Mihawk?" Zoro asked as he walked closer and stood in front of the man. "Do you need something, boy?" Mihawk questioned the green-haired young man. "I set sail to meet you." Zoro smirked as he rested his hand on Wado Ikemonji. Mihawk eyed him with a modicum of curiosity, noticing the two low-quality swords next to the named sword that rested on his hip. "And what is your reason for seeking me out?" Mihawk questioned, looking as though he'd heard this countless times before. "To surpass you." Zoro tied his bandana properly to his head. "You have some time to kill, right? Shall we duel?" "Pitiful weakling." Mihawk spoke with a harsh sigh. "If you are a competent swordsman, then you know the difference between us without needing to cross blades." He eyed Zoro coolly. "Yet you still dare challenge me. Is it conviction or ignorance that fuels you?" "Neither." Zoro answered as he placed Wado Ikemonji between his teeth and grasped his other two, nameless swords, in his hands. "My ambition fuels me, and my promise to my departed friend." He prepared himself, while Mihawk stood there with his arms crossed, looking unimpressed. "To be honest, I never imagined I would find you so soon." "That is not to your favor," Mihawk remarked before he reached up and took off his necklace. "Since I have some time before my order is ready, I'll give you a few moments of my time." With a pull on the bottom of the cross, he unsheathed a tiny kagatana that was hidden inside it. "And just what are you planning on doing with that?" Zoro's eyes narrowed, seeing the lack of care Mihawk was showing. "I am not the kind of brute that would hunt a rabbit with a cannon. Though you may be a swordsman of some renown, this is still the East Blue. Of the 4 seas divided by the Red Line and the Grand Line, this is easily the weakest of them all." Mihawk held the tiny knife in a ready grip. "I apologize though. Unfortunately, I have no blade smaller than this on me." Zoro clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowed in anger, at seeing this disrespect. Did this man truly think he wasn't even worth drawing a real sword against? Wait a minute. He thought as the rage-fueled shaking of his body began to slow and then stop. "I don't even draw all 3 of my swords against the upstart amateurs that have tried to fight me so they could boost their own reputations. This is the same thing, isn't it?" During his thinking, Zoro didn't notice Mihawk cock an eyebrow at seeing the green-haired swordsman calm himself down. "I see," Zoro breathed deeply before exhaling. "I have to prove I'm worth drawing your sword against." He looked the world's greatest in the eye. "I get it, I've done the same myself." Zoro took his stance properly and prepared his signature attack. With speed no other swordsman in East Blue could hope to match, Zoro closed the distance between them and attacked. Oni dash. "Hear me, little frog in his well, you're but someone who has yet to experience the real world." Mihawk stated, not even flinching at Zoro's speed. Giri. Zoro finished, his 3 blades aiming to slice Mihawk in 3 places. A metallic ringing was heard and jaws dropped as Mihawk's tiny knife impacted the technique in the exact place the 3 blades were crossed. Zoro's forward momentum was stopped dead, and no matter how much of his strength he put into his strike, he couldn't get the knife to budge even a centimeter. Mihawk's arm didn't waver in the slightest. The man didn't even seem to have his full attention on the fight. Big Bro Zoro's onigiri was stopped. It's never failed before. Not even once. Johnny and Yasaku were trembling and terrified at the strength displayed. Luffy, Nami, and Sanji watched on, while Usopp joined the rest of the Baratie cooks in gaping at the scene before them. I can't move. Zoro realized as a bead of sweat dripped down from his temple to his chin. Not a single person has ever seen through this technique. Not one. Yet he stopped it with what amounts to a pocket knife. He stared at Mihawk's expressionless face, the man's piercing eyes practically boring a hole into Zoro's own. This is insane. Zoro leapt back before attacking again, fast swings and combos from his 3 swords were all rendered meaningless. Am I truly so far from him? Mihawk's small knife parried every single strike easily, as if he was merely humoring the younger man. Finally, an actual push from Mihawk knocked Zoro backwards and onto the deck fins. Is there really this much difference between us? Zoro wondered as he got up and reset himself. I've trained too hard to let him beat me with a pocket knife. Memories of every fight with Kuina, every bit of training he did back home as a kid, inheriting Wado Ikemonji after she died. Even the continued harsh training with Luffy and the rest of his crew, all of these thoughts flashed through his mind as he clashed with Mihawk again. Such drive. Mihawk noted. The young man was doing passable swordsmanship at least. Most of the young amateurs that challenged him completely lost their cool when he drew his kagatana, but this young man had managed to calm himself even before his first strike. I couldn't make my dream a reality without drive. Zoro panted for a moment, before breathing deeply and readying another attack. Mihawk easily moved around the blade and ready to parry. His hand snapped forward faster than most could see and caught Zoro's right sword with a deft swipe. Zoro was sent crashing to the floor. What burdens you so, boy? What do you desire at the extent of your strength? Mihawk questioned the downed young man. To defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro replied as he stood up again. To become the best so that even those in the heavens will know my name. An image of his promise with Kuina appeared in his mind for a brief moment. Luffy, shouldn't we do something? Zoro is getting tossed around over there, Usopp whispered to his captain only for Luffy to speak up without taking his eyes off the fight. This is Zoro's dream. This is why he set sail. No one has the right to take this from him, Luffy stated even as a frown marred his face at seeing his nakama losing. Nami and Sanji both grit their teeth while watching the one-sided duel. Then you'll need to do far better than what I've seen so far. Mihawk remarked and was surprised when Zoro nodded in agreement. That I do. So let me give everything I have. Zoro offered as he held his 2 nameless swords over his shoulders. His arms almost blurred as he slashed down, and 2 air blades flew towards Mihawk. Interesting, but not enough. Mihawk calmly stated. His small knife deftly moved into the path of the air blades and gracefully redirected them. They flew off to his right and left, throwing up a spray of water when they hit the ocean behind him. Zoro didn't waste a second, already moving forward before Mihawk had even deflected his attack. Both of his swords were behind Wado Ikemonji, pointing towards the ground. Tora! He reached Mihawk just as the spray from the ocean began to descend. Gari! But Mihawk hadn't been distracted, even when he noticed the armament Haki the green-haired swordsman was using. You are stronger than I expected. I never thought I would meet a swordsman in the East Blue capable of performing a flying cut. Even as rough as it is, that was far better than I would have expected from someone who has never stepped foot in the Grand Line. Mihawk commented as he stabbed forward, burying his knife into Zoro's ribcage. Blood immediately gushed from the wound, splashing on the deck. Some also started leaking from his mouth. The straw hats clenched their teeth and a few sparks escaped Luffy's control. Tears welled in Nami's eyes as she watched her nakama get stabbed. Do you wish for me to pierce your heart? Why do you not retreat? Mihawk questioned the younger swordsman. Though his kagatana was buried in Zoro's chest, the man refused to take a step back. Hell if I know. Zoro was panting, his jaw clenched around Wado Ikemonji. But I know, that if I take a single step back, I'd be losing something very important to me. Blood continued dribbling down his chin. A promise or an oath, it would be irreversibly broken, and I could never stand here again. Yes, that is called defeat. Mihawk responded, his infamous gaze locked with Zoro's. Yeah, that's why I can't step back. Zoro chuckled painfully. Even if it would mean your death? Mihawk asked, not breaking eye contact. Death would be better. Zoro gruffly stated. I could never live with myself if I shuffled away with my tail between my legs. True conviction. Mihawk realized as he stepped back, easily sliding his knife out of Zoro's chest and swinging it to remove all of the blood. The cross of his necklace was completed as he sheathed the kagatana. Boy, tell me your name. Roronoa, Zoro. Zoro moved his sword so that they were all at angles to each other. All of them pointed in different directions, sort of like a three-pointed star. I shall remember it. Mihawk said as he reached behind his shoulder and pulled Yoru, widely regarded as the best sword in the world, from his back. For your strength is not often seen in this world. He held the ornate, black blade in front of him. And to pay my respect to your skill with your swords and your conviction, I shall end you with this sword. This is it. Zoro thought calmly, almost in a meditative state. I appreciate it. His thoughts were serene, the complete opposite of what was about to be a violent clash. The world's greatest, or death. Die. For the first time in the entire duel, Mihawk actually attacked directly. He blurred forward at an astounding speed, as Zoro began spinning the two nameless swords in his hands. Mihawk's eyes widened while he gazed at the technique, already analyzing it and breaking it down, to instantly create a perfect counter. Santoryu Oji. Zoro called out. Sanzin Sekai. The sounds of multiple slashes rang through the air as both men stood with their backs to each other, both of their strikes completed. For a brief moment, nothing happened, before Zoro's two nameless swords completely shattered. Blood splashed out of his chest as another cut opened up. I lost. He acknowledged as he dropped the two useless handles and pulled Wado Ikemonji from his teeth, blood spilling even more from his mouth. This wasn't what I was expecting. So, this is what it means to be the strongest in the world. He sheathed his treasured sword with a click, before turning around and presenting himself, arms held out wide with Wado Ikemonji held in his left hand. What's this? Mihawk questioned the younger swordsman. A wound on one's back. Zoro was grinning, even as blood dripped from the edge of his mouth. Is a swordsman's shame. Splendid. Mihawk exclaimed with a wide grin. He slashed down, splitting Zoro open from his left collarbone to his right hip bone. Don't rush to death, young one. Mihawk thought, even as Zoro collapsed backwards onto the deck, his prized blade clenched tightly in his fist. It is not your time yet. Zoro, Luffy roared, while Nami stumbled backwards, both hands over her mouth in horror. Tears streamed from her eyes as she watched her nakama fall. The air suddenly felt charged as the smell of ozone became the only thing anyone could identify. Bolts were emerging from Luffy as the captain glared furiously at Mihawk. Idiot, Sanji yelled as he and Usopp rushed to their downed nakama's side. A flash of white-blue light and Luffy vanished from where he'd stood a second ago. So, you're that young man's comrade? Mihawk asked Luffy as he held back the sparking fist aimed at his head with one hand. I thank you for not interfering in our duel. That took more willpower than most possess. He eyed the furious Luffy, who was already winding up for a more powerful punch with his other hand. Fear not, your friend shall live, Luffy gasped, his powers dispersing as he lowered his arms. Luffy whirled around and watched as Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Johnny, and Yasaku were gathered around Zoro and applying first aid to his cuts, even as the green-haired swordsman coughed up some blood. Zoro, Luffy yelled in joy, seeing Zoro alive and hearing Nami order Usopp to bring medicine and bandages from the Going Merry. Zoro, are you alright? Like hell he'd be alright, you idiot. Nami screamed back at her captain, she would apologize later. But he's still alive and I'm damn sure going to keep him that way. It is much too soon for you to die. Mihawk yelled out. My name is Dracul Mihawk. Learn about yourself. Learn about the world. Become strong, Roronoa Zoro. He had his arms crossed as he looked over at the man lying on the deck. No matter how many years pass, I shall stand at the top of the world and wait for you. Forge ahead with that fierce heart. Surpass my blade. Surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Just emerging from the Baratie, Zeph had caught Mihawk's words and was staring at the proceedings with far greater understanding than any of the other cooks watching. To think that Dracula Mihawk of all people would be heard saying words like that. Boy, what is your goal? Mihawk questioned Luffy. To be the Pirate King, Luffy faced off with him with the same conviction Zoro had shown. Then you're an even bigger fool than he is. That's a tougher path than his shall be. Mihawk grinned as he closed his eyes. I don't care, Luffy retorted. I will be the Pirate King. Mihawk actually grinned, both at Luffy's words and at what he was seeing in front of him. Zoro lifted Wado Ikemanji high in the air, pointing it to the sky. Hey Luffy. See, can you hear me? Zoro questioned from where he lay on the deck. You idiot. Nami chided with tears falling down her cheeks. Stop exerting yourself. Zoro promptly ignored her and continued speaking. Sorry for worrying you. I know that if I don't become the world's greatest swordsman, you'll be embarrassed. Zoro coughed out blood, clearing his airway. I swear, that until the day I fight him and win, I'll never lose again. Mihawk's grin widened further at this declaration. Until the day I fight him and win, I'll never lose again. Luffy's wide grin easily eclipsed Mihawk's. Any problems with that, Pirate King? Shishishi. Nope, Luffy relaxed, grinning as he knew his nakama would be alright. Nami was also smiling tearfully, even as she told Zoro to shut up and rest, while Usopp, Johnny and Yasaku practically bawled. Sanji shook his head at the crazy crew he'd joined as he pulled out a cigarette to ease his nerves. Basic first aid should see him well enough. Mihawk informed Luffy as Zeph walked over to them with Mihawk's order, including a bottle of fine red wine. That wound will scar, but it's not as bad as it looks. The world's greatest swordsman informed the Straw Hat Captain. Thank you, Luffy bowed to the older man. You could have killed him, but instead you only made him more determined. You're pretty awesome, Haki. Luffy emerged from his bow with a wide grin and a laugh. Mihawk's eye twitched minutely at the nickname before he turned and accepted his food and wine from Zeph. A stack of berry bills, undoubtedly far more than the meal cost, was placed in Zeph's hands as Mihawk made his way back to the coffin-like boat he arrived in. The mooring line was quickly undone and his meal was set on the chair before, with what appeared to be a light kick, Mihawk shoved off and his small boat easily passed through 10 meters of distance in a second. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk spoke loudly so everyone could hear him. Looking back and seeing the green-haired swordsman turn to face him from his prone position on the deck, Mihawk continued. This is what a perfected flying cut looks like. With a motion that was too fast for anyone watching to comprehend, Mihawk drew Yoru, swung it 3 times, and replaced it on his back. What everyone was able to see were the 3 large, greenish waves of displaced air that cleanly sliced through the Krieg pirate's galleon. The galleon appeared to be fine for a moment before it neatly separated into 4 pieces and collapsed into the ocean. The waves that emerged from the large wooden pieces slamming into the water covered Mihawk's departure, and when everyone could see again, the world's greatest swordsman was nowhere to be seen. Good to know. Zoro grinned before dozing off. Everyone else was still staring in shock, barring Luffy whose eyes were wide and filled with stars. Near the horizon line from the Baratie. Holy shit. Did you see that? A marine asked another as their small recon ship slowly drifted along. The ship was equipped with the best binoculars and telescopes the Navy could get, all for the purpose of gathering intel on pirates or other persons of interest. This also included long-range lenses for their Kamiko transponder snail, enabling them to take pictures from far off without being spotted. No, I'm completely blind. Yes, I saw it, you idiot. A Marine officer yelled back at his subordinate. You better have gotten pictures. We'll need all the information we can get on these Straw Hat pirates. Yes, sir. The Marine saluted. Damn it, I came back to my home sea to take it easy for the last few years before my retirement. I don't need this shit. The Marine officer lamented as he held his head with his hands. Who knew the request from Lieutenant Fullbody to surveil the Baratie would lead to this? I need a drink. The old Marine officer muttered as he headed for his small quarters on the recon ship. 2 days later, the going merry. After a heartfelt goodbye between Sanji and Zeph, the Straw Hat pirates had left the Baratie early this morning. The course Nami had plotted to her home archipelago was the fastest there was. It took advantage of every current and the most common weather patterns of this part of the East Blue to propel the caravel towards their destination. Though it had only taken Johnny a day to figure out the direction they were headed in. This prompted both bounty hunters to panic and ask why they were headed for Arlong Park of all places. "Didn't you say you wanted to go to the Grand Line?" Yasaku questioned the straw-hatted captain. "This is literally in the opposite direction." "Yeah bro, Luffy, the pirate that rules over the Konomi Islands is terrifying." Johnny tried to explain, but both were pretty much ignored by Luffy. The captain was planning to get Sanji to the starting line today since the chef was now settled into his life on board the Going Merry. Sanji. Come over here for a minute, Luffy yelled, and Nami, Zoro, and Usopp perked up. Well, as much as Usopp could perk up anyway. Since Zoro's injury from Mihawk was preventing him from doing anything too strenuous, he became Usopp's personal coach while he couldn't practice and train. This meant that poor Usopp now had Zoro sitting on his back while he did push-ups. The only training Zoro was still capable of was meditating to help improve his observation haki. At least for a few more days, as the green-haired swordsman was already starting to insist that he felt fine. I'm coming. Sanji replied as he walked down the stairs to the lower deck and stood in front of his captain. What's up? I need you to stay there and not pass out, okay? Luffy asked, and Sanji raised one of his curly eyebrows. What's that supposed to mean? Sanji asked, only for Luffy's normally cheerful face to suddenly become incredibly serious. In less than a second, Sanji felt a force slam into his senses and his legs locked up. He felt heavy, his head hurt, were his ears ringing? Why couldn't he look away from Luffy? His heart was beating too fast. He felt sweat running down his face and goosebumps covering his entire body. But just as quickly as the feeling came, it also vanished as if it had never been there. Sanji stumbled backwards, barely keeping himself standing, while staring at Luffy in shock. What the hell was that? He demanded as he reached for his pack of cigarettes with a shaky hand. You did great, Sanji, Luffy praised while Nami, Zoro, and Usopp looked on. Answer the question, Sanji yelled at Luffy as he got a cigarette into his mouth and lit it. A drag was taken and Sanji exhaled slowly to steady himself. That was Conqueror's Haki, Luffy smiled widely and Sanji just gave him a look. The hell does that mean, you shitty captain? Explain, Sanji demanded as he took another drag of his cigarette. Luffy spent the next little while explaining the concept of Haki to his newest nakama. After the explanation, and getting confirmation from Zoro, Usopp and Nami, though he only really cared about Nami's opinion, Sanji accepted the truth of his new captain's explanation. So that's how I run things on my ship, Luffy finished explaining the training Sanji would be going through from now on. Sanji nodded his acceptance, seeing as every member of the crew was doing it already. So, is it lunchtime yet? He asked with a smile. Yeah, sure, why not? Sanji sighed while shaking his head and making his way towards the kitchen to start cooking. He could use something familiar to help him process all of this. Bro, Luffy! Johnny exclaimed with crocodile tears running down his face. You never told us why you're going to Arlong Park. The Arlong pirates are fishmen. They're super strong. The captain of the Arlong pirates makes Don Krieg look like a guppy in comparison. Don't you know how Arlong came to be in the East Blue? Yasaku questioned. He was released into the East Blue because of an agreement between the world government and the Shichibukai, first son of the sea, Jinbei. What's that got to do with Arlong? Luffy questioned. He and his brothers had learned about the three powers from Garp, Kazan, and Shanks. Even he knew that just because someone was part of a strong crew, didn't mean they were strong themselves. As Johnny and Yasaku tried to explain to Luffy why it was a bad idea to challenge Arlong, the straw-hatted young man barely paid attention. His focus was mostly on Nami, who was standing at the bow of the ship looking towards the horizon. She was determined to free her village and the entire Konomi archipelago from Arlong. Luffy could only smile at the fire that had been growing inside of his lover since they'd met. His attention was pulled back towards the bounty hunter duo as they were finishing up their reasoning for not challenging Arlong. So you see, bro Luffy, it's really for the best that we steer clear of the Arlong pirates. Johnny finished with Yasaku nodding along. But both of them froze up when they saw the serious look on Luffy's face. The Konomi Islands are Nami's home, Luffy started, and both bounty hunters gaped at him. Arlong has enslaved her people, her family, and even killed her mother. She wants me to kill him, so I'm going to, I've already promised. I've already said that I'm going to rip off Arlong's left arm and I intend to do so. He rumbled and both bounty hunters broke out into flop sweats. Soft arms gently encircling Luffy's neck and pulling his head backwards to press into two very soft breasts ended the conversation. Nami sighed happily as she held Luffy's head to her chest and laid her cheek on top of his hat. Thank you, Luffy. Nami smiled and Luffy grinned. No problem, Nami, I already promised. Arlong dies as soon as possible after we get to your home, Luffy assured her and was pulled deeper into the buxom Orangette's bosom for it. Lunch, Sanji called out from the kitchen doorway. Yeah, Luffy exclaimed happily as he gently removed Nami's arms from around him and then swept the woman off her feet, literally, as he now had her in a princess carry, while he raced towards the kitchen for lunch. Nami giggled the whole way with her arms wrapped around his neck. It's not fair, Sanji sobbed as he beat on the edge of the cabin with his fist. That stupid, shitty captain. So lucky. It's so unfair. A large black cloud formed over Sanji's head as he kept lamenting that Luffy and Nami were together. Zoro and Usopp both gave Sanji a wide berth as they made their way into the kitchen for lunch. What none of them knew was that a certain saw-nosed shark fishman was making his own plans at the same time they were all sitting down for lunch. Arlong Park. Nami's been gone a rather long time. Kuroobi, a ray fishman, mentioned to Arlong as they sat around the banquet table. She has. Arlong nodded in between bites of his food. I'm not worried though. Little Nami knows better than to run away. She'll be back. She's approaching her longest time that she's ever been away. Kuroobi restated. She's a smart girl, for a pathetic human, at least. She was getting close, wasn't she? She was. Arlong muttered thoughtfully. Maybe she's trying to get the last of it all in one trip, so she can try to surprise us and force the deal. Chu suggested. Shahaha. Arlong started to laugh, as he recognized the truth in his officer's words. Yes, that would be something our little Nami would try, wouldn't it? He turned to Kuroobi. Call up Nezumi, tell him I have a tip on some stolen money for him. His twisted laughter rang out through Arlong Park as Kuroobi went to fetch the transponder snail for him. Shichichi, I am Captain Nezumi of Marine Branch 16. The Marine in question stood flanked by Marine sailors. All of the Marines had their arms crossed behind their backs. Nezumi was about average in height, maybe a little short, and was wearing a gray-blue, button-up long coat. The man's facial features seemed to fit with the meaning of his name considering he had whiskers, and his coat had a hood with mouse ears on it. I would like to speak to the one known as Genzo, from Kokoyashi. That'd be me. Genzo, the sheriff of the island, stepped towards the Marine captain. Genzo was a heavily scarred man, almost all of which had come from Arlong, wearing a brown police uniform with short sleeves and a matching pair of shorts. His hat also matched his uniform, except for the pinwheel on a stick attached to it. What can I help you with, Captain? I would like to speak to a young woman called Nami. I believe she lives in this village, correct? Nezumi questioned with a sleazy grin. Immediately, the townsfolk became suspicious and worried about the Marine's presence. I'm afraid Nami isn't here. She's been gone for a couple of months on a trip, she probably won't be back for several more days. Genzo explained, his face betraying nothing. Shichichi, that is not a problem. Nezumi had seen the effect his words had on the townspeople and it almost made him chuckle. Her sister will do. Nojiko, I believe she is called. That's right. Genzo replied, suppressing his desire to grimace so as to remain polite. Then lead the way, Mr. Genzo. Nezumi watched as Genzo turned and started walking from the docks to the interior of the island. He followed along leisurely, looking over the village and noticing the distrustful looks from the people of Kokoyashi. The group came upon a small, normal-looking, house. The only thing special about it was the fairly large grove of Mekon trees behind it. Genzo knocked on the door and a, rather beautiful, young woman opened it. She had light blue hair and dark blue eyes, as well as tattoos on her right arm. The ink swirled up and around her arm before crossing over her shoulder and forming a heart shape on her chest. She was currently wearing a plain white tank top and green pants. Genzo, what's going on? Nojiko questioned while eyeing the Marines with suspicion. My name is Captain Nezumi. Nezumi stepped forward and introduced himself to her, while also eyeing her up and down appreciatively. His grin widened slightly as she grimaced at his leering. I came to speak to your sister Nami, but as she is absent you'll have to do. What about, Captain? Nojiko asked carefully, she had a bad feeling about this already. I'm afraid this will not be a pleasant conversation. Nezumi declared with a widening smirk. We've recently received an anonymous tip about your sister's thieving. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Nojiko remarked, though both her posture and tone changed. Oh, but I think you do. Your sudden change in tone is very telling. Nezumi grinned. You need not worry. No one here will be harmed. After all, your sister's targets were all pirates. So they were merely criminals having stolen goods, stolen from them. His grin widened further as he continued. As it stands we will not be laying any charges against her. He shrugged in a display of faux sheepishness. But a thief is still a thief and a crime is still a crime. Do you see what I'm getting at? He almost cackled at the look of growing terror in Nojiko's eyes. It's only right for stolen goods to be collected by the government. That way, we can ensure that they are returned to their rightful owners. What did you say? Nojiko grit her teeth, eyes widening in panic. I'm sure you heard me the first time. Shichichi. You will turn over everything your sister has stolen immediately. Nezumi swept his hand in front of him. Search the house. He commanded his subordinates. One marine moved forward, only to be met by a strong punch from Genzo. The marine fell to the ground with groan of pain. What the hell do you think you're doing? Genzo roared in rage. Don't you bastards have something more important to do? The Arlong pirates are going around destroying villages and murdering people. Why aren't you doing anything about that? The people here are slaves under his rule. Yet you ignore all that and focus on one petty thief. Shichichi. Nezumi laughed in response. A criminal shouldn't be speaking so brazenly. You just assaulted a marine. Be thankful I don't start placing charges against you as well. He sneered at the sheriff, before motioning towards the house. What are you waiting for, sailors? Ignore them and continue with the search. The people of this island have been waiting for almost a decade for the marines to help them. Genzo yelled as he took a step forward, he'd beat all of these punks himself if he had to. These Mekon trees look suspicious, Captain. One of the marines yelled to Nezumi. Well, dig them up then. Nezumi yelled back, though he kept a wary eye on Genzo. Don't touch them. Genzo bellowed as he punched the marine in the face. Nezumi really should have been keeping an eye on both Genzo and Nojiko. Seeing the threat to her mother's Mekon trees, along with the hiding place of Nami's money, Nojiko had run inside and grabbed a pistol. Don't you dare touch my mother's Mekon trees with your filthy hands. Nojiko screamed, her hands shaking in rage. If you aren't here to help us and get rid of Arlong, then you can get the hell out. Nezumi stiffened, breaking into a small sweat. His truest nature easily revealed to be that of a coward. How the man made it to the rank of captain was up for debate. The rest of the Marines, however, weren't as cowardly as their captain. They all grabbed their rifles and aimed them at the two villagers. Seeing this, Nezumi quickly regained his confidence, paper thin as it was. Shichichi. What's taking so long? We're not looking for a grain of rice here. How hard is it to find close to 100 million beri? Nezumi questioned his men as Nojiko and Genzo were held at gunpoint. How do you know how much? Nojiko questioned before trailing off as realization struck her. That bastard. Genzo growled as he realized who had sent Nezumi that tip. Did Arlong send you, you bastard? Nojiko yelled and Nezumi smirked wickedly. Shichichi, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. Nezumi replied as a marine called out that he'd found it. Well, it seems we found the stolen goods. We'll be taking them with us. Nojiko and Genzo could do nothing but watch as the marines and Nezumi took every last beri Nami had spent the last 8 years collecting. Only after the rest of the marines left did the two holding them at gunpoint follow. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Genzo repeated as he ground his teeth so hard he risked cracking them. Nojiko sank to the ground as tears fell from her eyes. How could they possibly explain this to Nami? Going merry. It's finished, Nami. Usopp grinned proudly as he held out Nami's new staff. It was a 3-piece collapsible staff like her old one. Though this one was a bit thicker and had some special additions inside the staff. It was tipped on both ends with a thick metal cap and there was a switch on the middle section. This switch, once pressed, couldn't be turned off without removing one of the two end sections of the staff. Detaching either end would make the button disengage and pop back up until it was pressed again. I did some good work, if I do say so myself. The gunman bragged as he showed Nami the functions of her new staff. Krieg's parts and components that they'd raided from the galleon had been invaluable in helping Usopp finish Nami's shock staff. It's great, Usopp. Nami cheered as she assembled the staff fluidly. Just need to test the shock part. The Orangette smiled as she pressed the button and then jabbed the nearby Johnny with one of the metal ends. Ow! Johnny cried out as his body jerked and spasmed from the shock. Usopp chuckled at the bounty hunter's misfortune. Other end. Nami chirped with a smile and tapped Yasaku with the opposite end. Hey! Yasaku yelped as he also spasmed and hit the deck from the shock. Seems to be working just fine. Nami smiled happily as she detached one end and the current stopped flowing. She disassembled her new staff and placed it on the new belt/holster Usopp had made to go along with it. Great work, Usopp. Nami praised and the long nose puffed up at the thanks. No problem, Nami. Never underestimate the capabilities of the great Usopp. Usopp laughed heartily and Nami fondly rolled her eyes at her nakama's antics. Though if we can get a few more parts together and I have enough time, I think I might be able to make something even stronger. Stronger? Nami questioned, her head tilted slightly. It's only in the planning stages right now, but I'm trying to work it out. Usopp waved it off. Once I get it closer to figured out, I'll tell you about it. Nami nodded and headed off to practice with her new staff. She needed to get used to the weight difference between her old staff and the shock staff. They'd be making landfall on her home island tomorrow a bit after lunch. She was going to make sure she was ready by then. Gah! Sanji choked as he took a punch from Luffy and rolled across the deck. His new captain was, apparently, very serious about his crew's training and it was Sanji's turn to spar with him. The only problem being that Sanji had only just barely gotten a grasp on the most basic utilization of Haki. Luffy however was near enough a master and none of Sanji's kicks landed if Luffy didn't want them to. The fact that Luffy also hit harder than anything Sanji had ever experienced before made the sparring that much worse. Giving up, Sanji, Luffy grinned at his chef. Like hell, shitty captain, Sanji replied before launching himself back at Luffy with a kick. This was how their sparring had gone every day since Sanji had joined the crew. Meditation to help improve observation, and sparring to help with armament, all while Luffy put them through exercise drills that almost made them all collapse afterward. Sanji wouldn't complain though, he already felt a bit stronger than when he'd left the Baratie, so all the training was working. He'd be damned if he was left behind by the rest of the crew. Kokoyashi next afternoon. We'll dock just a bit away from what used to be Gosa village. Nami informed her nakama as she showed them a map of her home island. It was a map that she herself had drawn from memory. It wasn't her best cartography work, but most shops would still sell it because of how accurate it actually was. Used to be? Usopp asked curiously. Shortly before I started this trip, someone in Gosa village wasn't able to pay Arlong. Nami growled, her face showing her displeasure at the memory. Arlong flipped out and destroyed the village. Just to prove he could, or maybe he just felt like it, the bastard literally flipped every building in the village upside down one by one. No one lives there anymore, so it isn't patrolled much by Arlong's crew. Seems like an overreaction to me, Sanji stated before he exhaled the smoke from his cigarette. This shitty bastard is going down. Nami grinned at the chef's declaration and nodded. Damn right he is. Nami exclaimed, her eyes shining with a vengeful light. Anyway, from Gosa we'll make a quick stop by my and my sister's house. I want Nojiko to see this, to see Arlong and all his crew taken down. She deserves it just as much as I do. Is there anyone on the enemy's crew we need to spare? Zoro questioned. The swordsman had finally healed up from Mihawk's slash. True to the greatest swordsman's word, the cut had scarred but it had sealed easily and healed quickly. It was truly a testament to Mihawk's skill that such a large blade like Yoru could give such a clean wound. Almost any other swordsman in the world would end up cleaving their opponents in half with such a large sword. Just one. Nami admitted with a sigh. His name's Hachi, he's an octopus fishman with white hair. He's just a guy that's fallen in with a bad crowd. He's too scared of Arlong to directly go against him, but I've literally watched him give money to people who otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford Arlong's tax that month. He's also a swordsman, so if you fight him, Zoro, leave him alive. he'll swim away once Arlong is taken care of. That much I'm certain of. Got it. Zoro nodded as he took a swig from a bottle of booze. This would be his first time crossing blades with a fishman swordsman, should be interesting. The Straw Hats docked not too long after their strategy meeting. Walking through the destroyed Gosa village had made Usopp almost revert to his pitiful form that would be spouting about one fake disease or another. He quickly snapped himself out of it though. He was a real pirate now. This wasn't some game. He would be a brave warrior of the sea. He'd make Kaya proud and regale her with all of his adventures when he eventually returned to Syrup Village. The crew arrived to Nami's home and instantly noticed that Nami stiffened up. "What's wrong, Nami?" Luffy asked, able to both see and sense her sudden unease. "My mother's Mekon Grove, it's damaged." Nami explained shakily. Before anyone could respond, Nami had bolted for the house and almost torn the door from its hinges. "Nojiko? Are you here?" "Nojiko." The rest of the Straw Hats quickly made their way towards the house to try and help Nami. Though when they entered the house, Nami was sitting next to a despondent brunette woman and holding her tightly. "I'm sorry, Nami, I'm so sorry." The woman muttered to Nami as she was held. "I thought Arlong had done something to you when I saw the grove," Nami told her sister as she held her. "Nami, it's all gone," Nojiko stated, and Nami looked at her sister curiously. "What's gone, Nojiko?" Nami questioned, and Nojiko vaguely motioned towards the grove. "Arlong sent some marine captain that he's paid off to come steal your money. All the money you saved up for the last 8 years, Nami, it's all gone." Nami sat stonily for a moment before tightening her hug on her sister. "It's okay, Nojiko, it's okay," Nami assured her older sister. "I don't need to save money for that bastard anymore." "Nami?" Nojiko questioned her little sister before finally noticing the other people in their house. "Who are you?" "They're my crew, Nojiko, my nakama," Nami informed her as she started introducing the Straw Hats. It wasn't until she got to Luffy that Nojiko's eyes widened to epic proportions. "Wait, what? See, can you run that by me again?" Nojiko asked Nami to repeat her introduction of her captain. "This is my captain, Monkey D. Luffy, he's also my lover and soon he'll be Arlong's executioner." Nami introduced Luffy to her sister again, the Orangette's arms already around Luffy's neck and her head resting against his chest. "Lo, lover," Nojiko stuttered out as Nami grinned and nodded while Luffy smiled widely. "We're going to destroy Arlong Park, Nojiko," Nami informed her sister. "Gather up the villagers for me, everyone deserves to see this." Nojiko could only nod, still in shock at the revelation that her little sister had not only joined a pirate crew, but had found a lover. Said lover that Nami seemed 100% certain could and would kill Arlong. The Straw Hats left the house and headed for Arlong Park. A few minutes later and Nojiko rushed out of the house to alert Genzo and get the villagers together. "This place really stands out," Luffy commented as the Straw Hats stood outside the gate of Arlong Park. The villagers of Kokoyashi were starting to gather already and Nami smiled at seeing Nojiko and Genzo among them. "We might as well get started," Zoro stated as he fastened Johnny's and Yasaku's swords to his waist. The bounty hunter duo's Dao swords weren't what Zoro was familiar with, but he'd make do. "First thing I'm doing when we get to a good-sized town or city is replacing my destroyed swords," he thought to himself as he tied his bandana onto his head. "I'm ready," Usopp acknowledged as he pulled out 2 of his 4 revolvers. His lever-action repeating rifle across his back and his trick slingshot in the bag at his side. "I'll knock," Luffy stated, his face turning serious as his memories of Nami telling him what the bastard behind this gate had done to her resurfaced. He raised his foot and then kicked forward in a picture-perfect front kick. The gates of Arlong Park were torn from the wall and sent flying into the compound. 2 fishmen were brained by the steel doors and left lying on the ground, possibly dead from the impact. "What the hell?" yelled a fishman startled by the sudden attack. "What's going on?" Another cried out after seeing his crewmates smashed by the doors. "So you're Arlong, right?" Luffy asked as he locked eyes with the saw-nosed fishman lounging on a throne-like chair. "I am," Arlong confirmed as he glared at the human. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Luffy, a pirate," Luffy replied as he stalked closer towards Arlong. "Why are you here, you worthless human?" Arlong demanded as 2 of his subordinates got in Luffy's way to try and stop him. A gunshot went off and both of the large fishmen dropped to the ground with a hole between their eyes. It took almost everyone there, barring the straw hats, to realize that while they'd only heard a single shot, Usopp had actually fired twice. "To kill you," Luffy intoned darkly as he was suddenly next to Arlong and the fishman's face was warping around Luffy's fist. Arlong flew from his chair and slammed into the wall surrounding Arlong Park. "Boss!" The Arlong pirates cried out only to be set upon by the rest of the Straw Hat crew. The octopus fishman that Nami had told the crew about trumpeted for a moment while saying something about a monster. From the sea a massive animal rose up and revealed itself to be a cow-like sea king. "Mamu! Get rid of these intruders!" Hachi yelled and the sea king roared as it moved further into the compound. Luffy turned his gaze onto the sea king and Mamu stopped dead in his tracks. The look from Luffy screamed a primal warning into the Sea King's mind. Mamu began to tremble as he, somehow, broke into a flop sweat and began to slowly back up. "Get lost," Luffy said at a normal volume, but literally everyone there heard it clearly. Mamu cried out before quickly turning and diving back into the sea in terror. All of the fishmen, as well as the villagers of Kokoyashi, could only watch in shock as the straw-hatted teen sent a Sea King running with just a look. "Mamu?" Hachi questioned as the Sea King had already disappeared from sight. "Now, where were we?" Luffy asked as Arlong pulled himself out of the wall and glared viciously at Luffy. "Zoro versus Hachi." "Hey, Octopus, I heard you're a swordsman." Zoro called out to Hachi. "Huh? Oh, yes I am." Hachi replied after a moment to process. "How about we see who the better swordsman is?" Zoro challenged as he pulled out the two Daos and Wado. "You'll regret this, human." Hachi shouted as he pulled out 6 large swords and held them at the ready. Zoro was already gazing over Hachi's form and picking it apart for openings. "I'm doubtful of that." Zoro replied, having already spotted 2 weak points in the fishman's stance. Maybe Hachi thought he could compensate with his multiple arms, but Zoro would make quick work of the octopus if his form was anything to go by. "I'll show you." Hachi bellowed. "Let's see you take on my 6-sword waltz." Hachi moved in swinging all 6 of his blades and Zoro simply sidestepped to the right. A quick movement and Hachi dropped 2 of his left-hand swords as painful cuts opened up on 2 of his left arms. "Ow!" He cried out at the pain as he moved back to gain distance. "These are pretty heavy," Zoro mentioned as he hefted one of Hachi's swords up with his left hand. "They weigh 300 kilograms each." Hachi informed him and Zoro nodded before tossing the sword he was holding back to Hachi, quickly followed by the second sword. "What?" Hachi questioned as he looked at his returned swords. "This is a fight between swordsmen, it would dishonor me to not defeat you at your best," Zoro stated and Hachi nodded in understanding. "Very well, then you'll see the strength of the second strongest fishman swordsman on Fishman Island." Hachi picked up his swords and attacked Zoro again. "Octopus pot stance," he called as he placed the tips of all 6 of his swords together and attempted to spear Zoro. The green-haired swordsman used all 3 of his swords to block but didn't expect the next move. New Year's, open, body slam. The 6 swords moved away from each other and broke Zoro's guard. Hachi then used his flexible limbs to instantly flip his swords around and bring all 6 blades down on Zoro formed different directions. Zoro blocked 3 of the swords and then leapt backwards to dodge the other 3. "Didn't expect that," Zoro remarked before he exhaled and sank into his observation. "You make good use of your fishman physiology." "Oh, thank you." Hachi smiled as he readied his swords. "Hey! Wait a minute. Don't try and confuse me with compliments." Zoro shook his head at the easily distracted fishman. "If that's all you have then I'm ending this," Zoro informed as he readied his blades. "You won't beat my technique," Hachi exclaimed as he retook his stance. "Octopus pot stance." Once again Hachi rushed forward to spear Zoro. The green-haired swordsman blocked the strike and let his swords move back when Hachi performed his next attack. New Year's, open, body slam. This time though Zoro hadn't resisted the attack and simply pulled his swords back. He saw the direction all of Hachi's swords were moving in and slipped between the blades. "Toragari." Zoro intoned and Hachi's chest erupted in blood as 3 lacerations tore into him. "Arg!" Hachi yelled at the pain and the sight of his blood flying. He hit the ground hard and gazed at the sky for only a second before everything went dark. He'll live. Zoro nodded to himself, having felt the difference between human skin and the octopus fishman's skin when he'd cut him. Those slashes had only hit the equivalent of a layer of fat on a human body. The shock of the pain and the force of the blow had been what knocked Hachi unconscious. So that's what crossing blades with a fishman is like, not bad. Nami versus fishmen. Nami, you traitor! Yelled one of Arlong's grunts. We'll kill you. Another roared out as he hefted a club. I doubt that. Nami grinned viciously at them before assembling her shock staff. She dropped into her observation and moved before any of the grunts could attack. The first grunt got the end of her staff in his face and screamed from both the impact and the electricity flowing into his head. He collapsed and didn't move again. Nami didn't slow down. Her next swing caught one of the dumbfounded grunts in the side of the head and sent him into a spasming mess on the ground. Get her! A fishman yelled as he tried to rush the oranget. His bravery was rewarded by a thrust to the stomach and a painful shock to his body that rendered him immobile. 3 more received the same as Nami weaved in and out of their strikes and cracked them across the head, body, or one of their limbs. The constant electric shocks disrupted any attempts to counter and only led to further pain. Interesting fact, fishmen are just as susceptible to electricity as humans. Very few of the myriad of fishmen types had any resistance to electricity, most being just as good of a conductor as humans. Unfortunately for Arlong and his grunts, not a single one of them was one of these types. So they all suffered under the electric current produced from Nami's shock staff. Damn it! A grunt yelled as he swung at Nami's head with a sword. Nami barely moved to avoid the swing before jabbing her staff forward into his throat. There was no screaming as the fishman's throat collapsed and the current traveled through his neck into his spine and from there to his brain. Nami continued to move like a woman possessed, striking every grunt around her. Not a single one of them could touch her, all of them being bulky, muscle-bound fishmen that lacked the speed or reach to catch the far more agile Nami. One grunt after another fell and Nami showed no signs of stopping. Years of pain, rage, and hatred for these fishmen had built up, and until she'd taken as much revenge as she could, she wouldn't stop. By the time 16 fishmen had fallen, Nami was only starting to breath hard. The charging form of Kuroobi approaching her made her level her staff forward and prepare to fight the fishman karate user. She needn't have worried as a black blur intercepted the Ray fishman and stopped his charge with a dress shoe smashing into the side of his head. Thanks, Sanji. Nami grinned and Sanji's eyes turned to hearts as he turned to her. Anything for you, Nami Swan, Sanji waved to her. Sanji versus Kuroobi. Who the hell are you, human? Kuroobi demanded as he held his jaw. He wouldn't admit it, but that kick had not only caught him unaware but caused him significant pain. Sanji, the nakama of the woman you were trying to attack, Sanji introduced himself as he tapped the toe of his shoe on the ground. So Nami's conned you into trying to save her home, huh? Kuroobi sneered and Sanji narrowed his eyes. I've heard what you shitty bastards have been doing on this island. What you've done to Nami and her sister. It makes my blood boil, Sanji ground out as he stepped closer to Kuroobi. What's a pathetic human like you going to do about it? Kuroobi demanded. I'm a level 40 practitioner of fishman karate. I'll kill you in one blow. A fish has no place trying to back talk a chef, Sanji retorted as the two squared up. I'll deal with you for what you've done to Nami Swan. Die you trash. Hayakumaigawara Saiken. Kuroobi rushed forward and threw a powerful punch. Sanji met the punch with a kick and the two attacks sent a gust of wind from the collision. Impossible. Kuroobi exclaimed at seeing his attack stalemated against a human. The two broke off and back away before retaking their respective stances. Was that it? The old geezer hit harder than that, Sanji scoffed at the bigoted fishman. I'd be surprised if you could kill Patty or Karn with such weak attacks. Baratie. What the hell did you just say, Sanji? Patty suddenly roared out from his cooking station. You wanna fight, you blonde prick? Karn yelled almost simultaneously from his station on the other side of the kitchen. You two do know that Sanji's been gone for just over a week now, right? A different chef asked the two as both shook their heads for a second. That punk is talking shit about me, I know it. Patty responded with a growl. I feel him running his mouth. Karn spoke up with a grumble. Sure. The chef in the middle of the kitchen nodded while looking at both of them oddly. Arlong Park. So you're a bit stronger than a regular human. Kuroobi scared at Sanji. It's no matter though, you may be able to match my Hyakumaigawara Saiken, but my Senmegawara Saiken will kill you without fail. Try it, fish, Sanji taunted and Kuroobi rushed him with his arm cocked back. Senmai dash. Kuroobi started only for his stomach to be caved in by Sanji's foot. All the air in Kuroobi's lungs was forcefully expelled along with a mixture of bile and blood. Legs are longer than arms in most cases, Sanji stated as he raised his leg high and brought all his power down in an axe kick to Kuroobi's injured form. The heel of Sanji's shoe slammed into the Ray Fishman's head with the force of a warhammer and the fishman's head was buried into the concrete under them. The blonde stepped back and was actually surprised to see Kuroobi forcing himself to his feet. You, damn, pathetic, human. Kuroobi panted as he couldn't focus his sight. Everything was blurry and he could barely keep his balance. Will not be defeated. Tougher than you look, Sanji admitted before leaping forward with all the power of his legs. The concrete he stood on cracked from the force as Sanji rocketed forward. Mutton shot. The blonde cried out as his right foot slammed into Kuroobi's chest. Sanji distinctly felt the Ray Fishman's sternum break under his foot and the sight of his chest caving in just confirmed that this would be the final blow of their fight. Done now? Sanji asked as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Usopp vs. Chu. Damn it, Hachi. I'll have to clean up your mess. A blue fishman with extended lips yelled at the downed octopus fishman. Prepare to die, human. He inhaled before spitting out a bullet of water at Zoro. The swordsman jerked out of the way with his observation before turning his gaze onto the fishman. Hey you damn fish, Usopp yelled as he fired a round at the blonde fishman. Chu took the shot into his shoulder and cried out in pain and anger. You little shit. Chu yelled at Usopp. You want to die first? Fine by me. Chu fired off another water bullet but Usopp was already moving and firing. Chu moved along with him dodging a few rounds but getting grazed by the rest. Hold still you weakling. Like hell, Usopp yelled as he dodged another water bullet before returning fire. Chu grunted as he took another shot to his left arm. It was only thanks to his fishman physiology that he was able to take so many shots with relatively little damage. Then I'll just kill you with my most powerful attack. Chu yelled as he ran towards the pool that connected to the ocean. Not if I use mine first, Usopp retorted before firing off a round from each of the pistols he held. He then tossed them both into the air, then drew and fired his other two untouched pistols. The rapid-fire juggling packed less punch this time around as Usopp had already used 3 rounds from each of his first 2 pistols. But 18 rounds still lodged themselves into Chu's body. Holstering all 4 pistols, Usopp was surprised, and a little scared, to see Chu still on his feet. You damn, human, bastard. Chu growled out as he lowered his arms, which had taken most of the shots. I'm going to kill you. He panted out. Exploding star, Usopp called out as he had already pulled his trick slingshot and let loose one of his special stars. The ball hit the injured fishman in the chest and exploded. Damn you. Chu roared out as he charged out of the smoke with his arms hanging limply by his side. Triple exploding star, Usopp yelled as he let loose a salvo of his special stars into the charging fishman. Each explosion was followed by a roar of pain as Chu tried to force himself through the attacks. The injured fishman stumbled out of the cloud of smoke and shakily walked towards Usopp. I'll kill. Chu tried to speak as he collapsed onto the ground. The blonde fishman forced his head up as he tried to fire off a water bullet to kill the gunman. Unfortunately for him, all he saw when he looked up was the barrel of Usopp's repeating rifle. A final shot rang out and Chu was no more. Usopp, even breathing heavily, still smiled towards Zoro as the swordsman approached. Good work, Usopp. Zoro acknowledged with a nod. Even I can win, against these guys, Usopp breathed deeply as his body was slowly coming off the adrenaline high. Just have to wait for Luffy to deal with Arlong now. Zoro looked over where Luffy and Arlong were glaring death at one another. This is going to be horribly brutal, Usopp commented and Zoro grunted in agreement. I'm looking forward to it. Nami spoke up as she walked towards them, her eyes never leaving Luffy. Looking behind her, Usopp went bug-eyed at the number of bodies laid out all over the ground. There had to be at least 25 fishmen either dead or unconscious where Nami had been fighting. Did you see my fight, Nami-swan? Sanji asked as he walked over, hearts for eyes. Yeah, great job, Sanji. Nami congratulated him distractedly. She didn't want to miss a second of Luffy beating Arlong to death. Finally her and her home's nightmare would be over. You filthy, inferior human. Arlong growled, having watched his crew get wiped out by this pathetic human trash. I'll kill you for this. Where's your sword? Luffy questioned the sawshark fishman. What? Arlong spat back, his eyes almost bloodshot in his rage. Your sword, Nami told me you had one, get it, now, Luffy demanded of the other captain. Why? Arlong questioned, his eyes a mixture of confusion and unforgiving rage. Because I'm going to kill you, and when I do I want you to be at your best. No excuses, Luffy stated, making Arlong growl in anger. If you want to die so badly, then I'll oblige you. Arlong roared as he jumped backwards, landing on the roof of the first level of Arlong Park. Another leap saw him at the second-story roof. With a grunt Arlong punched through the wall and then tore it apart as he withdrew his massive sword. Leaping downward, sword raised to slice Luffy in two, Arlong laughed. Die you damn human. No one watching expected what happened next, though Zoro and Nami were starting to get used to the crazy shit their captain pulled off. Luffy simply reached up and caught the massive sword on the downswing. The large triangular blades of the sword not even cutting into his hand. Luffy looked unamused by Arlong's attempted sneak attack and held the sword firmly in his grip. Is that it? Luffy questioned flatly. Is that the strongest swing you can manage? Not even close. Arlong spat out, his anger doing well to cover his shock. Good, I want your best, Luffy responded, his own anger starting to seep into his voice. Not what you think will work. Not half your strength. All of it. Everything you have, swing like your life depends on it. Shut your damn mouth, human trash. Arlong roared, his eyes going feral as he wound up for a massive horizontal swing. Grag. Arlong roared, almost like a sea king, as he swung the odd sword as hard as he could. Every bit of the fishman's strength was behind this swing, and he knew that he was going to slice this worthless human in half. A loud snap rang out through Arlong Park and ended Arlong's thoughts of an easy victory. Staring in shock, along with all of the residents of Kokoyashi, Arlong could barely comprehend what he was seeing. The straw-hatted pirate was holding the top half of Kuroobi in his left hand while Arlong held the remainder in both of his. Your sword broke, Luffy needlessly informed the fishman. The straw hat captain looked at the part of the broken sword he was holding, before tossing it aside like garbage. No wonder you came to East Blue, you're not that strong by comparison to your old crew, are you? Die! Arlong yelled as he threw the remainder of Kuroobi at Luffy like a buzzsaw. Most wouldn't be able to tell, but Luffy had definitely struck a nerve with Arlong. No, Luffy denied as he snatched the spinning sword, broken as it was, out of the air by the handle. He then slammed the sword down and buried the topmost blade into the concrete below. The broken Kuroobi was now stuck into the ground as Luffy took a step forward towards Arlong. What the hell are you? Arlong demanded, his rage peaking. I'm a pirate, Luffy replied before his face contorted into a scowl and murderous rage shone ignited in his eyes. And you made Nami cry. Arlong barely saw the punch coming before his face was being indented by Luffy's fist. The fishman captain was sent smashing through the walls of Arlong Park and Luffy quickly followed after him. Arlong had barely gotten back on his feet before Luffy's sandal-clad foot slammed into his stomach. The sawshark fishman was sent through another wall and tumbled across the floor. Before the room had stopped spinning in Arlong's vision, Luffy's foot had stomped down on his head, burying it in the stone floor. Get up, Luffy demanded as he pulled his foot away. When Arlong barely stirred, his head still rattled from the first two blows, Luffy lost patience with him. I said get up. Arlong felt his long hair grabbed and he was yanked out of the floor. Luffy's fist slammed into his stomach and Arlong hacked and choked as the wind was forcibly knocked out of him. You haven't felt even a little of what you put Nami through. Luffy grabbed the back of Arlong's head and slammed it through the nearest wall. The straw hat captain then dragged Arlong, face first, down the length of the wall before throwing him into the stairs. D-damn you! Arlong growled as he threw a punch at Luffy. The black-haired man wasn't having it though and weaved around Arlong's blows with only a minimal amount of movement. Arlong grew more and more enraged as he threw punch after punch at the human. Stay still and die. No, Luffy rejected, his foot lashing upwards and kicking Arlong in the chin so hard the fishman was launched through the ceiling and onto the second floor. Luffy jumped up after him and kicked the fishman in the stomach before he could regain his feet. Arlong roared as he leapt at Luffy and tried to bite him with his serrated teeth. Luffy dodged the repeated attempts to bite him with observation. Arlong was going feral in his rage and pain, and it made it easy to predict the path of his attacks. An uppercut to the chin knocked Arlong upwards and through the ceiling again. Now on the third floor, Luffy followed and caught the sucker punch Arlong tried to hit him with. Swinging the large fishman around by his wrist, Luffy drove Arlong through another wall. Bastard! Arlong growled out, barely able to speak from his fury. The fishman threw punches and kicks at Luffy, interspersed with attempts at biting him. Luffy dodged fluidly and eventually blocked one of Arlong's kicks. The Straw Hat Captain quickly grabbed the fishman's leg and proceeded to bodily slam Arlong into the floor and walls. Another part of Arlong Park was quickly destroyed, with Arlong being used as a sledgehammer. To finish, Luffy tossed Arlong through the ceiling again, leaving the fishman staggering and breathing heavily when Luffy jumped through the new hole onto the fourth floor. "You aren't done yet," Luffy informed the bruised and bleeding Arlong. "You haven't suffered the same as what you put Nami through." Luffy stalked towards the heavily breathing fishman. "You'll pay back everything you made her go through, in blood. Shut your damn mouth. You pathetic, inferior, worthless, human." Arlong surged forward, his mouth open wide, planning to crush Luffy's head in his jaws. A back fist to his right cheek stopped that attack entirely and sent Arlong head first through a wall. Grabbing the long black hair of the bigoted fishman, Luffy yanked his head from the wall. Quickly grabbing Arlong's head with his right hand, Luffy drove him forward into the wall again. Over and over Luffy put hole after hole into the walls of the smaller fourth floor of Arlong Park with the fishman captain's head. In desperation to get away from Luffy, Arlong leaped upwards and crashed through the ceiling, dragging the straw-hatted man with him onto the topmost floor of Arlong Park. "What is this place?" Luffy questioned, seeing stacks of papers around the room along with a small desk and chair. "Do you really want to know?" Arlong questioned with a malicious grin as he panted. "I asked, didn't I?" Luffy deadpanned while looking at Arlong like he was stupid. "This room is where Nami drew maps for me," Arlong informed Luffy. "Every day we'd gather oceanic data and make Nami draw up maps for it. Even if she didn't want to, she knew she had no choice. I hold the lives of her village in my hands. What you're doing here today only guarantees that I'm going to kill everyone in Kokoyashi and keep Nami here drawing maps for the rest of her life," he threatened with a demented smile. "Arlong!" Luffy roared, his fist, blackened by his haki, slammed into Arlong's face and rocketed the fishman through the outer wall. All anyone outside saw was the fifth floor wall exploding outwards and then a crash from the ground in front of the building. When the dust settled slightly, the residents of Kokoyashi could see Arlong's mangled face and bloody body in a crater. Said fishman couldn't even register his broken teeth growing back in through the pain he was in. A crash next to him broke him from his haze as he looked up into the face of an enraged monkey. Luffy. "We're not done," Luffy growled out, his eyes absolutely murderous. He reached for Arlong only for the sawshark fishman to throw himself to the side and try to crawl towards the sea. "Get back here," Luffy roared before noticing the broken top half of the kirabachi he'd tossed aside earlier. Without any really thought, Luffy grabbed the broken blades and hurled them at Arlong. "Arrah!" Arlong screamed in pain as the spinning triangular blades of his broken sword tore through his right arm. He crashed into the concrete and howled in agony, knowing without looking that his arm had been severed just above the elbow. "I said we're not done," Luffy rumbled out as he grabbed Arlong by his right ankle and dragged the fishman away from the pool that led out towards the sea. "I made a promise to Nami and I intend to keep it." With that, Luffy dropped Arlong's ankle and grabbed his left arm. Stomping on the fishman's back, close to the left shoulder, Luffy savagely jerked the arm in the opposite direction. "Arrah!" Arlong yelled out in pain as his arm was broken. Nami watched on, fire in her eyes, as the bastard that took her mother from her and Nojiko was finally getting what he deserved. Sickening pops and crack were heard by everyone watching as Luffy twisted Arlong's arm and then started pulling on it, with Arlong roaring out his agony the whole time. With a sickening sound of flesh and bones tearing and breaking, Arlong, the saw, lost his left arm. The severed limb was tossed aside by Luffy as Arlong started going into shock. "Wake up," Luffy demanded as he pulled Arlong upright by his long hair. Getting no response from the fishman, Luffy reared his fist back and punched Arlong in the face. "I said wake up." Seeing Arlong's eye, the one that wasn't swollen shut already, looked towards him, Luffy took his right hand from Arlong's hair and wrapped it around the broken fishman's throat. Is this good, Nami? He asked as he looked towards his lover. Almost. Nami replied as she walked over to Luffy and what remained of Arlong. Finish the bastard off, but make it painful. The Orangette growled, hate in her eyes as she gazed at Arlong. Only his brutal death would end the hatred she felt in her heart at the mere sight of him. Right, Luffy agreed as he tightened the grip he had on Arlong's throat. 1 volt. A spark appeared on Luffy's hand, shocking Arlong slightly. 10 volts. A larger spark shocked Arlong again. 100 volts, Luffy continued as Arlong twitched from the electricity. 1000 volts. Arlong jerked, but his broken body could do nothing to escape the grip Luffy had on his neck. 10,000 volts. Arlong spasmed as the increasing voltage coursed through his body. 100,000 volts. Smoke began to emit from Arlong's body as the heat of the electricity started to cook him alive. 1,000,000 volts. A bright spark emerged from Arlong as his body couldn't contain the voltage anymore. 10,000,000 volts. An even brighter white-blue light covered Arlong's body for a few moments before dissipating. 100,000,000 volts. Most of the residents of Kokoyashi had to turn away as the brightness of the lightning blinded them. Arlong was briefly brighter than the sun as Luffy let his power surge through the bastard. No one hurt his Nakama and got away with it. No one hurt his Nami. Holy shit. Nojiko breathed out as she watched the bright lightning disappear. She was overjoyed to see the monster that killed her mother suffering before he died. But she had to wonder how much more Luffy could hurt Arlong before the fishman died. The fact that she was getting some closure from this eased the pain of her heart. Though she would admit that her sister had found a remarkable man to be her lover, Luffy had done what many on Kokoyashi had thought impossible. Why'd you stop? Nami asked a moment later when Luffy didn't continue. He's dead, Luffy informed her as he let go of Arlong's throat and the charred, smoking body collapsed backwards onto the ground. It's over. Luffy. Nami spoke softly as she walked closer and stood next to him. You're my Nakama, Nami, Luffy stated as he turned to face her. My Nami. He smiled brightly at her while pulling her into his arms and holding her close. Yeah. Nami smiled up at him before her arms looped around his shoulders. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you so much. Nami inclined her head and brought Luffy down for a kiss. The two kissed softly, what limits that used to hold them back now gone as Nami quickly deepened the kiss. If the two of them hadn't been so wrapped up in each other, they would have heard the confused and shocked exclamations of the Kokoyashi villagers. They might have also heard Sanji's yell of, "It's not fair. Damn shitty captain," but nothing could break them from their focus on each other at the moment. We're free. A loud cheer rang out as the Kokoyashi residents suddenly realized that their nightmare was over. People began to laugh and some even teared up in happiness. The spreading joy was cut off, however, by the arrival of a certain marine captain and his subordinates. Hold it right there. Nezumi chuckled with his mousy laugh. All of the Kokoyashi villagers glared at the corrupt marine captain. What a lucky day today is. Very nice, I saw the entire fight and I must say, good work. The condescending tone made everyone within earshot grimace at the man even further. Now that Arlong is out of the picture, I'll be taking all of the money I was supposed to bring to him in addition to all the treasure in Arlong Park. Now drop your weapons. Captain Nezumi of Marine Branch 16 will be getting all of the credit for this incident. His gloating was interrupted by a fist to the face. I'm still angry enough to take you out too, Luffy rumbled, his conqueror's haki seeping into the air. Nezumi held his injured face as he scrambled backwards from the straw-hatted pirate. Noticing the marine sailors reaching for their weapons, Luffy turned his gaze on them. Run. A wave of force from Luffy had all of the sailors immediately breaking out in flop sweats before they grabbed their injured captain and started running back towards their ship. I'll get you back for this. You're the Straw Hat Pirates, correct? You'll rue the day you crossed Captain Nezumi. Nezumi hollered back as he was dragged away. He didn't expect Nami to suddenly rush towards the retreating sailors and assemble her staff. What are you doing? Was the only thing Nezumi could scream before Nami bashed him across the face with her staff, knocking him from the carry of his subordinates. That was for my mother's Mekong Grove you damaged. Nami yelled at the cowering marine. And this is for stealing all the money I worked so hard to collect. Nami activated her shock staff and began to pummel Nezumi over and over again. To finish up, she jammed the metal end right into the man's crotch and let the electricity flow. Araf! Nezumi wailed before his body seized up from the shock and he lost consciousness. Never come back! Nami exclaimed as she swung and knocked Nezumi back towards his terrified subordinates. The panicking sailors quickly picked Nezumi's battered body up and ran for their ship as fast as possible. Once the Navy ship had started to shrink into the distance, the villagers began to cheer again. Quick, spread the word. Arlong Park has fallen. The Konomi Islands are free. One villager yelled as cheers went up again. The Straw Hat Pirates all looked on with smiles or grins of their own as they watched the villagers prepare for a celebration almost a decade in waiting. Luffy. Nami grinned at her lover as she sauntered up to him. Yeah, Nami, Luffy asked as he wrapped his arms around her waist while she pressed herself against him. Let's continue where we left off. Nami smiled sultrily as she quickly kissed him. Luffy happily reciprocated as he pulled her flush against him. Why is he so lucky? Sanji grumbled as he kicked at the dirt while moping. From there it was a bit of a whirlwind of activity. A large party was being held throughout Kokoyashi village. People from all over the Konomi archipelago were coming to celebrate the fall of Arlong. The town was quickly filled with cheer and laughter. The smell of various grills cooking multitudes of meats and vegetables filled the air, and adults drank deeply for the first time in years while kids ran around enjoying the festivities. Luffy and Usopp had easily gotten caught up in the spirit of the celebration. Usopp was on a stack of tables and leading several villagers in a rendition of some kind of shanty Luffy wasn't familiar with. Luffy, predictably, had been running around the village sampling every bit of meat he could get his hands on. In this running around he found Nami, who had actually been looking for him. Hey Nami, Luffy greeted with a big smile. Hey Luffy, enjoying yourself? Nami asked rhetorically, seeing his hands full of food. Shishishi, yep, Luffy laughed as he looked at her. His eyes fell onto her left shoulder and a soft smile came to his face. Nice tattoo, I like this one a lot better. Me too. Nami agreed as she turned so he could look at it fully. It was a stylized pinwheel with a Mihawk hanging from the end of the top curl. Let's walk together, she suggested, getting instant agreement from Luffy. The lovers walked for a bit and Luffy finished off the food he already had. When he started looking around for a new food stall he realized that they were near the edge of the village. Nami, Luffy questioned his lover only for her to smile at him and take his hand. Come on. Nami whispered and began to lead him towards her and Nojiko's home. The two arrived quickly and Nami continued to pull Luffy slightly. She led him to a door and opened it, revealing a large bathtub and shower. Nami let go of Luffy's hand and turned the water on. Checking the temperature, Nami nodded after a few seconds and then turned the shower on. With the shower going, Nami bent down to unstrap her sandals. Are you taking a shower, Nami? Luffy asked as the Orangette stood back up and pulled her shirt over her head. Her bra-clad breasts came into view and Luffy found his gaze drawn to them quickly. We're taking a shower, Luffy. Nami winked at him as she unclipped her bra and tossed it to the side. The large smile on Luffy's face at seeing her topless always made Nami feel bold and sexy. Something about making a man as strong as Luffy so enraptured was confidence-boosting like nothing else. Together, Luffy questioned, his head tilted slightly. Yes, now get undressed. Nami giggled as she pulled down her shorts and panties at the same time. Luffy had only just tossed off his cardigan when he saw Nami fully nude for the first time. The Orangette could practically feel his eyes roving over every inch of her body. She gave him a sultry look, her eyes half-lidded, as she posed slightly, letting him see all of her. Beautiful. Luffy trailed off, just staring at Nami. Why thank you, Nami teased before looking at him. Finish up and join me. With that she turned around, making sure to give Luffy time to look at her from the back, before she stepped under the warm water of the shower. Luffy stared dumbly for a minute longer, watching the water cascade down Nami's body. The water followed her every curve, from her large breasts to her slim waist, and the flare of her wide hips. He even followed the water as it flowed down her long legs before realizing she was waiting for him. He kicked off his sandals and had his shorts and boxers off in quick succession before he gently hung his hat off of a hook on the back of the door. He stepped into the shower and Nami gently leaned back into him. Nice of you to join me. She breathed out huskily. Nami, I want to. Luffy whispered as his hands found her hips and pulled her flush against him. You know you're allowed to touch. Nami purred, immediately feeling Luffy's hands trail up her trim stomach and cup her breasts. Nami didn't know what it was exactly, but every time Luffy touched her like this she was quickly lost in the sensation of his hands on her body. Feeling his strong hands groping and massaging her large tits made her start grinding her ass against him. So soft. Luffy breathed into her ear and Nami let out a small moan as he began to play with her nipples. She could feel his reaction to her body pressed against her as she pushed back against him. Luffy, Nami cooed happily as she enjoyed his hands on her breasts. Nami fumbled slightly as she reached for the soap and sponge, but she managed to get them and start lathering the sponge. Luffy, she moaned as her lover's left hand trailed down her toned stomach and glided over her sex. So warm, Luffy mumbled into her ear and Nami shivered in pleasure as his curious digits began to explore. We still, need to wash. Nami mewled as Luffy seemed to instinctively find her weak spots. Okay. Luffy pouted as he started to pull his hands away from her body. Nami turned around and brought the lathered sponge all over her tits, leaving them soapy and slick, before running the sponge up and down his chest with a mischievous grin. I didn't say stop, Nami moaned out softly and Luffy beamed at her as his hands quickly went back to where they'd been. Ah, she gasped as she washed him. Nami, Luffy panted as the orangeette began to wash his hardened length. That feels awesome. He panted and Nami teased him as she moved her slick, soapy hand up and down. Does it? Nami teased as she stroked him. We'll do something better once we're clean. Really? Luffy questioned, a dopey smile on his face. Yeah, we'll work on getting all hot and sweaty again, Nami breathed hotly before capturing his lips. The two stayed like that for several moments, Nami stroking Luffy while his hands explored every part of her body. At some point Luffy had taken the lathered sponge and began to wash her body. He didn't miss an inch of her. Nami gasped and moaned as Luffy gently scrubbed her body. She noticed he paid special attention to her tits, sex, and ass considering he groped and explored almost as much as he washed. Several minutes later the two finally left the shower. Cleaner than they had been but about to get just as dirty again, if not more. Nami giggled happily as Luffy picked her up in a princess carry and she told him where to go. Opening the door that Nami told him to, Luffy found a bedroom with a good-sized bed. He quickly carried Nami over to it before setting her on it and kissing her. The two shared a deep kiss for a long while before pulling back for air. Gazing at each other lustfully the two were quick to run their hands over each other. Nami loved running her hands over Luffy's defined, muscle torso and Luffy couldn't seem to get enough of her body at all. Luffy, I've got a surprise for you, Nami whispered sexily as she locked eyes with him. What's that? Luffy wondered as his mind was clouded by passion and lust. Me, a familiar voice, though far more sultry in tone, announced from behind him. Turning to the voice confirmed it to be Nojiko, except she was just as naked as the two of them. Her tan skin on full display and showing no lines, had Luffy had more higher thoughts at the moment he might have realized what a full body tan implied. Nojiko, Luffy questioned as Nami's older sister sauntered over to the bed. Her large breasts and wide hips giving her a beautiful, hourglass figure much like her little sister. Nami and I both want to thank you for what you've done for us, Luffy, Nojiko purred as she leaned forward practically putting Luffy's face in her large tits. So for tonight you get to have a pair of sisters for yourself. She winked at him and Nami giggled as she felt Luffy twitch in her hand at the thought. Ooh, I think he likes that idea, Nojiko. Nami grinned naughtily as Nojiko smirked. Why though? Luffy managed to ask, even as his more base desires were screaming at him to shut up and go with it. Like I said, to thank you. Nojiko smiled beautifully at him as she sat on his opposite side from Nami. The Konomi archipelago is also in need of a population boom. No one wanted to bring a newborn into the world while under Arlong's control. There hasn't been a single birth in over 8 years, Luffy. We lost people to Arlong and his men too. The Konomi Islands are at a population low right now. I have no doubt that several dozen couples are already starting to correct that tonight. I want to thank you and help out my home. Do you want me? Say yes. Nami whispered hotly as she nibbled on his earlobe. Yes, Luffy immediately said, his voice heavy with lust and passion. Both sisters giggled before their eyes became half-lidded and filled with lust. Come here Nami, let big sis show you something. Nojiko smiled alluringly as she knelt before Luffy. Nami joined her sister and watched with rising heat as Nojiko took Luffy in hand and gave the tip a lick. Luffy shuddered at the feeling while locking eyes with Nojiko. "Watch and copy when it's your turn, Nami." Nojiko winked at her sister before she dragged her tongue from base to tip along the underside of Luffy's shaft. The lightning man groaned low in his throat at the sensation, only to do it again when he felt Nojiko take him into her mouth. "Damn," Luffy panted as Nojiko caught his eyes again and began to bob her head up and down his length. The blueonette sucked him slowly at first before speeding up. Luffy gripped the sheets at the new feeling and Nojiko hummed as she slowly moved back up his length until he slipped from between her lips. "Your turn, Nami." Nojiko purred as Nami moved forward and took her place. The orangette went slower. She gently stroked his slick shaft up and down before swirling her tongue around the head. "Nami," Luffy gasped as his lover teased his sensitive head before their eyes met and Nami descended. Their eyes never lost contact as Nami bobbed her head, taking a little more of Luffy's length each time. Luffy groaned in pleasure as Nami gazed up at him with love and lust as she took him deeper. The orangette gagged a bit when she went further and backed off to breathe. "I don't have much experience with deep throating either," Nojiko admitted as she took Luffy back into her mouth and began to suck him off again. She bobbed her head while her hands stroked what she couldn't take or fondled his sack. Luffy had never experienced this before and was barely able to speak in time. "Nojiko. I'm going dash," Luffy tried to say only to shake as he hit his peak. Nojiko held him in her mouth and received the whole load. She gulped and sucked at him repeatedly while watching his face and the pleasure running across it. When Luffy finished, Nojiko pulled back and stuck out her tongue, she panted sexily as she showed him that nothing was left. "Nojiko, no fair." Nami pouted cutely seeing her sister take Luffy's seed for herself. "Not to worry, Nami, he's all yours for the first round," Nojiko promised and Nami stood up. Luffy had mostly recovered and gazed at her naked form with desire. Nami pushed Luffy backwards until he was lying on his back on the bed. With sensual movements she straddled him before taking his length and pressing it against her lower lips. "Luffy, I want this," Nami purred out as she rubbed his head against her slick sex. "Alright," Luffy rumbled out as his hands went to her hips. Nami licked her lips as she guided him into her before sinking down slowly. "Tight, so hot," Luffy groaned as he was engulfed bit by bit into Nami's wet heat. "So full," Nami moaned out as she finally bottomed out and felt Luffy pressed against her deepest spot. "Ha, so big, Luffy," Nami breathed deeply before raising her hips a bit and then sinking back down. Both lovers moaned at the friction before Nami repeated the motion. Slowly the two began to develop a rhythm and their pleasured cries got louder. "Luffy, more," Nami moaned lewdly as Luffy gripped her hips and began to bounce her on his length. "Nami," Luffy groaned as he helped Nami move while matching her motions with his thrusts. Nojiko licked her lips as she watched the passionate coupling in front of her. Luffy was quite the man, Nami seemed to be more than enjoying herself after all. "Luffy, yes. Faster." Nami cried out as she was bouncing on him. Her hips moving almost of their own accord as she rode her lover. His thrust stretching and filling her again and again as they indulged in each other's bodies. Nami leaned forward, her hands on Luffy's chest as she let her large breasts hover over Luffy's face. "More," she mewled as they continued to thrust. "Yes," Luffy groaned as he took Nami's right nipple into his mouth and began to lick and suck on it. "Luffy." Nami howled as she was further stimulated. Luffy's hands moving from her hips to her amazing ass made her moan lewdly again, her tongue lolling out of her mouth as even more pleasure was brought to her. "Nami, you feel so good," Luffy panted as he let go of her right nipple only to take her left one into his mouth for the same treatment. "Ha fuck," Nami moaned wantonly as she increased the speed of her bounces. "Close, Luffy, I'm so, close. I'm going to." Luffy grunted as he practically started to bounce Nami off the bed with his thrust from below. "I want it, Luffy, do it." Inside, Nami moaned as her body spasmed and her eyes almost rolled up as she had the most intense orgasm of her life. "Yes. Nami," Luffy roared as he slammed their pelvises together and released. Nami mewled happily as she sank onto his chest while his hot seed filled her up. "Luffy," Nami cooed happily as she looked up at him from his chest. Managing to pull herself up a bit, she locked lips with her lover. The two kissed and ran their hands over each other as they basked in the afterglow. "I hope you aren't done, Luffy," Nojiko teased as she spread her legs revealing her dripping sex. Luffy's response was to sit up and move her onto her hands and knees. Nojiko grinned sexily as he lined himself up with her dripping slit and brushed the tip against her. "Don't tease me." Nojiko cried out as Luffy buried himself to the hilt inside her in a single, powerful thrust. Her arms almost collapsed and she shook from a minigasm at the powerful thrust, moaning as her walls were stretched wonderfully by Luffy's length. "So, tight that," Luffy groaned as he gripped her tanned hips and began to slowly pull his length from her depths. "Fuck, more," Nojiko moaned out and instantly felt Luffy run his hands over her ass before he thrust forward again and smashed his pelvis against her sexy tanned ass. Some part of him liked watching her ass cheeks bounce and ripple as he thrust into her. If Nojiko's constant moaning and mewls for more were any indication, she was enjoying herself too. "Nojiko," Luffy rumbled lowly as he picked up his pace. He hilted himself inside her depths every single time he thrust forward and Nojiko was gripping the sheets for dear life. "Luffy," Nojiko moaned, near delirious from the bursts of pleasure going off in her head. She thrust her hips back against his incoming thrusts, the sound of his hips meeting her ass getting louder as they fell deeper into the rhythm they'd established. Luffy groaned as he continued his powerful, deep thrusts into Nojiko's soaked sex. Nojiko clawed at her sheets as she found it harder and harder to have any thoughts beyond harder, faster, and more. She couldn't care less though as she threw her hips backwards to meet Luffy's powerful thrusts. "Nojiko, Luffy warned her as his thrusts became shorter but more rapid as he barely pulled himself from her depths at all. Nojiko moaned hotly as she turned her head to look back at him. Inside, Nojiko purred. "Give me all of it." Luffy needed no further incentive as he slammed his hips forward over and over again before he practically roared out his release. "Yes." Nojiko moaned as her eyes almost rolled into her head when Luffy's seed flooded her depths and filled her completely. In some small part of her mind, that wasn't pounded into a mess of pleasure, Nojiko was excited and amazed at the amount Luffy was filling her with. She was certain she'd be helping to restore the population of the Konomi Islands in a few months. "Damn, so good," Luffy panted heavily as he pulled out of Nojiko. A base, animal part of him enjoyed watching as his seed began to leak out of the young woman before the haze of passion started to clear up a little bit. "Luffy, you aren't done yet, are you?" Nami coyly asked as she lay back on the bed, outright presenting her naked body to him. "I have a lot of stamina," Luffy chuckled deeply and Nami squirmed at his tone. "Then come here," Nami licked her lips as she beckoned him to her. Next morning. Luffy yawned as he awoke. Slowly opening his eyes he heard some birds outside and saw sunlight coming in through the window. His mind cleared up a bit from sleep and he noticed the two beautiful women laying on each of his sides. Nami was curled up around his left arm, one of her legs entangled with his. While Nojiko was pressed up against his right side, her head on his chest. That was a good night, Luffy sighed happily as he pulled the sisters closer to himself. They'd stayed up until the early hours of the morning enjoying each other. Unlike some of the raunchier stories he'd heard from some of Shank's crew when they were drunk. Nami and Nojiko hadn't been together last night. Luffy supposed that made sense, they were sisters after all, family wasn't supposed to do that together according to both Makino and the doctor of Fusha village. Though both Nami and Nojiko had enjoyed themselves with him multiple times last night. 3 times with Nojiko and 4 with Nami, Luffy had actually been a bit worn out when they'd stopped and cuddled together for sleep. It was a good morning for Monkey D. Luffy. Marine Branch 16. It was not a good morning for Captain Izumi as he awoke in pain. He was barely able to open his eyes before he realized his hospital bed was surrounded by men in suits. Forcing his eyes to focus, the corrupt Marine went pale as he saw the emblem on the men's suits. Cipher Pole 1, also known as the Inquisition, among the Marines, the world government's agents dedicated to looking into corruption and treason. "Captain Izumi, we have questions for you." The older man at the foot of the hospital bed stated. The large build of the man strongly hinting at the mass of muscles covered by his suit. "You will answer them all. Before that, there's a pirate crew, I need to." Nizumi tried to postpone the coming interrogation. "That is already being handled by headquarters, it is no longer your concern." The agent responded, shutting down any further excuses. "I see." Nizumi sank into his hospital bed further. "Now to begin, tell us about the Konomi archipelago. Let's start at 8 years and 5 months ago." The agent started as he pulled out a notebook while 2 of the other agents set up a video transponder snail to record the interrogation. It was now sinking into Nizumi's mind just how truly fucked he was. No one could lie to the Inquisition. Men made of far stronger stuff had tried and been broken before. Nezumi knew he didn't have a chance in hell. He was right. It had been 3 days since the death of Arlong and the massive party on Kokoyashi had finally wound down. People were waking up past noon with hangovers or just stumbling out of bed from not having slept properly in 3 days. But there was cheer in the air as people started to clean up and talks about rebuilding Gosa village were spreading. The Straw Hats would be departing today and all of them had their fill of the 3-day party. Zoro had drunk every man on the island under the table at least once. Usopp had led cheers, shanties, and who knows what else throughout the party. The gunman had even demonstrated his trick shooting for the people of the Konomi archipelago. Sanji had disappeared, multiple times, with a rather buxom brunette woman and always came back smiling like a fool. Nami and Luffy, well they'd been enjoying each other on multiple occasions throughout the multi-day party. Nojiko had joined in almost as often and the tan, blue-annette woman was smiling as she fondly rubbed her flat stomach. Bye everyone. I'll miss you guys. Nami waved as the Going Merry departed from Kokoyashi village. The entire village waved back at the Orangette, none more so than Nojiko and Genzo. Only when the Going Merry disappeared over the horizon did the villagers stop waving. So, you think you're expecting? Genzo asked Nojiko quietly as he and Dr. Neko stood beside the tattooed woman. I think so, but it's too early to tell. Nojiko smiled happily, her left hand caressing her exposed stomach. Come by the clinic in 2 weeks and I'll check you out. Neko smiled at the young woman. No alcohol from now on and no smoking either. I know. Nojiko playfully rolled her eyes. I would never do anything to harm my baby. The midwife is going to be ecstatic in the next few weeks, I'm sure. Neko laughed. It had been 8 years since there had been a birth in the Konomi Islands after all. The various midwives of the archipelago would most likely become very busy over the next several months. Going Merry. Hey Sanji, who was that woman you kept disappearing with? Usopp asked the chef as the crew had lunch. Was she a brunette with a set of curves on her? About my height? Nami questioned from beside Luffy. Yeah, Usopp nodded to the navigator. That would be Yuzu, she has a thing for blonde men. Nami giggled and Sanji sighed with a dopey grin at the memory of the last few days. Yuzuchuan, Sanji sighed as he performed a twirl and sat down to eat his own lunch. Perverted cook. Zoro snorted as he drank from a bottle of booze. They had raided Arlong Park of everything of value, including food and booze, along with the residents of Kokoyashi. The archipelago had stocked the merry in thanks and used the rest for the party. Nami had told the villagers to split the money Arlong had hoarded among the islands again. She loved money, but she would never steal from her home and her people, at least nothing that they'd miss. The Orangette grinned as she wondered if Genzo had noticed his wallet missing yet. What was that, you moss head? Sanji growled at the swordsman. You heard me, Dartbrow. Zoro retorted with a glare. You want to go, Marimo? Sanji questioned as he stood up, a glare on his face too. Sit down, don't ruin lunch. Nami snapped at the two, appearing to have shark-like teeth, as she punched both of them in the head. Yes, Nami-swan, Sanji agreed, even with the lump on his head. Which? Zoro grumbled as he held his own lump. Shishishi, Luffy laughed at his crew's antics while sneakily taking food from Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji's plates. Navy headquarters of the East Blue. A group of marine officers sat in 2 parallel lines across from each other. Each officer had a prepared meal in front of them as they attended the emergency meeting that had been called today. Apparently a new pirate crew had caused quite a stir in a fairly short amount of time. Each marine in the meeting was ranked commander or captain, except for the man doing the debriefing, who was a lieutenant commander. So these pirates, you're saying the local branches can't handle them? One captain asked of the green-haired man, with a prominent receding hairline, that stood in front of a board at the front of the room. Yes, it has been a non-stop string of incidents with this crew since they first appeared. The man, brand new, informed the officers. Even before they raised their flag, they struck out against several of the big names of the East Blue. All but one of these crews was wiped out completely. That's troubling. One of the commanders agreed. To come out of nowhere and upset the established, pecking order, of the East Blue pirates in such a short time. That speaks of a level of strength not often seen in the East Blue of all seas. Exactly. Brand New nodded as he gestured towards the bounty posters on the board. Buggy, the clown, with a 15 million Bari bounty. The Buggy pirates were crushed by only 3 people and are the only crew that are still active. He then pointed to the next poster. Kuro, of 1,000 plans, a man thought long dead, with a 16 million Bari bounty. He and the entire Black Cat pirates were wiped out down to the last man, including Django, the hypnotist, and the Miaoban brothers. Brand New turned to gesture to the next poster. Pirate Admiral Don Krieg, with a 17 million Bari bounty. The entire Krieg crew was also wiped out to the last man, including both Jin the Demand Demon and Iron Shield Pearl. All of these bounties exceed the East Blue average of 3 million. A female captain spoke up. How did such people go unnoticed for this long? As they were civilians, or a lone bounty hunter in Roronoa Zoro's case, they were never under any scrutiny. Brand New shook his head before tapping his fingers on the last poster. Arlong the Saw, with a 20 million Bari bounty, though from what we've received from Cypher Pole 1's interrogation of Nozumi it would seem this bounty would have been closer to 30 million if it had been correctly reported. He lied and covered for a pirate. For money. A bearded captain roared out, a vein pulsing on the man's forehead. Several of the other officers had looks of anger on their faces as well. Only a few had a different look, one of shame and disappointment in a traitorous officer. That is what the report states. Brand New confirmed. Naturally Nozumi, as a traitor, has been sentenced to death. He'll be hung at this very headquarters in 2 weeks' time. As he damn well should be. The bearded captain growled out through gritted teeth. Continuing on, Arlong and his crew of fishmen were also killed to the last man, except for a single escapee, Hatchan the octopus fishman and swordsman for the Arlong pirates. As fishmen can travel underwater indefinitely, we have had no luck trying to track him down. But Kuroobi and Chu both were slain by members of this group. Brand New finished going over the Arlong incident. Seeing how quickly these established pirate crews were wiped out and with such a small crew doing so, we believe that each member of this new crew requires a bounty. The captain's may seem especially high, but we have confirmation of him possessing a devil fruit. In the East Blue a devil fruit is rare and an immediate bounty of suitable scale will always be applied to a pirate with one. With that being said, this is the Straw Hat pirate crew and their bounties. The green-haired lieutenant commander stated as he flipped the board to reveal 5 new bounty posters. 3 days later going merry. Did you raise the prices again? Nami stared down the news coup that had landed on the ship to offer newspapers for sale. The various news outlets of the world all used a massive number of these fairly intelligent birds to fly across the oceans to sell papers. This bird species was even used by the World Post, the world government-run postal service, to deliver letters and packages to sailors on long voyages. Many larger islands had mail sent to them to be picked up when sailors, pirates, merchants, bounty hunters, or civilians were on voyages or trips between islands. Going into any post office would let you see a list of names that the office was holding mail for. If said mail wasn't claimed within 1 year though, it was disposed of or became the property of the World Post. It's only a paper, Nami, cut the bird some slack, Usopp spoke up in the news coup's defense. If I buy one a day that starts to add up. Nami retorted as she placed the Bari required into the news coup's pouch and then took a paper. The frightened bird took off shortly afterwards and was soon across the horizon. Reading is good for the brain, plus it's good to keep up with what's going on in the world. But we still have, what, like 50 million Bari down in the holds, right? Usopp questioned. I'm sure we can afford it. 51,322,755, to be exact. Nami rattled off, much to Usopp's bug-eyed shock, as she went to recline in her lounge chair on deck. The Orangette's eyes were practically sparkling as she recalled how much money they'd gathered from Krieg's flagship and everything that they'd collected throughout their voyage through the East Blue. Again. Zoro's voice called out as he and Sanji sparred with Luffy. A loud thud came from the back of the Mary a second later. Take this, Sanji yelled a second later. The resulting silence was only broken a moment later by Sanji again. Damn it, shitty captain. Stop moving. Shishishi. Why would I do that? Luffy laughed loudly from the back. Onigiri. Zoro roared out, this was quickly followed by expletives and curses as Luffy had apparently dodged again. Man, I'm still worn out after training every morning, yet those two keep throwing themselves into it over and over again for hours. Usopp shook his head at Zoro and Sanji putting themselves through so much extra sparring. He went back to filling some of his trick stars with Tabasco when he was badly startled by Nami. What the hell? The navigator exclaimed as several pieces of paper fell from within the newspaper. Usopp dropped the Tabasco and covered his hand in the spicy sauce. This was how he found out he had a small cut on his hand that he hadn't noticed earlier. Ow! Usopp hollered as he waved his hand around in pain and stumbled towards the kitchen to try and get some of the milk in the refrigerator. The whole time his hand felt like it was on fire, the gunman could swear he saw flames leaping from his palm. "What's up, Nami?" Luffy asked as he dropped down next to her. Zoro and Sanji came walking down the stairs to the back of the Mary a few moments later. "Look at this!" Nami yelled as she pointed to the papers that were laid out on the deck. The Orangette looked a bit blue in the face as she looked at them. Curious, Luffy looked at the papers only for a wide smile to overtake his face a second later. Dead or alive, Luffy slapped his hand down on the bounty poster with his face on it. The laughter that followed made Nami bonk him over the head with her fist. "Why were you happy about this?" Nami demanded. "This can only mean that headquarters is involved. We might be deluged by bounty hunters and marines because of this." The navigator flopped back in her lounge chair with crocodile tears running down her cheeks. Heh. Zoro smirked at seeing his face on a bounty poster. "Why the hell is the Marimo's higher than mine?" Sanji complained as he looked at the differing amounts between his and Zoro's bounties. "They didn't even get my best shot." Nami pouted as she looked at her picture. "What's going on?" Usopp asked as he walked up to his nakama with his hand bandaged. "Holy crap!" he cried out at seeing his face on a bounty poster. "Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, 60 million berry." Luffy laughed loudly. He'd beaten Ace's starting bounty by 5 million. He couldn't wait to see his brother again to rub it in. The large smile on his bounty poster picture showed Luffy in his most natural, a carefree and fun-loving pirate. Not exactly intimidating, but Luffy didn't much care. "Santoryu Roranoa Zoro, 25 million berry." Zoro read off his own poster with a smirk. His picture was taken after the fight with the Krieg pirates, as far as he could tell. It captured him from the front and was a shot from chest upwards. He'd be easily recognizable to anyone that looked at his bounty poster. Though his epithet was good, in his opinion, his unique sword style would gain recognition around the world because of this. "Cat Burglar Nami, 16 million berry." Nami sighed as she looked over her poster. The picture did capture her, while fighting Pearl, judging by the outfit and her body from hips upward. It was flattering to her figure at least, even if she had a look of concentration on her face. Though that look totally removed her natural cuteness. "Black Leg Sanji, 20 million berry." Sanji nodded as he lit up a cigarette. He was still annoyed that the Moss Head had a higher bounty than him, but he'd deal with it for now. The picture captured him from an angle, his blonde hair covering his eyebrows and only getting about half of his face in the shot. Still identifiable without much trouble, but it did cover up his most distinctive facial features. "Quadruple Guns Usopp, 15 million berry." Usopp cheered happily as he read off his bounty poster. The shot was pretty clear, showing Usopp from the front and getting his 4 holstered pistols in the picture too. Kaya, Pepper, Carrot, and Onion would freak when they saw this. He was a real pirate now. All totaled up, the Straw Hat Pirates are worth 136 million berry. Nami exhaled as she picked up the bounty posters. "That easily makes us the crew with the highest bounty in all of the East Blue." "Let's party," Luffy exclaimed happily and was met by cheers from Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji. "Sure, why not, I could use a drink." Nami shrugged as Luffy put an arm around her waist and pulled her into his side. She was fairly certain she wouldn't have to worry about anyone in the East Blue suddenly attacking them right now. For pirates, a bounty was a sign of strength. High bounties offered a pirate more clout amongst other pirates, and weaker bounty hunters wouldn't bother them. Civilians were often far more likely to not antagonize a pirate with a large bounty too. All in all, Nami felt her lover's bounty might actually repel more danger than it brought, at least for a while. Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. Ugh, I'm not going to hear the end of this. Ace ran a hand down his face as he looked at his little brother's first bounty poster. Luffy had apparently been making quite a stir in the East Blue since he'd set out on his adventure. Luffy always did say he was going to have the highest bounty of any of the 3 brothers. Now he had topped Ace's own starting bounty. Oh well, at least he's doing well for himself. Ace grinned while also looking over the 4 other bounties marked with the same Jolly Roger as his little brothers. Straw Hat Pirates, huh? Seems he's made some good friends. Ace chuckled as he reached up and ran his fingers over the brim of his orange, wide-brimmed hat. Hey Pops! Look at this. It's my little brother's first bounty poster. The Mera Mera no Mi user cheered as he waved Luffy's poster over his head and walked towards Whitebeard. Gururarara. Whitebeard chuckled as he took the bounty poster from Ace. So this is the little brother you've told us about, the lightning brat? That's Luffy. Ace smiled. Kind of goofy looking, I know, but he's my little brother. Isn't his starting bounty higher than yours was? Marco, the commander of the First Division, asked with a teasing smirk. Only by 5 million, it's not that big of a deal. Ace retorted and the rest of the crew started chuckling too. Hey, shut it, you lot. This only prompted more laughter from the crew and Ace quickly joined in as well. On a Revolutionary Army ship. Ha ha ha. Sabo laughed as he stared at Luffy's big grin on the bounty poster. He actually did it. Who did what? Koala questioned, her head tilted to the side curiously. My little brother got his first bounty, and it's higher than Ace's starting bounty. Sabo held out the poster for Koala to take and look at. Luffy did always say he was going to have the largest bounty of all of us. I can't wait to send Ace a letter about this. Oh, I'm going to rib him good for this. You're certainly pleased, it's nice to see you laughing like this. Koala giggled as her partner continued to laugh. The young man in the picture had a very wide smile, and even through the photo Koala could tell that the straw-hatted teen was the carefree type. It was odd to think a man with such a smile could have earned himself the largest bounty in the East Blue so quickly. Unknown island somewhere in the Grand Line. Boss! We got company. A pirate yelled as he came rushing up to a large umbrella set up to shade the captain of his crew and the higher-ranked pirates next to him. Calm down, it's too early and I've got a hangover. Shanks waved the man off, clearly not realizing or caring that it was past noon. Still acting so casual, I see. Mihawk commented from behind the panicked pirate. Oh, Hawkeyes, long time no see. Shanks greeted the warlord. I'm not feeling my best at the moment, did you come for a match? I have no interest in challenging you when you're drunk. Mihawk declared. I happened to come across some interesting pirates not too long ago. One of them reminded me of something you told me a while back. The story of an amusing trio of brothers from a small village in the East Blue. With that he brought out the bounty posters of Luffy and his crew. No way. Lucky Roo smiled as he caught sight of the large grin. Shanks' eyes widened and a large grin came to his face. So you've made it, Luffy. Shanks smiled at the poster. Well, Hawkeyes, I can't let you go after bringing something like this to me. Mihawk's eyes widened just a fraction as he looked at Shanks. Within seconds a flagon was placed in front of the world's greatest swordsman and filled with booze. Of course. Mihawk trailed off with a small sigh. Ha ha ha. Come on, Hawkeyes, drink up, drink up. Shanks laughed as cheer and levity spread throughout the red hair pirates. We're gonna party today. Didn't you have a hangover already? Mihawk inquired as he picked up the full flagon. This is a time to celebrate. Shanks laughed. Come on, drink up. Mihawk sighed before downing the flagon in one go, much to Shanks' cheer and good mood. Man! Who would have thought? Luffy with 60 million on his head right from the start. Ha ha ha. Parties bar Fusha village. Luffy's got a price on his head. A villager exclaimed as he held up the bounty poster. 60 million already? Another villager whistled. Our little village might actually get known for producing such an infamous pirate. Shut it, all of you. Mayor Whoopslap yelled at the celebrating villagers. What's so great about a criminal coming from our village? Calm down, Mayor. Makino smiled softly as she handed him a drink. Luffy looked so happy. She smiled at the poster. A pirate is a pirate. Whoopslap shook his head before sipping his drink. Going merry. Where's the next island, Nami? Luffy asked the navigator as he sat on his special seat atop Mary's figurehead. Nami grinned up her captain/lover and showed him the map. Well, since you want to go to the Grand Line, we'll have to head to Loguetown. Nami explained. It's also known as the town of the beginning and the end. It's where the Pirate King was born, and where he died. That's cool, Luffy exclaimed with stars in his eyes. How long will it take us to reach it? Since the Konomi archipelago is literally in the opposite direction, it's going to take a bit of time. About a week from now before we get there based on our current speed. Nami informed him. If we'd been able to head for Loguetown from the Baratie, we'd have made it there in about 4 days, maybe 5, depending on the weather. I'd go to the other side of the East Blue to take that bastard out for you, Nami. Luffy smiled at her and Nami smiled brightly back at him. If it takes us a little longer to get there, then it takes a little longer, no big deal. Come here. Nami smiled at him as she stepped up onto the bottom of the figurehead and pulled Luffy downwards by his cardigan. Their lips met and the two enjoyed a gentle kiss for several seconds before parting. Thank you, Luffy. Shishishi, any time Nami. Luffy laughed. I'm going to check on my Mekon trees. Nami informed him as she let go of his cardigan. I'm so glad we had space to plant a few of them, they'll give us all the vitamin C we need. Can I have one? Luffy asked with a grin as he jumped down to follow after the Orangette. Sure, I'll pick you out a ripe one. Nami smiled as she took Luffy's hand and the two walked up the steps to the back deck and then leapt up to the top of the large planter that they'd added onto the back of the kitchen/lounge/helm cabin. Nami looked over the Mekon trees for a bit, checking their condition and looking out for any pests that might have tried to come along for the voyage. Once she was satisfied, she found a nice, large, ripe one and picked it for Luffy. Thanks, Nami. Luffy grinned as he followed his lover back to the deck where her lounge chair was already set up. Just make sure you peel it first. Nami teased him, knowing how fast Luffy ate sometimes. I know how to eat fruit, Luffy playfully whined at her as he sat next to Nami and started peeling the Mekon. He popped one of the sections he'd separated from the citrus fruit into his mouth and chewed it. Luffy took his time savoring the sweet, but slightly sour, taste for a moment before he took another slice and ate it. These are good. He praised and Nami grinned at him. They're a hardy breed that's been grown in the Konomi Islands for a long time. Nami informed him. They can even handle drops in temperature that would kill most citrus trees. But they're still susceptible to pests, so I'll have to be vigilant with them. Do you think Sanji could use them in the kitchen? Luffy wondered as he'd grown up on fairly simple meals, since Dadan made the boys get their own food. Though Makino did, on occasion, make the brothers something special with local fruits. He's already asked. Nami informed him. I believe we're having a citrus fruit tart for dessert tonight. Ooh, Luffy grinned brightly at the thought of the dessert. He wasn't much for an excess of sweet things. But he did enjoy them every now and then. So what are our plans until we get to Loguetown? Nami questioned her captain while she lay back on her chair and relaxed. Training, Luffy replied instantly. Should have expected that. Nami sighed fondly at her lover. Anything else? Depends on if anything else happens, Luffy shrugged as he tossed the peel of the eaten Mekon overboard. Like what? Nami asked curiously. An enemy pirate crew, or the Marines, or even some bounty hunters hoping to get lucky, Luffy counted off on his fingers. We could get in a fight with any of them if we run across them. It would be good for experience at least. I'd rather not, but that could potentially mean more Baratie for us to raid from the enemy. Nami hummed thoughtfully, weighing the options between getting into a fight with another ship and the Baratie they could potentially gain from it. If it happens, Luffy shrugged as he tilted his head back and gently rested it against Nami's toned stomach. I guess. Nami grinned down at him as she gently pulled his treasured hat off his head. Luffy didn't even flinch at the removal and Nami felt a warmth in her chest from it. She knew how much his hat meant to her captain, the fact that he'd let her remove it without argument showed a deep level of trust. She gently ran her fingers through his hair as the two of them lazed about on deck. These quiet moments may well become a rarity once the crew entered the Grand Line. Unknown location. Nanisher, did you see the newest bounty posters? A rugged older man asked a younger man in plain gray clothes. What about them, Minai? Nanisher asked the older man. Not like the two of them knew each other's real names after all. Thought you might be interested in making some extra Baratie. Minai shrugged as he pulled the cork out of a bottle and took a swig. 60 million on this new pirate's head, bring in the rest of his crew too and you're looking at 136 million. I could get that much without the extra hassle. Nanashir shrugged. Besides, I accepted that job a while back. My broker finally came in with a location too, so I'll be heading out in a bit. Finally tracked the guy down, huh? Minai chuckled as he set his bottle down. Yeah, guy has been doing work for some illegal underground group masquerading as a bounty hunter organization, so it took a while. Nanashir yawned. That'll stall ya. Minai nodded. What's the name? Baroque works. Nanashir twirled his index finger in the air. Sounds dumb to me. Though there are whispers that it has ties to a warlord. Careful that you don't get caught up in that then, wouldn't want you to get killed. Minai chuckled. I highly doubt any of the warlords I'd be worried about are involved. Nanashir dismissed. Minai suddenly blasted a huge spray of colorless liquid at Nanashir. The liquid quickly covered the corner of the darkened room they were sitting in and dissolved everything to liquid. Damn. Minai sked as he turned and saw Nanashir heading towards the door without a care. Not even on your best day, old man. Nanashir waved back as he exited the darkened building, briefly revealing it to be night time outside. Another day of not getting that bounty, or that devil fruit. Minai lamented as he took another swig from his bottle. I could retire and live like a damn king with 3.9 billion Baratie. Such is the life of a shadow Minai. A man just as old as Minai stated, appearing from the gloom of the room without a sound. Your bill for the damages. He said as he handed Minai a piece of paper. Ah, damn it. Minai grumbled as he pulled out his wallet. He might be one of the best, but no one is ever 100% safe in the Kuroobi, not even its members. Outside. So, Alabasta, huh? Nanashir mumbled to himself as he looked at the message that had just been passed to him, too fast for most people to ever hope to notice, from a completely forgettable face in the crowd. But not for long. Heading, all the way out to Cactus Island. What the hell for? Nanashir grumbled at the distance from his current location. That's a trip that'll take a bit. Oh well, just have to deal with it. With that Nanashir became just another person in the crowd, completely unremarkable and forgettable. The things I do for a payday. At least the client is paying triple for the fruit. He flicked his thumb, launching a small rock he'd picked up, into the face of a drunken man that was being way too forceful with a lady of the evening. The man collapsed to the ground, appearing to have passed out from inebriation. Supposedly he'll be traveling with another fruit user, guess I'll be picking up some extra merchandise too. Never hurts to make some extra Baratie. He'd leave the island first thing in the morning, when he wouldn't attract any attention to himself. Land, ho, Usopp called out from the crow's nest while looking through a telescope. Luffy grinned widely, sitting on Mary's figurehead, as he watched the island get larger on the horizon. That's Loguetown alright, excited? Nami asked her captain. Yep, Luffy chuckled while looking ahead. Several minutes later the Going Merry was docking at Loguetown. The Jolly Roger had to be hidden, as the sight of one would alert the local marine base and they'd never make it into town. The one on the main sails could easily be explained away as merely a civilian ship trying to deter other pirates from attacking them. It was a fairly common tactic, and on the open sea any reduction of danger was taken. The only way to truly know a pirate ship from a civilian one faking it was to spot the black flag with the crew's Jolly Roger on it. Luffy and Usopp had carefully rolled the Jolly Roger up and tied it to the mast. A simple pull on the twine would set their flag loose to fly again, once they left Loguetown of course. What a huge town, Luffy exclaimed as the crew stood on the large main street. Huh, so this is where the age of pirates began, Sanji murmured while looking around the street. I want to see the execution platform, Luffy nodded. He really wanted to see the spot where the Pirate King had met his end. I'm sure I can stock up on some fine ingredients in the market, Sanji nodded as his eyes drifted from one woman to another. Some fine women too. I'll go look for other equipment to buy, Usopp informed the crew. A town this large should have things you can't get on smaller islands. The gunman began making a list in his head of the things he'd like to get. If he could get everything, then perhaps he could complete the idea he had for Nami's staff. I do have something I want to buy too, but... Zoro trailed off and Nami's eyes practically sparkled. I'll lend you the money, Zoro, at 300% interest, that is. Nami smiled pleasantly, as if she hadn't just offered her crewmate an outright insane interest rate. Nami. Luffy placed his hand on her shoulder and turned the orangeette to face him. None of that. But Nami pouted and made her eyes tear up a bit. Luffy kissed her forehead and Nami sighed. Her lover was getting wise to her tricks. She'd have to tempt him with other things occasionally, it would seem. Fine, she pecked his lips and then opened the purse she had slung over her shoulder. We aren't low on funds, and we're headed for the Grand Line. I don't want Zoro to be stuck with bad swords. That goes for everyone. We should buy good quality stuff while we can. I don't want my Nakama getting hurt because we decided to be cheap when we didn't need to be, Luffy explained, and all of his crew smiled slightly. This was another reason they followed Luffy as captain. Simple-minded he often was, he knew enough to look after his subordinates, and he was willing to do anything for their sake if they required it. Alright, Luffy. Nami smiled at him and the straw-hatted teen chuckled. Just remember, we're the most wanted pirates in all of East Blue. People might recognize us if we do anything to draw attention to ourselves. So be careful. That got a nod from each member of the crew. Luffy then turned to look at Zoro. How much do you think you'll need, Zoro? Luffy asked his first mate and swordsman. A decent sword is usually 100,000 beri. Zoro mused as he placed his hand on Wado Ikemanji. What about one as good as that one? Luffy asked as he pointed to the white sword. This one. Zoro looked uncertain for a moment as he looked over his prized sword. Probably 1,000,000 beri, maybe. Give him 2,000,000 beri, just in case, Nami, Luffy told his navigator/treasurer. Nami nodded, but when Zoro went to take the stacks of bills from the orangeette he had to struggle. Eventually Nami relinquished the money with crocodile tears running down her face. Greedy witch. Zoro rolled his eyes as he stashed the money in his haramaki. With that done he walked into Loguetown to search for a weapon shop. Usopp, how much do you think you'll need? Luffy questioned, and the gunman held his chin as he thought. Say about 200,000 beri, Usopp nodded at the number. Nami, begrudgingly, handed over the money and the gunman made his way into town. Sanji, Luffy turned to his chef and the blonde was already murmuring to himself about ingredients and prices. I'd say 100,000 should be good, Sanji nodded as he looked at Luffy. That much should keep even your bottomless pit of a stomach fed for a while. Nami handed the bills over to Sanji. The chef quickly headed towards the market, though both Nami and Luffy noticed he was following after a small group of 20-something women. I'm going clothes shopping. Nami informed Luffy with a smile. I'll make sure to get a few things for your eyes only, she breathily whispered to him before leaving a lingering kiss on his cheek. Make sure you don't draw attention to yourself, okay? Sure thing, Nami, Luffy grinned widely. The captain quickly headed off towards the center of town. Thankfully there were signs leading to the execution platform. It was a major tourist attraction for Loguetown after all. He better remember. Nami sighed fondly after him. The pretty young woman then smiled as she turned and made her way to the merchant area. She could already see some signs for various shops, especially the signs that said, Sale. Loguetown Marine Base. Captain Smoker, sir. An ensign saluted his superior as he entered the room. The room in question was heavy with smoke. A white-haired man sat on a couch and was stacking rocks on the coffee table in front of him. The man had an impressive tower of 7 rocks stacked up already. What is it? Smoker inquired as he placed the 8th rock on top of the stack. We have word that the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat Pirates was spotted docking earlier. We haven't confirmed that the ship is theirs for sure, though it seems possible. The ensign reported. Why are you bothering me if you haven't confirmed anything? Smoker questioned his subordinate with a sharp gaze. They're the most wanted crew in the East Blue. The captain alone has a 60 million beri bounty, sir. I felt it was prudent to inform you as soon as possible. The ensign answered and Smoker stood up. I do things at my own pace. The marine captain exhaled a cloud of smoke around the 2 cigars in his mouth. Don't throw me off and break my concentration. The white-haired man put on his coat. The coat was white with dark blue fur lining the hem, cuffs, and collar of the garment. Several cigars were also strapped to the left side of the jacket. The smoking man then grabbed an oversized jit and strapped it to his back. Where's Tashigi? Petty Officer Tashigi went to retrieve her sword from the weapons shop she frequents, sir. The ensign replied. Still. How many hours does that take? Smoker questioned as they walked through the base. As soon as the duo emerged from the base and onto the city streets, a small girl bumped into Smoker's leg. Captain Smoker. The obvious father cried out in fear. Please forgive my daughter, sir. The young girl simply sniffled at losing her triple scoop ice cream cone. Sorry about that. Smoker apologized to the young girl. He placed several Baroque coins into her small hands. Go get yourself a 5-scoop cone, on me. With that the large marine returned to his full height and walked off with the ensign. Thank you, Captain. The father bowed while the little girl smiled and waved happily at the retreating Smoker. The man simply raised his hand in a backward wave and then turned the corner. With Sanji. What kind of fish is this? Sanji asked the man at the stall he'd taken notice of. Technically he'd noticed the massive fish with the elephant-like features. But he'd never seen one before, so he felt the need to ask. This here is an elephant true blue fin. The fisherman grinned with pride. Though most just call it the elephant tuna. It's a fish most commonly found in the South Blue. But on rare occasions you can catch them in the East Blue too. I pulled this one in with my fishing pole just this morning. Whoa! You caught this thing with just a fishing pole? It's huge, Sanji complimented the fisherman. Would you like me to slice up some of it for you, sir? The fisherman asked, happy to make a sale from his prized catch. No, don't worry about that, I'll buy the whole thing, Sanji grinned and the fisherman broke out into a smile of his own. Thank you for your patronage, sir. The fisherman replied happily. The man quickly picked up the large, heavy fish and wrapped it in thick paper. Sanji grinned as he pulled out the required berry for the fish. A quick exchange and Sanji smiled as he hefted the large fish onto his shoulder. Now to get this back to the Mary, Sanji hummed as he started walking. He spotted Usopp not a minute later and saw the large pack the gunman was carrying. Yo, Usopp, help me out a bit. Sanji, Usopp questioned as he turned to face his crewmate. What's that giant fish? Usopp's eyes goggled at the sight of the large elephant tuna. Just bought it, nice and fresh, Sanji grinned as he hefted it up slightly. Help me carry it. Oh, sure thing, Usopp agreed. Thanks, Sanji grinned, right before putting the front end onto Usopp's shoulder. Hey! Wait a minute. Why am I carrying the heavy end? Usopp demanded as he readjusted his own purchases to his left hand. It'll be good for your training, right? Sanji chuckled as the two started heading toward the Mary. Their path would take them near the central plaza where the execution platform was too. So they figured they'd check it out on the way, before heading back to the ship. With Nami. How's this? Nami asked as she pulled aside the curtain of the dressing room. The orangette was showing off the outfit she had just put on. A corset top and miniskirt, with a coat that had fur trim and cuffs. It suits you wonderfully, miss. The shopkeeper praised. Nami nodded before closing the curtain and trying on a different outfit. A few moments later she pulled the curtain open again. And this? Nami questioned. Now wearing a long red dress with a fur stole around her neck. The dress even had a long slit up the side, all the way to her upper thigh, to show off her legs. How elegant you look, miss. The shopkeeper complimented her with a smile. Nami hummed before closing the curtain and changing again. The orangette went through more outfits. Getting more compliments from the shopkeeper. Strangely all of the compliments became a single word, each word starting with the letter E at that. So, will you be buying all of these, miss? The shopkeeper asked. The man, with his hair styled to look like a coat hanger of all things, was visibly shaking in excitement. Nope, just this one. Nami smiled as she placed her choice on the counter next to the enormous pile of clothes she tried on. Please come again. The shopkeeper forced a smile as crocodile tears poured from his eyes. I'll check somewhere else for more casual clothes. Nami waved over her shoulder as she exited the boutique. She was happy with this outfit though. It was a beautiful light blue outfit. Corset top that showed off her slender waist and pushed up her large breasts, along with a matching miniskirt that showed off her long legs and stopped at mid-thigh. Plus the long jacket with lovely white fur along the collar and cuffs. She was sure that Luffy would love seeing her in this. Though he'll probably prefer getting me out of it even more. She giggled to herself as she entered a more casual clothing shop. She'd need to stop by a lingerie shop afterwards. She couldn't tempt Luffy without sexy underwear to match her sexy new outfit after all. Welcome. The female shopkeeper greeted Nami as she walked into the store. Huh. Nami stopped just as she passed the threshold of the store. The temperature and pressure just shifted. Is it going to rain? It certainly feels like it. I'll have to remember to get my purchases put in a plastic bag. With Zoro. Seems like that monster ain't with you today. A loud male voice exclaimed. The volume got Zoro's attention and he looked across the street. There were two large men with swords drawn, facing down a young woman. It's because of you guys that our boss got locked up. Another loud male voice joined in with the first. If you two still haven't learned your lesson, then I'll gladly be your opponent. The woman replied back. Did I hear that right? A little miss like you is going to fight both of us? The large man with pigtails questioned. Well, why not? The lanky man with the large mouth beside him crowed. Tell that monster that he's the reason our dream of going to the Grand Line was destroyed. The duo of men yelled as they swung their swords at the woman. She's got this. Zoro realized as soon as he saw the woman begin to move. In an instant both large men hit the ground with slashes across their torsos. The young woman then proceeded to lose her footing and trip on the final step of her movement. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Noticing the woman's glasses near his feet, Zoro picked them up and handed them to the swordswoman. Here, these are yours, right? Zoro offered the woman her glasses. The rest of the crowd had started chuckling at the klutz moment. Sorry for troubling you. The woman apologized as she took her glasses from him. Thank you very much. When she looked up, Zoro felt his body jolt. He was looking into the face of Kuina. This woman looked like a near-perfect copy of his departed friend. Shaking his head a bit, Zoro decided to get out of the area. You should work on your footing some more. Zoro advised. Tripping like that could lead to an accident or even death. The woman nodded in agreement, a flush coming to her cheeks. Zoro walked away and continued his search for a weapons shop. He tried to put the Kuina look-alike out of his mind. With Luffy. The execution platform, Luffy muttered as he gazed upon the object. This is where the Pirate King died. The young man looked contemplative for a moment. This is where the age of pirates began too. I want to see what the Pirate King saw in his last moments. With that, the Goro Goro no Mi user ran over and started to climb his way up the platform. With Zoro. That was a shock. Zoro exhaled as he thought about the swordswoman again. She looked way too much like Kuina. Well, it's a big world. I just need to get over it. A few moments later, Zoro spotted the sign for a weapon shop and entered the store. Welcome. The shopkeeper smiled at him. He was a balding man with black hair that stuck out on both sides. He was rubbing his hands together and smiling a salesman smile. Please feel free to look around as much as you want. I want to buy some swords. Zoro informed the man. Yes, of course, sir. We've got older swords, newer swords, and even esoteric swords. All for reasonable prices and backed by 200 years of sterling reputation. The shop owner spoke with a wide grin. Great. Zoro rolled his eyes. He'd heard enough shopkeeper spiels for a lifetime. He'd often broken his other swords in the past after all. He didn't need to hear similar things every time he went to buy new swords. Wait a minute. The shop owner felt himself start to sweat when he saw the sword on Zoro's hip. Is that? Could it be? Young man, could I possibly see that sword you've got there? He asked, and Zoro cocked an eyebrow at the man. I guess. Zoro shrugged and placed Wado on top of the counter. This is it. The shopkeeper gaped as he unsheathed the blade and looked it over for a moment. Calm down, this could be a huge break. He might not even realize what he has. A good blade, the craftsmanship is notable to say the least. If you're interested in parting with this sword, I'd be willing to make a deal with you on any sword in my shop. Ippon Matsu, the shopkeeper, smiled at the green-haired swordsman. Not for sale. Zoro stated with cold finality, and Ippon shivered instinctively. Wado Ikemanji belonged to my late friend and I inherited it along with our shared dream. I will never part with this sword. Why yes, of course, sir. Ippon nodded along. This man was a true swordsman. How long had it been since the old shopkeeper had met one like him? I knew it. A very familiar female voice spoke up. The Kuina look-alike practically slammed into the counter in her rush to get close to the famous sword. That's Wado Ikemonji. The straight road of harmony. It's magnificent. What is she doing here? Zoro yelled in his own head at seeing the woman again so soon. Wado Ikemonji is one of the 21 great grade swords. The swordswoman beamed at the sword. Doesn't matter. Zoro stated as he took Wado back and sheathed it on his hip. This sword is more important to me than its grade or its value. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. The swordswoman bowed slightly in apology. Wait, I recognize you, we just met in the street a little while ago. Thank you for finding my glasses, I'm Tashigi. It's fine, I'm just trying to buy some swords. Zoro replied. Making sure he didn't give his name out. I'd like to if possible. Of course, feel free to look at our collection of blades. The blunt old swords are in the barrels along the wall. The new swords are on the racks against the other wall. The highest quality swords are on their own racks on the wall next to me. Ippon pointed out each area. And you, woman, you're here to pick up your shigure, correct? Here, it's been polished. The shopkeeper handed the sword over to the young woman. What a wallflower like you is doing carrying a grade sword I'll never know. 3 swords, huh? You must like them. You remind me of a certain bounty hunter. Tashigi claimed as she watched Zoro pull a sword from one of the 3 barrels. A certain bounty hunter? Zoro questioned as he looked the sword over. He wasn't even looking in her direction. Yes, Roronoa Zoro, do you know of him? Tashigi questioned. I've heard that name quite a bit. Zoro nodded as he placed the sword back in the barrel. He's quite the famous swordsman here in the East Blue. Or maybe I should say infamous. Tashigi shook her head. It seems all the most famous blades are in the hands of pirates and bounty hunters these days. It's such a shame. Those swords must be crying while being used for evil. One's occupation usually reflects the times they live in. Zoro stated as he looked at Tashigi. Everyone has their own circumstances. You can't call everyone evil just because they do something differently than you. I like bad guys. Ippon spoke up from the counter. Plenty of pirates used to come through here looking to head for the Grand Line. Then that monster captain of yours was put in charge of this town. Then right after that, boom, no more customers. Captain Smoker is not a monster. Tashigi retorted quickly. He's a devil fruit user. That more than qualifies him to be called a monster. Ippon shouted back at the young woman. Devil fruit. Zoro filed that bit of information away in his mind. Regardless, as a swordsman myself, I vowed to train hard with my shigure. Then I'll travel the world and liberate the famous blades from evil hands. No matter if they're one of the 12 supreme grade, one of the 21 great grade, one of the 50 skillful grade, or one of the 100 grade blades. Tashigi stated strongly. Does that mean you plan to take Wado Ikemonji from me? Zoro questioned as he placed his hand on the white sword. No, I don't want the swords for myself. I just don't want them to be used for evil. Tashigi raised her hands in front of her to ward off the accusation. Zoro's eyes snapped to the sword his hand had just touched. Something felt off about this sword. Pulling it from within the barrel, Zoro looked over the sword. He unsheathed it and looked over the flame-like Hammond pattern. This sword was different, it was special. Oh. That sword. I've seen it in my book. Tashigi exclaimed as she pulled out a thick book from her back pocket. Flipping through the pages, Tashigi stopped and glanced between the page and the sword for a second. I was right. That's Sandai Kitetsu. It's a grade sword, just like my shigure. Mister, are you really selling this for only 50,000 berry? It's worth at least 1 million. I can't sell that sword. Ippon denied her as he shook his head. What? But why not? Tashigi questioned, clearly confused. It's cursed. Zoro stated as he held the blade up. So you know about it? Ippon asked while staring at the blade nervously. No, I can just tell. Zoro replied, though he seemed like he was barely paying attention to the other man. Well, you're right. Ippon nodded with sweat beading on his forehead. The Kitetsu are all fine swords, but from the start with the Shodai Kitetsu they've carried a curse. Many a famous swordsman met their end after using one of the 3 Kitetsu. Nowadays, there's no swordsman that will touch one of them. I like it, so how much was it again? 50,000, right? Zoro smirked as he held the sword aloft. You fool. I said I can't sell that sword. If you died it'd be like I killed you myself. Ippon shouted at the green-haired swordsman. Let's test it then. Zoro grinned at the sword. My luck or this sword's curse. Which is stronger? With that he tossed the blade into the air and held his arm straight out to his side. The Sandai Kitetsu spun on its descent, heading for Zoro's arm. You fool. You'll lose your arm. That sword's edge is unparalleled. Ippon warned while Tashigi held her hands over her mouth in worry. Zoro simply closed his eyes and waited. Ha 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 ha, Zoro heard with his fledgling observation. It almost sounded like the laughter of a madman. He noticed it came with the same bloodlust he'd felt from the Sandai Kitetsu as well. So the sword truly was cursed. How interesting. The shocked and terrified Ippon and Tashigi watched as the cursed blade spun downwards. At the last moment, just as it looked like Zoro would lose his arm, the blade spun perfectly around the limb. The two watched the great sword stab straight through the wooden floor all the way to the hilt. I'll take it. Zoro grinned viciously while both Tashigi and Ippon collapsed at what they just witnessed. Now I just need one more. He smiled as he pulled Kitetsu from the floor and sheathed it. Hang on. Just wait right there. Ippon shouted as he rushed into the back of his shop. He returned a moment later with a sword on its own stand. This is Yubashiri, one of the 50 skillful grade swords. I can personally attest to its sharpness. My shop might not be much, but this is the best sword you'll find in Loguetown. I guarantee it. Zoro picked up the sword. Noting its lightness he unsheathed it to reveal a beautiful blade. The hamon was a perfect wave and the edge was insanely sharp. With a grin Zoro sheathed the sword. How much? Zoro asked Ippon. Don't worry about the money. Ippon waved him off. It's been a very long time since I've seen a real swordsman. I'll pray for your good fortune. Hey, you, how much did you say swords like this were worth? Zoro asked Tashigi. For some reason the woman was still on the ground. Usually 1 million Baratie to start. Tashigi replied as she shook herself from the crazy experience of meeting this swordsman. How lucky. Zoro chuckled as he pulled out the 2 million Baratie he'd tucked away in his haramaki earlier. He placed the stacks onto the counter. Hey, I said you didn't have to pay. Ippon tried to deny the money. You better take that money. Ippon's wife, a slightly plump woman with long, curly auburn hair demanded. She then slapped the back of his head. This is the biggest sale we've made in years. You've done your job as shopkeeper well. I found 2 good swords thanks to you. It would dishonor me to not pay you. Take the money. Zoro informed the man as he headed out of the shop with a backwards wave. Ippon and his wife picked up the money and started to take it into the back. When Ippon returned he noticed Tashigi just getting to her feet. You can leave now, you know. We're closed for the rest of the day. Ippon shooed the swordswoman out of his shop and flipped the sign to closed. Tashigi blinked as she heard the doors lock behind her. With Luffy. Wow. So this is what the Pirate King saw when he died, Luffy exclaimed as he stood on top of the execution platform. He looked out over the crowded plaza seeing all the people. Many of said people were looking and pointing at him curiously. Hey you! Get down from there! A police officer yelled into a megaphone. Why? Luffy questioned and chuckles could be heard through the nearby crowd. Because that execution platform belongs to the world government, so get off of it. The officer yelled at him again. He was then smashed across the head with a large, spiked iron mace and was left sprawled out on the ground. Now, no need to be so uptight, officer. A woman in a cloak said. The cloak was covered in stylized hearts and the woman's head was topped with a white cowboy hat. The hat even had a large, decorative plume feather on the left side. Civilians panicked at seeing a police officer brutalized so casually. I've been looking for you, Luffy. It's been a long time. Luffy tilted his head, wondering where he could have seen such a lady. He wasn't the best at remembering names sometimes. He thought he remembered faces pretty well though. This Ravenette woman wasn't ringing any bells though. When in doubt Luffy fell back on his training, in this case, his observation Haki. He rarely forgot a person's voice if he'd met them for any real length of time. What he heard made him grimace as it was indeed familiar. "Don't tell me you've forgotten my face." The lady asked him. "You've changed on the outside, but you're just as rotten as ever on the inside, Alvida," Luffy replied as he looked down at the female pirate. "You do remember." Alvida grinned at him. "I've tracked you down to make you mine, Luffy. I do love strong men after all." "No," Luffy replied instantly, and every man in the plaza face faulted all at once. How could any man just instantly reject such a beauty? Ooh, so callous and rough. Alvida smirked while she whipped off her cloak, revealing her new slim appearance. With a pair of striped capris, a white bikini top and a purple jacket, the female pirate was definitely showing off her new trim figure. "After I ate the sub no mi, my body changed. You probably noticed my freckles are gone." "Yeah, I noticed a lot more than that was gone," Luffy deadpanned. A blast went off in the plaza, destroying the nearby fountain. A large chunk of the debris went sailing towards Alvida. The large chunk of stonework seemingly struck the woman. The next instant, however, the large fountain piece seemed to simply slip off her and slam into a nearby building. "Well, that was a little dangerous, don't you think?" Alvida asked a group of cloaked men. "With your devil fruit, no attack can harm your skin, so you needn't worry." The lead man replied. "Luffy," Alvida called out to the straw-hatted young man. "If you're really fit to be my man, then you certainly won't lose to him. We teamed up just to find you. Ever since the day I was blasted away, I've dreamed only of killing you." The lead man exclaimed as he and his group tossed off their cloaks. The buggy pirates revealed themselves to the large plaza. Dozens of the civilians screamed in terror while the buggy pirates pulled out weapons and aimed them at the people. "Oh, it's just Buggy," Luffy's monotone reply wasn't taken well by the clown pirate. "I see you're still the same cheeky punk as before." Buggy roared at Luffy with sharp teeth. "That won't work," Luffy intoned as he stepped backwards. Kabeji slammed into the execution platform with a set of bladed stocks. "How did you?" Kabeji tried to question, only for a bright light to pass through his shoulder. "Arg!" The buggy swordsman cried out in pain as a smoking hole was put through him. "Kabeji!" Buggy yelled out in anger at his subordinate's injury. "Get down," Luffy ordered the other pirate as he punted him off the platform. Kabeji crashed onto the ground with a thump as he grabbed at his wounded shoulder. "Oh my," Alvida hummed in delight. "You straw hat bastard. I'll kill you for this." Buggy threatened, only for Luffy to stare him dead in the eye. The older pirate quickly found himself unable to speak. A pressure was building up in his head and he broke out into a flop sweat. "You got away with your life last time we met," Luffy's eyes practically drilled holes into Buggy's as he continued their stare down. "Yet you come to threaten me again? Why?" Because why you?" Buggy began, but another bright blue-white beam suddenly pierced his shoulder. "Ow!" The clown pirate cried out in pain as he collapsed to his knees and gingerly held his wounded shoulder. "I'm about to set out for the Grand Line," Luffy informed the older pirate. "Don't get in my way, okay? With Smoker and Tashigi." "So that's Straw Hat," Luffy, the man with the largest bounty in all of the East Blue. Smoker commented as he compared Luffy's face to the wanted poster. "Yes, sir." The ensign next to him replied. "As ordered, we have the plaza surrounded. We can move in at any time. We were going to let the pirates fight among themselves. Then we'd move in and capture all of them." Tashigi commented on their original plan. "But at this rate it doesn't seem like that's going to be a viable option. The power difference is too great. Wait for my signal and then move in." Smoker informed the ensign. "I'll deal with Straw Hat myself." "Yes, sir." The ensign saluted and then rushed off to relay the orders. With the rest of the crew. Oh. Nami blinked at spotting her nakama. On her back was a large bag with all her clothing purchases inside. "Hey," Usopp greeted while holding up the front end of a huge fish. There was also a very large pack being carried in his left hand too. "Nami Swan," Sanji smiled brightly at seeing the Orangeette navigator again. "What's up?" Zoro asked. All of his crewmates noticed his Harumaki once again had 3 swords tucked into it. "We need to get to the ship," Nami informed the group as she pulled out her pocket barometer and showed it to them. "The air pressure has dropped substantially, almost too fast to be honest. These dark clouds are only the beginning of a major storm." Well, that's not good, Usopp exclaimed only for a rumble of thunder to be heard. Really not good. We need to get back to the ship then, Sanji agreed. Where's Luffy? Has anybody seen him? Zoro questioned. He said he was going to see the execution platform. Nami remembered. That's in the main plaza. Isn't the main plaza right over there? Sanji questioned as he pointed towards the large crowd of people. The crew ran over to the edge of the crowd and saw Luffy standing on the execution platform. The buggy pirates were all staring up at him while pointing their flintlocks at the young man. Why is he on the platform? Usopp demanded with his eyes bugging out. A loud rumble of thunder shook the sky and the winds began to pick up even more. Everyone in the plaza shielded their eyes from the sudden harsh wind. Except for Luffy, he still stared into Buggy's eyes. The older pirate felt like the straw-hatted young man was staring into his very soul. Luffy. We need to go. Nami yelled loudly. Hearing his lover call out to him, Luffy finally broke the stare down and looked her way. What? Luffy called back, and this drew the eyes of everyone in the plaza to the straw hats. We need to go. There's a huge storm coming. Nami yelled to him even as Marines started gathering their rifles and heading for the crew. With Smoker and Tashigi. Sir. It's the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. A Marine exclaimed as he pointed at the group. I have eyes, sailor. Smoker snapped out as he flipped through the wanted posters and took note of each person's bounty. It's him. Tashigi suddenly yelled as she looked through a pair of binoculars. Roronoa Zoro. With Luffy. Alright, Luffy called back to Nami. The Straw Hat captain then took a deep breath before yelling. I'm the man that'll be king of the pirates. Every person in the plaza felt their jaws drop. How could someone, anyone, make such a claim on the very execution platform where the last pirate king had died? Smoker looked on with wide eyes. That smile. The Marine captain trailed off as his mind took him back to that day. The day he'd witnessed the pirate king's execution. The day a man laughed and smiled in the face of his own death. The same smile that Luffy currently had on his face. A bright bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Luffy dead on. People screamed at the loud thunder that followed and the intense bright light. When it cleared, everyone saw Straw Hat, Monkey D, Luffy, sparking and still smiling widely. It was as if even heaven itself couldn't stop this young man. One man, with green hair and noticeably sharp teeth, stood transfixed and shaking at the sight of Luffy. He didn't even hear the person next to him asking a question. Time to go, Luffy grinned before his face went stone cold serious. A wave of pressure emanated from the pirate and slammed into the consciousness of everyone present. A moment later and people started to collapse. The civilians dropped to their knees, most of them unconscious or barely holding on. The buggy pirates, including Alvida, dropped like sacks of rocks and many were foaming at the mouth. Even the Marines surrounding the plaza collapsed and lay sprawled out on the ground. Captain, Roger. Was Buggy's last thought as he hit the ground and slipped into the darkness of unconsciousness. Luffy quickly zapped over to his nakama with a grin. Zoro snorted and shook his head at what they'd just witnessed. Sanji pulled out a cigarette and lit up, even as the rain began to fall. He needed this to deal with the crazy shit his captain kept pulling. Usopp stared at Luffy bug-eyed. The gunman had no idea that Luffy could do that. Come on, you show off. Nami grinned at Luffy before pecking his cheek. To the merry, Luffy ordered with a laugh. Let's set sail. The Straw Hat Pirates quickly took off towards their ship. With Smoker and Tashigi. What the hell was that? Smoker growled as he held his head. I am not as sure. Tashigi stuttered out. Her head was pounding and her legs wouldn't stop shaking. Sir, and most of ORF forces are unconscious. One of the few conscious Marines stated. I can see that. Smoker bit out. Wake them up. I'm going after Straw Hat. With that, Smoker suddenly turned his legs into thick white smoke and blasted off. He flew over the streets in the direction the pirates had run. I swear it on my name as the White Hunter. They will not leave this island. Kitted to a halt and felt all the hair on her body rise just from being so close to the electric wall. By now, Luffy smiled widely as he waved to the Marines. In a flash, the pirate captain had zapped all the way to the other end of the street. He disappeared shortly after that around the corner. With the wall of electricity still standing between them, the Marines couldn't give chase without going through the side streets first. What's Captain Smoker's condition? Tashigi yelled, only for the man to emerge from the hole in the wall he'd been kicked through. I'm fine. Smoker informed his subordinate as he looked at the wall of electricity. How the hell had Straw Hat done that? Smoker didn't even have time to register the kick. In an instant he was crashing through the wall. He hadn't even seen the rookie move. Continue pursuit. They're not leaving this island. Yes, sir. The Marines saluted and, in a stroke of luck, the wall of electricity died down a moment later. Smoker turned his legs into smoke and blasted off over the rooftops to try and cut Luffy off again. Luffy. Who are you? Luffy questioned the tall man in the green cloak. The man's face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, but a brief flash of lighting revealed a rugged face with a tattoo on the left side. The tribal-looking tattoo went from the man's jaw all the way up to his forehead. Pirate King, huh? The man chuckled as they looked at each other. Fine by me. If that's your decision, then go. What are you talking about? Luffy asked with a tilt of his head. This man was capable of hiding his voice. That already had Luffy wary of him. He didn't need to get into another fight right now. He needed to get to the Mary. What reason would there be to interfere with a man's departure? The cloaked man chuckled. Luffy side-eyed the man even as he walked past him. He then broke into a sprint when he heard the squad of Marines closing in. He rushed forward without looking back. His observation picked up the captain, Smokey, or whatever, but even he stopped chasing Luffy for some reason. What are you doing here? Smoker demanded of the cloaked man. Do you have some connection to Straw Hat? The cloaked man only grinned and remained silent. Tashigi and the other Marines looked between their captain and the mysterious man. Smoker nearly bit through his cigars at being ignored. With a vein throbbing on his temple he pulled the large jit off his back. Answer me, dragon. Smoker demanded as he pointed his weapon at the cloaked man. He ignored the startled gasps from his subordinates. The rain was coming down in sheets now and the wind had started to howl. Instead of answering, Dragon spread his arms out to his sides. The grin never leaving his face as the wind suddenly stilled. Then it picked back up with a noticeable green tint and blew through the area like a hurricane. The Marines were knocked off their feet. Marine caps flew off heads and some of his subordinates were even knocked back into the stone walls of nearby buildings. Smoker braced himself as much as possible against the wind. The blast of wind spread all throughout Loguetown. Signs over shops whipped wildly, litter and other light items were carried away by the green wind. Luffy. Luffy had just arrived at the Mary when the gale passed through the docks with a howl. He steadied himself against the wind and held his hat to his head. A new voice appeared in his observation for a moment. Luffy felt himself flinch slightly. Mihawk's voice had been orders of magnitude greater than anything he'd ever heard before. In this brief instance, this new voice gave him a very similar feeling. Just as fast as it appeared it was gone again. Luffy. Nami tried to yell over the wind. Luffy barely heard her though. We need to get out of here. Set sail, Luffy called out as the gangplank was pulled onto the ship. The green wind died down and the crew rushed to depart. Smoker. Pulling his arm from where he protected his eyes from the gale, Smoker looked around for Dragon. Not seeing the cloaked man, Smoker scoffed. This didn't stop the 100 or more questions that were now bouncing around in his head though. What in the hell was the most wanted man in the world doing in Loguetown? Did he have some kind of connection to Straw Hat? If he did, then what was the connection? As these thoughts swirled around his mind, Tashigi spoke to him. Captain Smoker, sir, should we still pursue the Straw Hats? Tashigi questioned her superior. Of course. Smoker called as he blasted forward in a cloud of smoke again. His subordinates were left to chase after him again. It turned out to be all for naught though. The squad caught up to their captain at the docks. They watched as the Straw Hat's ship sailed away. The vessel had already cleared the worst part of the storm and was headed in the direction of Reverse Mountain. The Straw Hat pirates were headed for the Grand Line. Captain, what should we do? Tashigi awaited orders. Smoker stared at the ship getting smaller and smaller for a moment. Tashigi, we're returning to base. Smoker bit out with his fists clenched. When we get there I'm calling headquarters to assign another captain to Loguetown. I'm going after Straw Hat. "Sir, we can't even prepare a ship in this storm." Tashigi warned as the rain was practically a waterfall at this point. Even standing next to each other they had to practically yell to be heard. The entire squad was soaked to the bone already. "I'm aware of that, petty officer." Smoker growled out. "It'll take at least 2 days for another captain to arrive at minimum. But as soon as they do I want to have a ship ready to sail. We're going after them, and we'll bring them in." "Yes sir." Tashigi and the rest of the squad saluted, even as they were deluged by the heavy rain and wild winds. The squad quickly returned to base to get dry and warm up. True to his word, Smoker was on the transponder snail before he even bothered to change out of his soaked clothing. Going merry. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates was doing their best to sail out of the large storm that had engulfed Loguetown, the island the town was on, and the surrounding ocean. Under Nami's instruction the Going Merry made a path through the storm waves and the wild winds. As they approached the edge of the storm the crew all sighed in relief as the heavy rain lightened and the winds began to calm down. Finally out of the danger of the storm Sanji brought out a spare barrel and placed it in the middle of the main deck. "What's up, Sanji?" Usopp asked as he watched Sanji. "A little send-off ceremony, I think we should say something to mark the occasion," Sanji replied with a grin. "Yeah, let's do it," Luffy grinned brightly. "I'm headed to the Grand Line to find the All Blue," Sanji announced as he placed his heel on top of the barrel. "I'm gonna be king of the pirates," Luffy placed his own heel on top of the barrel. "The world's greatest swordsman," Zoro declared as his heel was added. "I'm going to draw a map of the entire world." Nami smiled as she placed her heel on the barrel too. "To become a brave warrior of the sea," Usopp proclaimed as he set his heel atop the barrel. "To the Grand Line," Luffy called out. As one the crew of 5 raised their legs and brought their heels down. The barrel collapsed under the force and the crew cheered. A few minutes later and Usopp spotted a light in the gloom of the receding storm. The crew turned to face it and Nami smiled. Noticing the smile Luffy asked High Navigator about it. "What's the smile for, Nami?" Luffy tilted his head. "That lighthouse is one of the guide points." Nami smiled at the whole crew. "It points towards the Grand Line." "Really?" Luffy looked excited, he practically had sparkles in his eyes. Nami couldn't help but giggle at her lover. "Yep." Nami grinned. From the southwestern shores of Loguetown the currents all head towards a single point, Reverse Mountain, the entrance to the Grand Line. The lighthouse is the first guide point to show the way. After that it's only a matter of following the currents until you get there. "Awesome," Luffy yelled with his fists in the air. "Sounds like fairly easy sailing at least," Sanji commented and Nami nodded in agreement. "Shouldn't have to do much except ride the current to the entrance," Nami explained. "The entire trip from Loguetown to the entrance should only take about 4 hours as we sail the currents. That'll give us all time to change out of our soaked clothes. We can even relax a bit now that the storm has cleared up." It was true, the rain had finally stopped as they cleared the storm. The clouds had started to thin and the sun was peeking out. With smiles all around Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro went to change first. While Nami maintained their course with Luffy until Usopp and Sanji got back since they were the only other crewmates who had any real navigation skills. The 3 men didn't take long to change, Sanji started to prepare a nice, if slightly late, lunch for the crew. Usopp manned the rudder while Zoro went to train for a bit. "Follow me, Luffy," Nami grinned at her lover as she headed for the captain's quarters. She spent enough nights sleeping in Luffy's bed that she even kept a few changes of clothes in his quarters now. Luffy grinned at her tone, knowing what she was hinting at from experience. The two entered his quarters and locked the door behind them. Nami was quick to pull off her wet shirt and bra. Luffy dropped his cardigan and stopped to admire Nami's lovely breasts. The Orangette smirked and gave him a wink as she undid her skirt and let it drop to the floor. Seeing her lover's eyes immediately drop down to take in the newly exposed skin, Nami giggled. With a teasing purr she kicked off her sandals and then turned around. "Wow," Luffy grinned as Nami showed off her booty. The navigator was lovely in every way. A pretty face, bountiful chest, thin waist, trim stomach, wide flaring hips, thick thighs, and long legs. With the amazing ass that Luffy was currently admiring to match the rest of her assets, Nami was truly a beauty to be envied. His lover wasn't done with her teasing however, she bent forward at the waist, practically thrusting her cheeks out, and pulled her panties off. Luffy felt like he might be drooling but didn't pay it any attention. You should hurry, Luffy, Nami teased with a wink as she turned to face him. Seeing his eyes move up and down her naked form still gave her such a thrill. With a giggle she turned and put a sway in her hips as she walked towards the private bathroom. She only made it 3 steps before she heard Luffy's shorts hit the floor. On her 4th step she was scooped into Luffy's arms and carried towards the bathroom. Nami wrapped her arms around Luffy's neck and pulled him into a kiss. Entering the bathroom, Nami distractedly turned the shower on as she and Luffy made out. Feeling his hands roaming, teasing, and playing with her brought out a throaty moan from the orangeette. Luffy groaned as Nami's body was pressed flush against his. Her soft curves pressed against his chest felt amazing. Pulling back from her lover's lips for a moment, Nami checked the shower. Finding it at a suitable temperature, she pulled Luffy in with her. Any remaining chill from wearing her soaked clothes disappeared quickly under the warm water and the rising passion. Luffy breathed heavily as his lips descended to her neck and began to leave kisses. Nami was very grateful for the contraception Dr. Nico had given her before they'd left Kokoyashi. 3 months' worth would easily let them get to islands with pharmacies so she could get more. Though it would be better for the crew to find a doctor that would want to join up with a crew of Peace Main pirates and take care of their medical needs. But as long as she was protected, Nami and Luffy could indulge in their honeymoon phase to their heart's content. The Straw Hat Pirates had dreams to complete first. But as soon as Luffy was the Pirate King and the rest of their dreams became reality, well, she now had a second dream to fulfill. A few half-siblings for Nojiko's probable child would be a good start. Luffy. Nami gasped as he picked her up and held her against the wall. She wrapped her long legs around his waist and kissed him deeply as they became one again. Before she lost the ability of higher thinking, Nami decided it might be a good idea to find her lover another woman or two. While Luffy wasn't pushy in their relationship, he could easily wear Nami out at night, so dividing up the task of bedding Luffy to satisfaction just made sense. A strangled cry of rapture tore from her throat as Luffy began to relentlessly hit a sweet spot inside her. Her thinking vanished entirely as Luffy's lips met hers and swallowed her sounds of pleasure. Hours later. Stupid Captain. Sanji pouted as he saw the satisfied looks on Nami and Luffy's faces. The crew had enjoyed a nice lunch about an hour ago and now they were all preparing for Reverse Mountain. The way Nami had explained it, showing them the map to the Grand Line she'd stolen from Buggy, the intense currents near the entrance actually went up the mountain. So now the navigator was making sure they were perfectly in the center of the current. She was taking no chances that they might be off and end up slamming into the Red Line. With the way the currents had been gaining strength during the trip, they all agreed it was better to make the changes now. It was already getting harder to move the rudder at all. By the time they were locked into the current, the whipstaff would probably break if they tried to change course. It wasn't long before the Straw Hats could see the large mountain. The currents had picked up considerably now and the rudder had been locked at Nami's instruction. There would be no chance of their course altering now. They were going to ride the center of the current and shoot straight to the top of the massive mountain before them. As the Going Merry got closer and their speed continued to increase, they saw the path they needed to take. There was an absolutely enormous arch over the only path up Reverse Mountain. A galleon could easily have sailed under the arch without worry of their crow's nest even coming close to grazing it. Here we go, Luffy cheered loudly, his wide grin on his face. The crew all braced themselves as Merry rode the current closer and closer. Nami's adjustments had been spot on and their ship went straight up the middle of the canal. The caravel raced up the waterway, climbing higher and higher into the sky. The sheer speed they were moving at forcing the crew to hang on to Merry for dear life as they sailed ever upwards. Then they suddenly crested the top of Reverse Mountain. Merry was launched into the air. They were so high that they saw clouds below them. The air was chilly this high up and Nami shivered slightly. Luffy's arm was quick to wrap around her shoulders and pull her close. The crew all admired the amazing view for the few brief moments they got to enjoy it. Merry came down and threw up a large spray of water before being dragged down the even larger channel and into the Grand Line. The caravel raced down the mountain and into the dense mists near the base. Woohoo! Luffy cheered with his arms raised high. Even Nami was laughing at successfully making it into the Grand Line. Does anybody hear that? Usopp questioned as they sailed down the waterway at speed. Hear what? Sanji questioned, only for a deep, loud noise to ring out through the air. What is that? Zoro grimaced as he held his hands over his ears. The sound was getting louder the further down the mountain they got. But the mist was too thick to see through. The sound stopped for a moment and the crew was confused. As they approached the base of Reverse Mountain, something dark in the mist caught their attention. "Is that a mountain?" Usopp yelled in terror. Indeed, there appeared to be another mountain at the base of the canal. It was so large that it couldn't possibly be anything else. Then the incredibly loud sound came again. The straw hats covered their ears from the noise, but this time Nami recognized the sound. "Is that a whale?" Nami screamed and all of the crew's eyes widened when the mists cleared enough to reveal that, yes, that the mountain was indeed a whale. A whale so large that they could barely comprehend its sheer size. A whale that they were on a direct collision course with. The rudder. "Unlock the rudder. Turn the ship," Sanji yelled as he, Zoro, Usopp, and Luffy all ran to the whipstaff and unlocked it. All four put their backs into turning the rudder, even against the fast current. Little by little the Going Merry turned to port. As they continued to sail closer and closer to the mountain of a whale, they grew increasingly frantic. It was only when Merry hit the bottom of the canal and sailed off to port at a 45-degree angle that the crew breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Nami exhaled in relief. The Going Merry was sailing along beside the behemoth whale with a good amount of distance between them. The whale descended to the ocean's surface from its upright position. This kicked up large waves that sent Merry rocking. "What kind of whale is this?" Sanji wondered as they all held onto the ship as the waves rocked against it. "It's insanely huge," Zoro commented as they were able to see almost its full length as it floated at the surface. "You could mistake it for an island." "I wonder why it's at the bottom of Reverse Mountain," Usopp questioned as he looked the massive beast over. "Why does it have all those huge scars all over its head?" Luffy pondered and the crew all took in the immense amount of scar tissue that covered the snout of the huge whale. "What could do that to a whale this big?" Nami breathed out. Everyone had heard the tales and legends of the monsters that made the Grand Line their home. But to see what almost looked like predation marks on such an immense creature, it really brought those stories to mind. With a drawn-out whine the huge whale began to open its jaws. The Straw Hats all marveled at the sight of seeing the whale move more. After all, this was their first foray into the Grand Line and seeing the creatures that lived here. It was only a few seconds later that the crew realized something else. "Wait, are we sailing backwards?" Zoro questioned as the forward motion of the ship slowed and then seemed to reverse. "No, we're not sailing backwards, we're being drawn in," Sanji yelled as the whale opened its mouth completely, drawing in tens of thousands of gallons of water and their ship along with it. "No. No, giant whale. Don't eat us. Please," Usopp wailed with tears practically making a fountain from his eyes. "We don't even taste good, I swear." Hey! Hey! Stop it. Stop it right now, whale," Luffy yelled at the creature even as the Merry was sucked into its jaws. "Luffy!" Nami screamed as she grabbed onto him. Luffy's arms wrapped around her waist and shoulders as they traveled down the whale's chasm-like throat and into its stomach. The light of day vanishing as the whale closed its mouth behind them. "I'll get us out of here, guys," Luffy yelled to his crew. "Even if I have to blast a hole through the whale, I'll get us out. Just hang on." The Straw Hats all grabbed onto Merry as they made the journey down into the depths of the beast. None of them could have expected what they'd see next in the dark innards of the whale. The giant squid the old man had harpooned was still floating between the small island and their ship. The crew tensed as their eyes met the old man's. The elder's gaze almost felt like it was seeing straight through him, as if looking into their very souls. The old man started to walk to the right, not breaking eye contact with the Straw Hats. With every second that passed, the intensity of the old man seemed to grow. Then he simply sat down and opened a newspaper. The crew almost face-faulted at the action. "What the hell, old man?" Sanji yelled at the sudden shift in mood. The old man tilted his head their way casually. "Are you trying to pick a fight?" Usopp yelled at him, both pistols trained on the man. The old man's eyes snapped open furiously, and the Straw Hats all felt a wave of intensity pass through them. Except they all recognized this sensation. This old man knew Haki. He was directing his strength towards them as a burst of armament. Luffy had shown them this trick before, too. "Put those down, or someone will die." The old man spoke after a few seconds of intense staring. His rougher voice was calm as he spoke to the crew. "Oh, and just who would that be?" Sanji questioned, he was already prepared to leap towards this old man if he turned out to be a threat. Me. The old man stated, almost sending the crew face first into the deck from the deadpan delivery. Damn it, old man, Sanji yelled at the old man casually reading his newspaper, he's almost as bad as Zeph. The blonde cook ground out. Calm down Sanji, Luffy chuckled at his annoyed cook, hey old man. Do you know where we are? Who are you? The old man's eyes snapped open again, another burst of armament sent their way. After a moment the man spoke. Isn't it polite to introduce yourselves first? Oh, right, manners and stuff. I'm. Luffy rubbed the back of his head as he started to introduce himself. My name is Crocus. The old man cut Luffy off, I'm the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Capes. I'm 71. My sign is Gemini. He didn't let me finish. Luffy chuckled while the rest of them gained eye twitches. As for where you are. You're barging into my private resort. Does it look like we're in a rat's belly? Crocus questioned them with a raised eyebrow. So we really were eaten, Usopp cringed as he looked around, but this doesn't look like the inside of a whale's belly. Is everything painted on? I don't want to be digested. Nami exclaimed as she looked over the edge of the Mary into what was now clearly stomach acid. Crocus's eyes snapped open furiously again. But this time his projected armament was brushed aside by a much greater force. The old man felt the hairs on his neck and arms rise as the conqueror's haki washed over him from the straw-hatted young man. That's about enough of that, Luffy stared directly into Crocus' eyes. Haven't you ever heard of a running gag? Crocus grumbled in disappointment. That was a gag. The rest of the crew yelled at him. Crocus motioned off to the side, there's the exit, unless you'd rather go out the back end. Turning to look, the straw hats found that there was indeed a giant metal door on the side of the painted sky. Why is there a door on a whale? Zoro couldn't help but ask. What the hell is even going on anymore? Nami exhaled heavily. She was really getting tired of the constant shifts and surprises today. Did you do all of this? Usopp questioned Crocus as he gestured from the door to the painted stomach. It's painted and lighted, all on the inside of a whale's stomach. What the hell? Call it a doctor's playful mind. It's a hobby. Crocus responded lackadaisically. What are you even doing in here? Nami yelled at him. Let's just get out of here, Sanji muttered as he pinched the bridge of his nose, I need a smoke. Suddenly the sea began to shake and roil, sending waves up into the air. What now? Nami cried out as she struggled to keep her footing. Back at it already, Laboon. Crocus sighed as he looked upwards. Hey look, Usopp yelled, that island is a ship, and it's made of metal. That must mean that wood will eventually dissolve in this stomach acid. Who is Laboon? What's happening, old man? Zoro yelled at Crocus. Laboon is the name of this whale. Crocus looked calm despite the rolling waves of stomach acid. The old man looked down as he sighed, he's ramming his head into the red line, just like he's been doing for the last 40 years. The straw hats all looked shocked and confused at this revelation. Those scars. Nami gasped in realization, its head was full of scars. Did they all come from ramming into the red line? Is he trying to kill this giant whale from the inside? Usopp questioned confused. The whale isn't our responsibility. Zoro stated firmly, we just need to get out. While they were speaking, Crocus dived into the churning waves of acid and began to swim. What did he just do? Nami cried out in shock, he jumped right in. He's going to get digested. Nami's concerns proved to be unfounded as Crocus easily reached a ladder that led up to a large platform. The old man quickly scaled the ladder and started doing something on the platform. The most notable thing on the platform was a pair of large metal doors and whatever it was that Crocus was messing with. Behind the doors inside Laboon. Two rather strange-looking individuals were standing with their backs to the metal doors. All right. The male of the pair called out, his tone slightly effeminate. He had red-orange hair and green clothes, and was wearing a golden crown on his head. Two stylized nines were drawn on his face, directly below his eyes. Our infiltration has been successful, Miss Wednesday. Behind this door lies the stomach, and likely that old man. We must eliminate him. Everything is for this whale. Yes, Mr. Nine. The female was a beautiful, slim and curvy woman with blue hair in a ponytail. The blue locks fell down to her, rather nice, but and her dark brown eyes were alight with intelligence. Her shirt was a spaghetti strap with concentric circles on it. One large set on her stomach while two more were on each of her buxom breasts. The top was obviously meant to catch the eyes of others. She also had a beige coat with a furry collar over her shoulders. This whale is a precious sweet honey for our town. Both of them held rather large guns in one hand and, for some reason, had their pinkies extended. Ready, Miss Wednesday. We'll open the door with a 3, 2, 1 baby. Don't let down your guard. Mr. Nine told her. Roger, Mr. Nine. I'm ready at any time. She replied firmly. Neither of them expected for both of the large metal doors to be opened suddenly. You two, again. Crocus roared at the stunned duo. The old man grabbed them both by their clothes and flung them off the platform. Oh no, Miss Wednesday, we're going to land in the acid sea. Mr. Nine screamed in terror. The duo plunging towards the rolling waves of stomach acid. Who are those guys? Luffy questioned curiously. No idea. Nami shook her head. Should we try and help those two weirdos? Zoro asked while pointing at the two idiots rapidly approaching the acid sea. I'll grab one of them. Luffy shrugged and zapped over to the falling duo. He reappeared in a bright spark and scooped the woman into his arms. Another bright spark and he disappeared again. The next thing Miss Wednesday knew she was being set on her feet on the deck of the caravel. What just happened? The brunette asked in confusion. She felt her hair standing on end and her clothes seemed to be full of static. How had she gotten over here? Great job, Captain, Sanji praised Luffy as his visible eye appeared heart-shaped as he looked at the lovely lady. Save me too. Mr. Nine cried out as he flailed about in the acid sea. Tisk, save yourself. Sanji turned away from the flailing man without a care. At least throw him a rope, Sanji, Usopp yelled at the cook while tossing a line to the orange-haired man. Mr. Nine grabbed the rope and Usopp put his improved strength to work as he hauled the man in. They all heard the air-shaking sound of Laboon's roaring furiously reverberate through the stomach. Most held their ears from the sound. It was enough to feel the vibrations in their bones. Then it all just seemingly stopped. The stomach calmed down, and the acid waves stopped roiling. In just a few moments, the entire acid sea was back to being calm and placid. Is it over? Nami asked tentatively, maybe we can get out of here now while Laboon is calm. The Orangeette navigator was leaning into Luffy's side with his right arm around her waist. Hopefully, but first, what do we do with these two? Zoro looked over at the two agents, Miss Wednesday standing as she smoothed out her hair, while Mr. Nine lay on the deck soaked from his dunk in the stomach acid. Who are you two anyway? Mr. Nine, these are pirates. Miss Wednesday whispered to her partner while leaning away from Sanji, who was seemingly unable to take his heart-shaped eyes off of her. Mr. Nine scrambled to his feet before he leaned in to whisper back. Yes, I see that, Miss Wednesday. But maybe if we talk to them, they'll understand. Mr. Nine was clearly quite shaken up from his encounter with Laboon's stomach acid. You thugs are still skulking around here. Crocus sounded very angry as he, somehow, leapt from the acid sea and up onto the Mary. While I draw breath, you shall never harm Laboon. I'm confused, Luffy admitted, and Nami couldn't help but giggle at her lover. Even if you say so, we can't leave. Miss Wednesday retorted. Taking down this whale is our mission. Mr. Nine shot back at Crocus. We won't let you interfere with our whaling mission this time. So are they bad guys? Luffy tilted his head. Seems like they might be. Zoro shrugged, his right hand moving towards his swords. What are they planning to do without those big guns of theirs? Usopp questioned, and both agents flinched as they realized they'd dropped their weapons into the acid sea. Huh, Luffy shrugged. Usopp, tie him up. Sanji set up some snacks for our other guest. Yes, Captain. Sanji practically noodled his way into the kitchen. He knew he'd picked a good man to follow as captain. Hey, what about Dash? Mr. Nine didn't get to finish his sentence as he felt the barrel of Usopp's pistol against the back of his head. Hands, now, Usopp demanded, and Mr. Nine broke into a flop sweat as he shakily put his hands behind his back to be tied. The orange-haired man was quickly tied up and then sat on the deck. Thank you. Miss Wednesday smiled shakily as the blonde man returned with snacks and tea. The green-haired man placed a table down while the apparent captain brought chairs from what must be the dining area. Crocus, join us. Luffy smiled at the old man, I've got a lot of questions. In only a few short moments the Straw Hat crew, Miss Wednesday, and Crocus were all sitting down and partaking of Sanji's snacks and tea. Miss Wednesday had commented on the delicious taste and Sanji had twirled around in joy. Laboon is an island whale. Crocus explained as they all waited for the sedated Laboon to rise out of the ocean. It's the largest whale species in the world, and it normally only lives in West Blue. These guys here he gestured towards the tied-up Mr. Nine and then Miss Wednesday, come from a nearby town. They've been trying for nearly a year to kill Laboon for his meat. Laboon would probably feed their greedy bellies for 2 or 3 years. The old man glared at both agents, both of whom flinched back at the man's harsh look, but they won't succeed. As long as I draw breath, they won't hurt this whale. But why does Laboon keep pounding his head on the red line? What is he trying to do? Nami questioned, confused on why the massive whale was hurting himself. Laboon came through Reverse Mountain with a certain friendly pirate crew. He was really young back then. You could have fit him on a dinghy. Crocus smiled as he reminisced, remembering how the pirates would often ride Laboon while waving flagons of booze around and laughing. They had been traveling together for a couple months by then. Laboon had gotten separated from the rest of his pod and had come to see those pirates as his family. But the Grand Line was even scarier back then than it is now. Their ship had been damaged by Reverse Mountain, so they stayed here for almost a year while they repaired it. We became great friends during that time. When the pirates left to continue on their trip, they left Laboon here with me, promising to come back for him after they made it through the Grand Line. Laboon understood and waited patiently for 3 years for them to come back as promised. Then he waited 4, and then 5. He shook his head, that was 50 years ago. He still thinks his friends are coming back. The old man finished quietly, drawing a gasp from Nami and a few others. Miss Wednesday looked rather shocked and saddened at the story. This waterway is cool. Why did you build it inside a whale? Usopp questioned as the island ship and the Mary sailed through the large gates in Laboon's side. Laboon is too huge. I'm a doctor, but even I can't treat him from outside. Crocus replied to the gunman. A doctor? Luffy grinned widely, do you want to join my CR dash? No, you idiot. Who would look after Laboon? Crocus cut the young captain off with a snort, besides, I'm too old for that shit. That's a young man's adventure. Hey, the sky. Luffy ignored the harsh denial as he craned his neck to look up at the blue sky. So, what are we going to do with these idiots? Zoro asked, pointing to the 2 agents. Mr. Nine was still tied up and sitting on the deck of the Mary. Leave him tied up for now. She seems compliant enough, so he's fine where he is. But I don't want them trying to hurt the whale again. Luffy stared at both agents with a stone-cold gaze. Miss Wednesday gave a strange smile while Mr. Nine blanched and scooted back against the nearest wall. Nami noticed something that had fallen from the crown-wearing man's pocket. It was some kind of glass bauble on a leather band. She picked it up and examined it curiously. It sort of looked like a compass needle suspended on a string inside the glass. You should just toss them overboard. Crocus glared at both of them, getting sweat to bead on their foreheads, but that's not my call to make. These idiots have been trying for years to kill Laboon. But I'll never let them. The gangplank was lowered from Mary and they all disembarked. Luffy dragged Mr. Nine along while Miss Wednesday was being watched by Zoro. So, he's been waiting for 50 years. They've kept him waiting a long time, Luffy commented as he relaxed and laid in the grass near Crocus Lighthouse. Nami lay next to him with an arm around her waist, while she looked over the strange item she had liberated from Mr. Nine. This is the Grand Line, Sanji snorted, as he took a drag from his cigarette. Those guys said they'd be back in a couple years. It's been 50. That's all the answer you need. The cook exhaled the smoke, they're dead. He'll be waiting here for the rest of his life. That's too sad, Usopp shook his head, looking at the large whale. I'm afraid that reality is even crueler than that. A long time ago, news reached me from a reliable source that those pirates had failed. They escaped the Grand Line. Crocus rubbed at his eyes sadly. What? Nami exclaimed angrily, and they just abandoned Laboon here. How cruel could they be? Having actual nakama of her own for the first time in her life had definitely changed her. She was seething with rage for Laboon's sake. How could they just leave their nakama behind? Nami exhaled as Luffy pulled her closer. A moment later she came to a startling realization, wait a minute. They would have had to cross the calm belt to escape the Grand Line. That's right. That's the only reason their fate is uncertain. Crocus confirmed with a nod, but even if they're alive, they'll never come back here. The seasons, the climates, the ocean currents, even the air currents. Everything about this place is an unpredictable nightmare. This is an ocean that will break everyone trying to sail it. The weak of heart, those who would risk their lives on the calm belt rather than stay a moment longer, are all devoured by this sea. So they fled, caring more about their lives than promises made. Sanji shook his head. Then they did abandon Laboon, Usopp roared, and even after 50 years, he still believes in those bastards. That's way too cruel. Why don't you tell him? Nami questioned the old man. He can understand, can't he? Why would you keep it from him? Why do you think he roars and hits his head on the red line? Crocus asked her with a morose tone. I did tell him. I told him everything. But he won't listen. He's convinced this rock face is the only thing keeping him from his friends. He refuses to accept the truth. He looked down, but after all these decades, if he accepts it, he'll lose his reason for having waited for so long. He has no way home, and even if he did, he has no home to go back to. He'd never be able to find his pod, if they'd even accept him back after so long. Crocus kept a stiff upper lip, but it was clear that he was holding back tears as he stared up at Laboon. The island whale was simply floating quietly with his head pointed straight up. Look at those scars on his head. If he keeps ramming his head on the red line, he'll surely die. We've been together for 50 years. I can't abandon him, even if they broke their promise to me too. Luffy? Nami questioned her lover as he removed his arm from her waist and stood up. The captain walked towards the edge of the land and stared at the enormous form of Laboon. With a sudden look, everyone at the Twin Capes felt their bodies tremble slightly. Laboon's massive eye moved to look at Luffy after the blast of Conqueror's Haki that slammed into his senses. Laboon, Luffy roared out loudly. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I make you this promise here and now. We'll return to this place once we sail around the Grand Line. If, by chance, we happen to find any of your old friends along the way, I will bring them back here to you. So until we come back here to see you again, never hurt yourself ever. You're our Nakama now. I never break a promise to my Nakama. We will see each other again. The waves of Haki settled down a moment after Luffy stopped speaking. Boo! Laboon's massive eyes started to tear up. This guy. Crocus' eyes were wide as he looked on at what Luffy had done. Laboon, on the other hand, threw his head back and let out the happiest cry Crocus had heard from him in decades. The old lighthouse keeper couldn't stop a few tears from escaping as Laboon chirped happily while Luffy laughed along with the island whale. Usopp! Get the big brush, Luffy yelled to his gunman. What? Why? Usopp questioned, even as he headed for the Going Merry. We need to seal our promise, of course. Luffy laughed and everyone at Twin Capes, barring Mr. Nine, smiled at the scene. Even Miss Wednesday's eyes were bright and warm as she watched on. Later. So, big. Usopp panted as he lay next to his largest paintbrush, more like a staff fashioned into a brush really. Painting such a massive surface took so much energy and time. Well, we're out of paint now, but it looks awesome, Luffy cheered as Laboon now sported the straw hat Jolly Roger on his snout. The symbol of their promise also marked Laboon as their Nakama. Laboon chirped happily as he flopped his large tail and sent up a spray of ocean water. Don't go scuffing up our promise, alright? Luffy laughed and Laboon gave a chirp that sounded like agreement. How could I not fall in love with him? Nami giggled to herself as she pulled out her map and compass. She needed to plot out their course so they could leave the Twin Capes soon. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine were sitting off to the side of the group. Mr. Nine still tied up, the two were whispering to each other while looking at Luffy on occasion. Sanji was busy in the kitchen preparing his elephant true blue fin while Usopp was gathering up the empty paint buckets to place back on the ship. Zoro was napping, leaned up against Mary's mast. Nami's sudden scream jarred everyone in hearing. Luffy was by her side in a flash of blue-white light. Sanji came out of the ship carrying a huge plate in each hand, one on his head, and even one balanced on his left leg. How he managed to get around like that was beyond anyone's understanding. Nami Swan. Whatever is the matter? If it is dinner you want, it's ready. The compass is broken. Nami was panicking as the straw hats gathered around. She pointed at the compass, the navigation instrument was spinning more than Sanji when a woman complimented him. It just keeps spinning. Miss Wednesday started laughing quite loudly. The crew turned to her with questioning looks. Nami, while not amused in the slightest, had to admit the other young woman played the part of Queen Bitch very well. She had the laugh down and everything. You foolish pirates. Did you come here intending to throw your lives away? Are you really a navigator? Miss Wednesday questioned Nami in a condescending tone. Nami felt her eyebrow twitch at having her navigation skills called into question. While she is being quite mouthy for a prisoner, Crocus glared at the blonette, which quickly made her shut up. She has a point. Did you not do any research? That thing would be better served on the ocean floor here in the Grand Line. It's not broken, but it isn't useful either. Is it the magnetic field? Nami gasped, grasping the situation quickly. Correct. Crocus replied, every island on the Grand Line is rich in magnetic minerals. Every single island has its own unique magnetic field, so it's impossible for any regular compass to properly read the planet's natural field. That doesn't sound good, Luffy spoke up as he munched on the elephant true blue fin that Sanji had set out. To make matters worse, none of the currents follow any regular patterns. Neither do any of the winds. As a navigator, I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If you were to set sail without knowing any of this, you'd perish for sure. Without any direction, your journey would be doomed to fail. Crocus shook his head while accepting a plate of the blue fin from Usopp. I didn't know. Nami sighed as she looked at her wildly spinning compass. So we're stuck here. How can we navigate if our tools don't work? You need a log pose. Crocus informed her after swallowing the blue fin he was eating. What's that? Nami blinked at the old man. It's a special type of compass. Crocus answered, without one, navigation of the Grand Line is impossible. So, it's a weird compass? Luffy asked after swallowing his current mouthful. Indeed, Crocus nodded, it's usually worn on the wrist with a leather strap. You mean one of these things? Nami held up the item she'd appropriated from Mr. Nine earlier. Yes, that's a log pose. Crocus confirmed. Hey, wait. That's mine. Mr. Nine yelled at Nami while Miss Wednesday noticeably stiffened. Pirate. Nami pointed at herself with a teasing smirk, sticking her tongue out at the tied-up agent. Both of their prisoners went a bit blue in the face. So, this is a log pose, huh? It has no markings. It doesn't need any. As I said, every island on the Grand Line has its own unique magnetic field. Therefore, you must record each magnetic field on your journey, which will lead you to your next island. Each one connects to the next in the chain. The log pose is the only thing you can depend on in the Grand Line in terms of navigation. Reverse Mountain is the starting point, and you pick one of 7 different paths here. But no matter which path you choose, all paths converge on a single island in the end. The island known as Raftel. In all of history, only one man has led a crew on that perilous journey and made it to the end. Gold Roger. Crocus explained before taking another forkful of blue fin. That must be where One Piece is, Usopp exclaimed. That's the leading theory. Crocus shrugged, no other legend is as tempting as that one. But only one man has ever made it. No one else has reached that island. Better make that too, old man. Luffy grinned widely as the two stared each other down. A wide grin appeared on Crocus's face to match Luffy's. The two agents looked completely shocked. Anyway, once we're done eating, let's set sail. Sanji and Usopp finally turned to the plates and their eyes bugged out. You ate even the bones? Luffy simply blinked at both of them. When Sanji had set the plates down, everyone had been given a plate of the huge fish. Nami's was untouched, though the orangette was now starting to eat. Sanji and Usopp's plates were half empty. Zoro, as the furthest from Luffy, was able to enjoy his full plate in peace since Luffy couldn't reach it. The plates given to Crocus and Miss Wednesday were untouched as well, except by the ones they were intended for. Unfortunately for Usopp and Sanji, the rest of the plates, the ones meant for people to have seconds from, had been picked clean, bones included, by their ravenous captain. Luffy, you bastard. This tuna was supposed to be for Nami Swan to enjoy the most, Sanji growled at his captain. The only reason I'm not kicking you into the ocean right now is because you didn't touch Nami's plate. None of you seemed interested, and I was hungry. Luffy shrugged at his cook. But why did you steal from our plates, you glutton? Usopp demanded as he guarded his plate with his arm and ate the very delicious tuna while glaring at Luffy. You didn't seem interested, Luffy chuckled and Nami giggled beside him. She had nothing to fear from Luffy's monstrous appetite. Her food would never be stolen by her lover. Thank you, for the food. Miss Wednesday spoke up from her spot on Luffy's other side. She was enjoying the amazing fish with a smile. It's truly delicious. Anything else you'd like, miss? Sanji was in love mode again as he twirled around happily. Wait, why didn't I get any? Mr. Nine whined at Sanji. The blonde cook stopped twirling and looked at Mr. Nine with a grimace. You can eat grass, Sanji told the tied-up man. Mr. Nine had crocodile tears running down his cheeks at the harsh denial. We'd better be careful with this. Our entire journey rests on this staying safe. Nami stated as she strapped the log pose to her wrist. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange clacking sound from above. Mr. Nine's jaw dropped, and he broke into a flop sweat. Miss Wednesday also stiffened up and looked up in fear. Oh no! The crown-wearing man cried out in terror, it's the unluckies. All of the people there looked up and saw what appeared to be a spotted otter riding a vulture wearing aviator goggles. It's an otter riding a vulture? Nami sounded like she was questioning her own eyes. Hey, it's an otter riding a vulture, Luffy chuckled at the sight. Okay, but why is an otter riding a vulture? Zoro asked and then he blinked, is that a bomb? The otter had a shell in its hand which it was whacking against a rock. That was what was causing the clacking sound they heard. A moment later and the fuse on the device lit up. It was then chucked directly at the two agents with the crew. Usopp. Luffy only had to say the gunman's name. A second later and two shots rang out. Luffy held up his index and middle fingers in the gun position and the thin, incredibly hot beam of lightning from his Goro no pistol vaporized the explosive before it could get anywhere near the group. The two agents gaped at what they'd just witnessed. With no effort involved, both the unluckies had been killed by a single bullet each. The captain also had a devil fruit too. Just as the dead otter and vulture hit the ocean with a splash, Miss Wednesday regained her ability to speak. Is everyone on this pirate crew this scary? Miss Wednesday was wide-eyed. Thankfully her muttering was only heard by her tied-up partner behind her. What do we do, Miss Wednesday? Should we ask? Mr. Nine whispered to his partner. He knew she would understand what he was asking without having to explain. Miss Wednesday had the proverbial light bulb go off after thinking for a moment. She just barely managed to keep from grinning to herself. Excuse me, Mr. Captain. Miss Wednesday turned to Luffy with a smile. You can just call me Luffy. Luffy shrugged as he looked at her. What's your name anyway? I'm Miss Wednesday. This is Mr. Nine. Miss Wednesday blinked at him. She expected him to have picked up on their names by now. He should have heard them a few times already. What's your real name? Luffy stared at her flatly. Oh. The brunette started, we can't say. I'm sorry. Our work requires us to be secretive. Our company's motto is mystery, that's all we can say. Okay. What is it? Luffy waved off their oddities without concern. May we please get a ride back home on your ship? Miss Wednesday asked, bowing her head, with both our boat and our log pose gone, we can't get back home. It's not very far from here. It's one of the first islands on the Grand Line. It's called Cactus Island and our town is Whiskey Peak. We just want to go home. We promise to repay you for your trouble. I wouldn't trust them. Crocus spoke up, they've been up to no good since they got here. Plus, they tried to kill Laboon. Nami remarked, and the two agents flinched at the reminder. Nami stared Miss Wednesday in the eyes, why should we help you? It's fine, Luffy chuckled and Nami turned to him in surprise. He was grinning lightly at Miss Wednesday, the young woman giving him a demure look. Nami was almost surprised that the other woman could pull off the act. Being able to swap between demure lady and queen bitch took practice. We'll take you to this sake summit place. It's as good a route to start with as any other, right? Miss Wednesday's face brightened at Luffy's agreement. She gave him a short bow and Nami almost smirked. The girl was clearly trying to draw Luffy's eyes to her breasts. Unfortunately for the brunette, Luffy was pretty much immune to the feminine wiles of strangers. He hadn't responded to hers until they'd grown closer and started to bond. Care to explain? Also, the town is called Whiskey Peak. Nami leaned in and whispered to her lover. Shishishi, Luffy chuckled, just a feeling. This seems like fun. Are you sure it's not because she's cute? Nami teased him with a grin. Nah, it's because she's not being honest with us, or with herself. Luffy wrapped his arm around her waist again. So it'll probably be a fun first island. Observation? Nami asked before kissing his neck. Yep, you'll get there with practice. Luffy grinned at his lover. Alright then, time to set the log pose. Nami smiled at him as she left his arms and went to set their route. Are you sure you want to take these two? Once you choose a route, you can't change it. Crocus warned Luffy. It's fine, Luffy grinned widely, if we don't like this route, then we'll just sail around again. Alright, just make sure to set the pose using the map. Crocus couldn't help but break out into a grin of his own. It's all set. Nami called out, the log pose is pointing to Cactus Island. Great, Luffy cheered, let's set sail. Thank you for everything, Crocus. Thank you for your help. Nami waved as they all walked up the gangplank and boarded the Going Merry. Luffy quickly jumped up onto the figurehead and took his special seat. The ship's anchor was pulled up and the sails were unfurled. They took off at the first wind without trouble. Laboon chirped out his goodbyes and Luffy replied. We'll be back, Laboon. Don't damage our Jolly Roger. Luffy waved to the mountain of a whale. As the ship disappeared over the horizon, Crocus adopted a serious expression. Could that crew of pirates be the ones we've been waiting for? He has a weird aura to him, Roger. The old man chuckled as he thought about how similar and yet different Luffy and his old captain were. What is with these pirates? Miss Wednesday blinked as she watched the Straw Hat crew. It was the morning of the second day of their voyage to Cactus Island and the town of Whiskey Peak. The crew had relaxed and taken it easy for the rest of the day from the Twin Capes. She was given a room in the female quarters. The accordion wall system was rather ingenious in her opinion, and Mr. Nine had been given one in the men's quarters. Both had been given the warning that any nefarious or hostile actions would see them tossed overboard. She'd behave though, especially after being able to take a hot shower for the first time in days. Shortly after daybreak the next day, where she'd been rudely awoken by the crew's noise, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates had been doing some form of training. Even she and Mr. Nine had been dragged into it, though that was ostensibly so that they'd never be out of the crew's sight. She sighed, I mean, really, don't they know the meaning of the word moderation? Miss Wednesday exhaled heavily. She thought she trained herself pretty well, but she didn't think she could do half of what she'd watched them do. At the moment she was resting from the forced training. The green-haired swordsman, Zoro, and the blonde chef, Sanji, were still sparring with the captain. She could barely feel her legs. Usopp, the gunman of the crew, had downed his breakfast and headed up to the crow's nest to keep watch as he rested from the training. She'd seen pirates strapped with multiple weapons before, but she'd never gotten the feeling that she could be shot with every gun they had on them before she hit the ground. That, however, was the feeling she got from the long-nosed teen. The navigator, Nami, was a surprise in and of herself. At first, she had assumed, just from the Orangette's figure, that they'd have similar strengths. They were both curvy, feminine, and sexy. So she expected the woman to probably be a mid-range or long-range fighter. Maybe even a non-combatant at all. But the Orangette had not only made it through the training, she'd even taken up an extra spar with the captain too. The way the navigator moved in combat was so fluid, it was like she almost knew where the next blow would come from. She was also very adept with the staff she wielded too. Miss Wednesday had never seen such skill with a simple staff. Zoro and Sanji did double the amount of training that Usopp or Nami did. The two were clearly part of the combatants for the small crew. Watching the insane amount of weight the two used for workouts made her feel phantom pains. Then they went for double or even triple rounds of sparring with the captain on top of that. That left the captain himself, Luffy, and he had Miss Wednesday just shaking her head in disbelief. Not only could he outdo the weight that either Zoro or Sanji used for workouts, by a considerable margin at that, he did so with a smile. The straw-hatted young man was fast, agile, strong, and also had the fluid movement that Nami showed in her spars. The man clearly had the respect of his crew and Miss Wednesday wondered what kind of bounty he might have on him. She also suspected he was holding back. She couldn't be sure, but the way he seemed to always be just a bit faster than his sparring partner, or just a bit stronger, led her to her hypothesis. This is what it takes to be strong. Nami shrugged at the blueonette from where she was looking between the map and the log pose. If we didn't do this, then we probably wouldn't make it on the Grand Line. What's with the meditation that you guys do? Miss Wednesday questioned the navigator. It seemed odd to her that a crew of pirates would practice meditation of all things. Though this was also her first time meeting Peacemain pirates. Out of every 10 pirate crews, you might get one crew of Peacemain pirates. The other 9 crews would be the typical Morganer pirates, the type that pillaged, raided, raped, murdered, and burned down villages and towns. Don't worry about it. Nami glanced over at her with a grin that screamed, "It's a secret," on her lips. Mr. Nine huffed and puffed from his position, leaned up against the edge of the ship. The orange-haired man looked as if he was barely keeping conscious. It almost seemed like the captain was making sure her partner would be too exhausted to do anything untoward while on their ship. Bam! A loud crash came from the rear upper deck and Miss Wednesday flinched at the unexpected noise. 2 blurs landed on the main deck and rolled to a stop. They were revealed to be Sanji and Zoro. Both men were panting and had sweat pouring down their faces. They also had bruises forming on their visible skin, and Miss Wednesday was amazed they were still able to get back to their feet. "Shishishi, good job Zoro, good job Sanji. You two are definitely getting better," Luffy chuckled at them. The black-haired young man barely looked winded. "One of these days, Luffy." Zoro panted threateningly. "One of these days. Don't think you'll be able to take me lightly forever." "Shitty captain." Sanji breathed heavily. "I just don't get it." Miss Wednesday waved her arms around at the crew. "I thought East Blue was supposed to be full of weaklings. It's literally called the weakest sea in the world." "Hey!" The entire crew shouted. "Well, it's true," Miss Wednesday retorted, though she did feel bad about indirectly insulting the people that were helping her. "There are only a few bounties from the East Blue over 10 million. The other 3 Blues bounties average in the 10 million berry range." The blueonette cringed as she noticed the looks on the crew's faces. Perhaps pressing the comparison hadn't been the wisest choice. "I guess I can see where she's coming from," Nami grinned at the blueonette. "We moved through the strongest pirates in the East Blue without too much trouble. Hell, Luffy didn't even need to try." Miss Wednesday blinked at the new information. "Still, you are talking down on us, aren't you? You want to have a go?" She assembled her staff and held it at the ready. No, I'm fine." Miss Wednesday turned pale and shook her head furiously. "Well, that's no fun," Luffy commented. He almost looked like he was pouting. "I'm still pretty sure I've heard those odd codenames before." Zoro eyed the 2 agents closely. Miss Wednesday started to sweat as he eyed her. She was saved from any further questioning when the weather suddenly changed. "What in the hell?" Nami exclaimed as the weather went from warm, sunny, and calm spring day, to heavy winter in an instant. It was like they had crossed an invisible line and a new season was on the other side. The 2 girls started to shiver due to their thin, short clothes, Nami in a skirt while Miss Wednesday was wearing her shorts. A heavy snowfall began and it was just short of a blizzard in a matter of moments. To the crew's shock, the snow was already starting to pile up on the ship as they watched. "How the hell? I've never seen weather change like this before." She wrapped her arms around herself as the wind began to pick up. "That's the Grand Line for you. We've passed outside of the Twin Capes' stable climate. The sea between Reverse Mountain and the First Islands is especially crazy." Miss Wednesday explained while rubbing her arms, her frosted breath appearing as white clouds. Both of the women ran inside to get into warmer clothing. Nami was gracious enough to loan the blueonette some of her things. When they came back outside, Luffy and Usopp were already building snowmen. "Oh, Sanji." Nami called out with a grin. "Yes, Nami Swan," Sanji practically pirouetted to them. "What may I do for you, my lovelies? A nice hot chocolate, perhaps? Please, a warm drink would be lovely right now." Nami smiled at him. "Make sure everyone gets one." "Yes." The blonde zipped into the kitchen with hearts pouring off his form. "There wasn't even time to cover up my precious trees. They can survive cold snaps, but I don't know about ones this fast." Crocus was right. This stupid weather defies logic. Was that thunder? Great, now we have lightning too. Nami grumbled out, she was already not a fan of the weather of the Grand Line. "Hey, shouldn't you be keeping an eye on the log pose?" Miss Wednesday questioned the Orangette. I haven't really seen you steering much. What do you mean? I've been checking our course regularly. The wheel is locked too. Nami informed the Bluinette. You might want to check again. You're really underestimating the Grand Line. Miss Wednesday winced. Nami cocked an eyebrow at the other woman. But, Miss Wednesday was a Grand Line native. Nami didn't get to be the best navigator in the entire East Blue by not learning from those who came before, so she raised her arm to look at the log pose. See, we're right on, what the fuck? Luffy and Usopp stopped their snow fight at hearing Nami's scream. What's wrong, Nami? Luffy asked his lover curiously. Luffy. Unlock on the wheel. Now, hurry. We need to turn the ship around, 180 degrees. Nami grabbed her head, this is crazy. I just checked like 5 minutes ago and we were right on target. The seas were smooth. How the hell did we literally turn around? The sea is having its way with us. Mr. Nine sneered while walking over to them. The log pose is the only thing you can trust on these seas. Miss Wednesday told her, in a more gentle tone, nothing else makes sense here. Not the currents, not the weather, not the clouds, the waves, or even the sky. Everything is treacherous and in flux. Are you sure you're the navigator? Mr. Nine questioned pompously. Nami's eyebrow twitched and she slowly turned to look at him. Get off your ass and help then, you damn freeloader. Nami yelled while tossing him over the railing and to the main deck, start shoveling snow. Ow. Mr. Nine whined as he stood up from his fall. He then was clocked in the chest with a snow shovel that Luffy threw to him. There's a shovel, hurry up, Luffy ordered as he leapt into the cabin and unlocked the wheel. Take the wind from the starboard yard brace. Turn us 180 to port. Usopp, watch astern. Sanji, thank you for the hot chocolate. Nami yelled instructions and thanked Sanji as the cook handed her and Miss Wednesday the warm beverages. Sanji twirled away with hearts in his eyes to hand out the rest of the drinks. Everyone enjoyed the warm drinks as the Going Merry turned around in a wide half circle. Why is my hot chocolate kind of gritty? Mr. Nine questioned Sanji. Be thankful you even got any, Sanji replied to the crown-wearing man. It's gritty because you got the dregs from the bottom of the pot. Mr. Nine cried crocodile tears at the callousness Sanji continued to show him. Hold up. The wind just changed, Usopp yelled out from the crow's nest. What? No way. Nami groaned as she read the winds again. Ah, the first winds of spring. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday smiled as they faced the new wind. Miss Wednesday happily sipping from her hot chocolate. Why? This doesn't make any damn sense. Nami began to grind her teeth at the nonsensical weather. The waves are getting bigger, Usopp called out. Hey look. There are dolphins over there. Let's go see them, Luffy yelled out gleefully, the large dolphins leaping from the sea quite a distance away. There's an iceberg at 10 o'clock, Usopp yelled again, oh shit, we're headed right for it. Luffy. Nami screamed at Luffy and the captain vanished in a spark of blue-white light. The next instant he was directly above the iceberg. Then he cocked back his fist and punched the titanic piece of ice. The iceberg exploded into snow, even the hidden mass below the waves. The sea exploded upwards as the water rushed in to fill the void. The spray of the waves didn't even make it to the Going Merry before they were blown away by the winds. What the? Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine's eyes bugged out of their heads at the display of strength. Luffy reappeared on the deck next to Nami as if he'd never left the ship at all. There's fog up ahead, Sanji yelled out. The massive bank of fog was so thick it looked like a solid mass. What kind of ocean is this? Nami yelled, holding her head in between her hands. Luffy chuckled as he gave Nami a side hug. And all the while, Zoro and Sanji were being run rag trying to keep up with all the rigging changes Nami was yelling out. The swordsman and cook dashed across the deck, while yelling at Mr. Nine to hurry up with the shoveling as the snow was starting to accumulate again. The green-suited man was given a lump on the head from each of them until he picked up the pace. When the weather finally calmed down again, the crew let out sighs of relief. Mr. Nine looked exhausted from the constant snow shoveling. Sanji and Zoro were leaned up against the mast, both catching their breath. Usopp was half dangling from the crow's nest, his voice almost shot from yelling out the next danger approaching the ship. Nami looked more than a little frazzled, as did Miss Wednesday, who'd been trying to help the navigator keep up with the weather changes. Luffy was still all smiles as he'd retaken his special seat atop Mary's figurehead. Alright, listen up. We have to stay alert. Who knows what will happen next? Everyone needs to be ready for more batshit crazy weather at all times. Nami held her fist up, an almost manic gleam in her eyes. I understand now. We all know how dangerous this ocean is now. And I know now how the Grand Line got its reputation. All of the navigational skills I've honed for the last decade plus seem useless here. You're not exactly inspiring confidence here. Are you sure we'll be okay? Usopp groaned from his position in the crow's nest. Of course. Nami growled out. Other crews have braved these waters before. Hawkeye, Mihawk sailed it in a goddamn coffin boat. The Pirate King even reached the end of this sea. I will learn how to read this damn sea like a book, just like I did back home. I will get us through this journey safely. We will not fail. Every one of the crew was smirking at the fire their navigator spoke with. Nami pumped her fist once into the air. For our dreams. Yeah. The replying shouts of the small crew sounded much louder to Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. It was still another day and a half of sailing with random, Hell's Cape weather popping up without warning before they got to their destination. The weather and sea seemed to calm down and stabilize a bit. Usopp called out that he'd spotted something on the horizon not long after. As they sailed closer, Nami smiled as she looked over the map. Luffy, sitting on Mary's figurehead again, was practically bouncing in excitement. This was their first island of the Grand Line. As they neared the island, they all noticed how it got its name. Are those really cacti? Usopp exclaimed as what looked like massive cactus plants loomed over the island. Whoa, Luffy grinned widely. It's Sake Summit. Whiskey Peak. Nami corrected him with a grin, standing at the base of the figurehead. We arrived safely. Mr. Nine exclaimed joyfully. Miss Wednesday smiled as well. It was good to be back. She needed to speak with Mr. 8 too. She could honestly say she liked this crew, but she needed to go. So, for now, she just went along with her partner and jumped onto the railing of the ship. We'll be taking our leave now. Mr. Nine declared loudly. Thanks for the ride, darlings. We'll meet again, fate willing. Miss Wednesday slapped a smug grin onto her face. She had a part to play, even if it meant turning these friendly pirates in. She had to do it for her country, until they could save their homeland. Bye, baby. The two agents then backflipped off the ship and into the water below. The Straw Hats just watched while blinking at the eccentric duo. Okay. Luffy shrugged as they watched the pair swim towards the island, perpendicular to their own course. Well, whatever. Let's land. He grinned brightly. I wonder what kind of island this is. I hope it's a fun one. Your idea of fun isn't the same as everybody else's, Luffy, Usopp yelled at his captain. What if this island is full of monsters or something? Well, that certainly is a possibility. This is the Grand Line after all, Sanji chuckled as he took a drag from his cigarette. Hey! Shut it. I don't want to hear that, Usopp pointed at the cook with a glare. It doesn't matter what's on this island, we have to stay here until the log pose records this island's magnetic field and picks up the next one on our path. Nami spoke up as she looked at the log pose strapped to her wrist. According to Crocus, the time that it takes for the pose to record the magnetic field varies from island to island, so we may be here for a while. It could be hours, or could be weeks. Just keep that in mind. As they sailed further into the island, sailing right into a river that had a wide bay. The bay held a large dock that could fit almost any size ship. Only a few small fishing boats currently occupied the large dock though. The crew heard voices in the mists that surrounded the coast of the island. All of the crew tensed, just in case they needed to fight. Luffy closed his eyes for a moment to listen. A few moments later he grinned widely as he opened his eyes. When the fog finally cleared completely, it was to the sight of seemingly the entire town cheering for them. Welcome to the town of celebration, Whiskey Peak. The crowd roared, doing everything from cheering to literally throwing confetti at them. Welcome to our town, pirates. Hooray for the heroes of the sea. Wow, so pirates are heroes here. Awesome. What a welcome, Usopp was immediately taken into the townspeople's pace. Wow. So many cute girls. Sanji's visible eye turned into a heart and he started noodling about the deck. Nami and Zoro deadpanned while Luffy was chuckling to himself. Oh yeah, this isn't suspicious at all. Nami commented, while stopping herself from rolling her eyes at the display. This should be fun. Luffy laughed. He wasn't the type to turn down a free party. In more than one way. Zoro smirked and briefly grasped one of his swords. Hem. A tall man with blonde, ridiculously over-curled hair, holding a saxophone in his hand greeted them when they finally docked and disembarked. He had broad, thick shoulders, a barrel chest, and oddly skinny legs too. Me. His odd throat clearing almost made Luffy laugh by itself. My name is Igarappoi, and I'm the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Welcome, brave pirates. The crowd let out another deafening cheer. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. I know this might come as quite the surprise to you all. But we're a bustling town of music and ale brewing. We're very proud of our ale and have an ocean of it. Would you care to join us in a celebration and regale us with the tales of your adventures? You bet we would. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji cheered, their arms thrown over each other's shoulders. Say, how long does it take for the log pose to set on this island? Nami questioned the mayor curiously. Log pose? The mayor blinked at her sharp stare. Me. Not very long at all, young lady, only about 6 or so hours, 8 at the very most. But please, set aside such trivial matters and enjoy yourself. He tried to put a hand on her shoulder, but a glare had him pulling back with an apologetic smile. Come on everyone. It's party time. From that moment on a huge party was underway. Zoro and Nami got into a drinking contest with a 50,000 berry prize. Sanji was surrounded by 20 women and Usopp was regaling a seemingly enraptured audience with his tall tales while downing multiple flagons of booze. Luffy was eating through enough for a dozen men easily. The cooks in the kitchen started to drop from exhaustion as they couldn't keep up with Luffy's voracious appetite. All the while, laughter and cheer were in the air along with the famed music. Wahaha! Igarappoi laughed loudly. Marvelous! I'm so glad you're having fun. Continue enjoying yourselves. Miss Wednesday sat on one of the buildings above the party, several hours later, just staring at the moon. Mr. Nine sat a bit away from her on the ledge. They'd written up their report for the boss, but they'd have to send it through the normal mail since the unluckies were dead. She looked down when the door opened as the sounds from within had died down. She eyed the town mayor as he exited the building. Tonight. The cactus rocks seemed to dance. So beautifully in the moonlight. Igarappoi mused as he looked up at the moon. You're a poet, Mr. 8. Mr. 9 declared as he and Miss Wednesday jumped down from the roof. If it isn't Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, how did your mission go? He asked, turning to face the duo. Badly. Miss Wednesday gave him a look, as they locked eyes for a moment. Unknown to Mr. 9, there was much more in that gaze than he realized. The pirates in there are incredibly strong. You better have put more than just booze in those drinks. I wouldn't want to have to fight them directly. I sent one of the others to go check the latest wanted posters a bit ago. Igarappoi, or Mr. 8, replied. Me. We'll have an idea of how strong they are shortly. He informed them. Oh my, a new voice called out from the door. It was a woman dressed in the habit of a nun. She'd been Nami's final opponent of the drinking contest. She ripped off the ensemble revealing an incredibly muscular body, dark skin, and pink hair styled into 2 little puffs. Damn, I was just drinking carbonated barley tea and even I feel buzzed. She cracked her neck as she stretched. They sure can put away the food and booze. But was this whole charade really necessary for such a small crew? We should have finished them at the port. As it is, there's a food shortage. And no whale meat is headed this way. She glared at Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. Don't say that. Miss Wednesday yelled at the other agent. Yeah. We did our best. Mr. 9 declared, his hands on his hips. You failed, is what you did. Miss Monday retorted. Oh ho ho ho. Miss Wednesday's queen bitch laugh returned as she held her hand over her mouth. Aren't you getting a bit too big for your britches, Miss Monday? I'd like to have seen you take down that whale with that crazy old doctor protecting him. The 2 women glared at each other fiercely, one could almost see lightning shooting between their eyes. Their argument would have continued, if not for a rank-and-file subordinate practically falling over himself in front of them. "Big trouble, Mayor." The man panted out. "Steady yourself, man," Mr. 8 ordered the subordinate. "Did you get the information I requested from the office?" "Why, yes, sir." He nodded, though his eyes were still wide in panic. "I don't think we should try anything with this crew. Look at this shit." He held up 5 wanted posters to show them, the first one visible being Luffy's. "$60 million. Miss Wednesday gaped in shock, her eyes shooting wide open at the number. $136 million for all 5 of them. Miss Monday's jaw was almost on the ground. "I knew it had to be pretty high, but I had no idea it would be that high. They're from East Blue of all seas. This is insane." Miss Wednesday replied in shock. "Only a fool judges a pirate by their appearance, Miss Bunbay." Mr. 8 coughed to clear his throat. Me. Miss Monday. Holy. I'm so ashamed." Miss Monday rubbed the back of her head ruefully. "Tie them up and take everything of value from their ship. We'll be able to make a very good report to the boss." Mr. 8 ordered the other agents. "Try it and I'll kill every last one of you myself." A voice that Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 recognized immediately rang out. All 4 agents mechanically turned to look up at the roof of the building next to them. Nami stood, with her staff in her hand, on top of the roof glaring down at them. Dartbrow and Usopp are still pretty tired from the party and the voyage too. Zoro was up on the roof too, grinning like the devil himself, one of his katana drawn and resting on his shoulder. "Oh man," the nameless subordinate panicked. "We should call it off, Mayor." He turned to look at Mr. 8. "Let's just be super polite and let them leave." Shishishi, Luffy laughed and all 4 agents realized they hadn't noticed him sitting between his 2 standing crewmates. He was sitting cross-legged and he had his right elbow on top of his right knee. His chin rested in his palm and the wide grin on his face did nothing to ease the agent's nerves. "You can do that if you want. You treated us to a good time, so if you don't do anything else, it'll be no harm, no foul." All 4 agents blinked in shock at the captain. A pirate with a 60 million berry bounty, was willing to let them go without trouble, so long as they didn't try to capture the crew. This option had never come up before and the agents tried to weigh both options in their minds. "I still want to take whatever berry they have lying around though." Nami grinned down at the agents. Now where could they keep their money? She pretended to look around the town with a grin. Maybe in that building over there." She pointed to a building at the base of one of the cactus-like mountains. "It's built differently than the rest of the buildings in town. It has thicker walls, small windows, a metal door, and it's built into the mountain." All 4 agents' eyes widened as Nami gave them a Cheshire grin. Bingo! The square below them began to fill with all of the bounty hunter residents of the town. It was only natural when 3 of their targets went missing. Every bounty hunter down on the ground started drawing and cocking weapons, aiming right for the trio of pirates. "Oh, it looks like there's going to be a second party after all," Luffy chuckled and Zoro smirked. Nami grinned down at them all. "About 100 of you guys, from the looks of it." Zoro commented with his smirk growing. "This should be a nice test for my new swords." "Shishishi, have fun, you too," Luffy encouraged his nakama. He was still sitting there without a care. "Well, I know where I'm going." Nami smiled as she leaned down and pecked Luffy's cheek. "I'm hoping for a good haul." "That settles it then." Zoro grinned devilishly. "We'll be your opponents tonight." Baroque works. EEH. In an instant, every single bounty hunter there reared back as if Zoro had slapped them across the face with a raw fish. "Impossible. How do you know the name of our secret society?" Several of them demanded. "Why? You idiots tried to recruit me a while ago. Back when I was in your line of work. Naturally I turned you down, with the stupid need for secrecy, the dumb code names, and how none of you knows what your boss even looks like, his whereabouts, or even what your real goal is. It didn't appeal to me. Ended up having to kill your recruiter, he didn't want to take no for an answer." Zoro shrugged with a smirk. "Unfortunate for you," Mr. 8 declared with a glare. "Everyone who knows of our organization must perish." They all took aim at the 3 pirates. A few more tombstones to adorn the cactus rocks. The group of bounty hunters all fired at once, plumes of smoke and unburned gunpowder obscuring their vision for a few moments. Mr. 8 noticed Nami leaping across the rooftops towards the treasury building and grit his teeth. Some of you, kill that woman. She's planning to raid the treasury. That got almost 24 of the bounty hunters to panic and chase after the Orangette. You'll need more than that, Luffy laughed, and the bounty hunters all stared bug-eyed at him. He hadn't moved a muscle. He was still sitting in the exact same position as before. In fact, Zoro had disappeared too. You'll need a lot more than a few new tombstones. Zoro spoke up from behind Mr. 8, the blade of Wado stabbed through the ridiculously curled hair. The large blonde man's eyes were wide and sweat rolled down his face. There he is. Several bounty hunters cried out as they turned their guns on Zoro, and Mr. 8 by extension. Don't shoot, you fools. Mr. 8 ordered his subordinates. You'll hit me too. When he heard the cocking of pistols and rifles he panicked. Don't do it. The man grabbed his saxophone and blew into it strongly. Igarappa. A blast went off and several of the bounty hunters in front of Mr. 8 went down to a spray of pellets. Zoro disappeared again in the confusion of the attack. Was that a shotgun? Zoro wondered to himself from behind a nearby building. You could hurt someone with that. From there Zoro drew Yubashiri and Kitetsu 3. Luffy watched on as Zoro tested his new swords, running through the town and beating the bounty hunters one after another. A few had stayed to try and take Luffy down. After they realized that their guns wouldn't work, they tried to scale a ladder to the top of a building. Luffy, not really wanting to deal with them, had blasted them with a burst of Conqueror's Haki and sent them all collapsing unconscious. That left Zoro free to deal with the bounty hunters after him and Nami to deal with the ones that ran after her. With Nami. Man, you guys kinda suck. Nami mentioned as her shock staff impacted the stomach of a large man and sent him to the ground, the spasming of his body showing the voltage being passed into him. That was the 6th bounty hunter she'd taken down in her trip to their treasury. She spun and dodged a pistol shot, swinging her staff into the woman's head took her out of the fight. Another man with a sword came at her from behind and took an electrified jab to the chest. She dashed away again, ducking around corners to break their line of fire, backtracking to catch other pursuers unaware. Nami was swiftly dealing with the bounty hunters that had been sent after her. She cracked her staff over the head of another bounty hunter as she approached her destination. She couldn't help but chuckle as she peeked around a corner and saw the last 4 bounty hunters, which she could sense in the area anyway, standing in front of the treasury. Well, at least a few of them were smart. Nami mumbled to herself. With stealth born from years of thieving, Nami slipped through the shadows of the buildings. She was close enough to strike before the 4 even realized she was there. Ah! The first bounty hunter went down to an electrified jab to the head. As he collapsed the other 3 turned towards the scream. Nami was already moving though. The second bounty hunter, a thin man with pale skin, was folded in half by her staff slamming into his stomach. She dropped low to avoid a rifle shot and the crack she heard as her staff broke the ankle of the rifleman was satisfying. The man jolted from the electricity coursing through him and collapsed. The last bounty hunter, a woman with dark black hair, thrust her spear at Nami. Die pirate! The woman spat at Nami as she thrust the spear rapidly at her. Nami sank into her observation and weaved around the thrusts. The bounty hunter got more and more frantic as Nami seemingly dodged her attacks with no effort. Seeing an opening through her observation, Nami swung her staff and clocked the woman in the side of the head. The woman jerked as the shock staff did its work and crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Done and done. Nami smiled as she left the almost trance-like state she fell into when focusing on her developing observation haki. Now, let's see what you guys have in here. The Orangette opened the heavy metal door, which to her surprise wasn't locked. She made good use of the strong steel lock herself though. The thief chuckled as she bolted the metal door behind her. What kind of safe do you have? Nami asked as she lit a lantern on a nearby desk. The glow of light illuminated a large safe, easily 1.5 meters tall as well as wide. Looking over the safe, noting the manufacturer and the model, Nami huffed. Well, at least they protect their money well. But not well enough, she grinned to herself. This safe would take a bit of time, but she'd cracked one very similar to it just a month before she met Luffy. Just need a little bit of time. With that, Nami set to work on claiming the crew's hull. Luffy blinked as he turned his head to look over toward one side of the town. 2 new voices had just sailed in under the cover of night. The duo had malicious intentions, violent ones. They were also a good deal stronger than anyone on this island, barring his crew, of course. An explosion went off, close to where Zoro was fighting, in fact. Well, this may have just gotten interesting after all. Shishishi. In a spark of blue-white light, Luffy vanished and reappeared on top of a house behind Zoro. What he saw confused him slightly. Zoro was standing between Miss Wednesday and the two new voices. The brunette looked a bit roughed up, and the two new people seemed to be the reason. One was a tall black man with short, spiky dreadlocks. He wore a zipped-up, brown trench coat, a pink cravat, and sunglasses. On the coat was a white 5 encased in a square. Beside him was a young, platinum blonde-haired woman with bright green eyes. It seemed she really liked lemons, because her earrings were shaped like them and her yellow sundress had images of them as the pattern of the fabric. She also carried a bright green parasol with blue stripes. The guy's sunglasses and the woman's parasol confused Luffy a bit, considering the fact that it was the middle of the night. Both items were either no longer useful, the parasol, or an outright detriment, the sunglasses. "Hey Captain." Zoro greeted Luffy. "What's going on, Zoro?" Luffy questioned the standoff. "The mayor guy asked me to protect Miss Wednesday," Zoro shrugged, never taking his eyes off the new arrivals. "Apparently she's actually a princess. Since I didn't know what your call would be, I decided to keep her alive until you got here." "Oh, that's neat," Luffy grinned as he jumped down and landed beside the brunette. "Are you finally ready to be honest with us, and yourself?" He questioned the young woman with a smile. "My name is Nefeltari VV, I'm the crown princess of Alabasta Kingdom on Sandy Island," VV confessed and involuntarily smiled when Luffy gave her a bright smile of his own. "Nice to meet you, VV," Luffy chuckled as he stood up and stepped between her and the officer agents from Baroque Works. "So yeah, I'm not 100% sure of what's going on, but VV is under our protection for now. If you want to challenge that," Luffy leveled a cold and deadly glare on the two agents. "Then you're welcome to try." "Kaya-ha," the platinum blonde woman laughed. "Can you believe the confidence of this rookie, Mr. 5? He's a fool that doesn't know who he's messing with, Miss Valentine." Mr. 5 replied as he pulled his hands from his pockets. The man then began to pick his nose and Luffy was confused. Mr. 5 then flicked his booger at Luffy. With a raised eyebrow, especially at the considerable speed the nose gold was flying, Luffy smacked the projectile high into the air with a small amount of Haki. He wasn't quite expecting it to explode high in the air. Luffy blinked as he looked up at the fading explosion. "You have a booger exploding devil fruit?" Luffy looked perplexed at Mr. 5. He walked forward and cracked his knuckles. "Zoro, protect VV while I deal with this." "Yes, Captain." Zoro nodded, moving to stand directly in front of the brunette. "You didn't argue when Luffy used his captain voice. I don't know how the hell you did that, but it won't happen again," Mr. 5 stated as he dug in his nose again. The man flicked another booger at Luffy and the straw-hatted pirate slapped it right back at him this time. Mr. 5 stood still, taking the blast head-on without a care. Miss Valentine, Luffy noticed, leapt into the air and opened her parasol. The force of the explosion carried the platinum blonde woman high into the air. Even Luffy easily realized the woman shouldn't have flown that high up from the blast. "I ate the kilo no mi. I can change my weight from anywhere between 1 to 10,000 kilograms. Don't think that just because you have some trick to deal with explosions that you'll win against us. 10,000 kilo press." The platinum blonde dropped like a meteor, aiming right for Luffy. In response, Luffy pivoted on his right heel and then held out his arms. Miss Valentine was caught and Luffy's legs cratered the ground, sending spiderweb cracks through the rocky soil he was standing on. "Are you done now?" Luffy asked, looking Miss Valentine in her green eyes while holding her in his arms in the classic bridal carry. "Yeah." Miss Valentine nodded even as she went blue in the face. "You do know I weighed 10 metric tons just now, right? Grandpa threw boulders heavier than that at me and my brothers for training." Luffy shrugged and Miss Valentine could only blink at him in shock. "You son of a bitch." Mr. 5 yelled as he pulled out a revolver, much like Usopp's, and flicked open the chamber. The man blew into it and flicked it closed. He aimed directly at Luffy, and Miss Valentine by proxy, and prepared to fire. Wait, I'm still here." Miss Valentine panicked as she flailed in Luffy's arms. Before he could pull the trigger, Luffy's observation picked up on something new. The young man's head snapped to his left and a fairly nondescript man froze mid-step. The two looked at each other without blinking. Even Mr. Five stopped as he just now noticed this man being so close to their fight. Well. The new man, clad in a gray outfit, blinked. I thought I was being pretty quiet, he grinned at Luffy as he looked the younger man up and down. How did you hear from me? You got this close without me noticing, Luffy replied, already wary of this new person. How'd you do that? I asked you first. The man replied with a grin. Who the fuck are you? Mr. Five, obviously tired of being ignored, aimed his revolver at the interloper. The gray-clad man's eyes slid over the officer agent's form before he answered. Just the shadow of a nobody. Nanasher smiled at his target. Luffy's eyes widened and he unconsciously pulled the woman in his arms closer to himself. Those words, those names, those titles, just like Ben had warned them about. Fuck, Luffy whispered, and only Miss Valentine heard it. The platinum blonde looked up at the pirate that had just no-selled her strongest attack and wondered what had gotten such a reaction out of him. What the hell does that mean? Mr. Five's finger was on the trigger as he prepared to shoot the man. I'm just here to pick up some merchandise, that's all. Nanasher held up his hands in a placating gesture. Once I get what I came for, I'll be on my way. No one, aside from Luffy, knew what to make of the man's words. Lucky me that a second piece of merchandise happens to be right here with my target merchandise. Nanasher looked over at Miss Valentine and the woman felt goosebumps all over her body. Every instinct she had was telling her to run. To run and keep running until she couldn't anymore. Stay out of my way. Mr. Five declared as he fired 6 times, emptying the revolver. 6 explosions rocked the gray-clad man and everyone stood there in shock. Only Luffy, with his highly developed observation, saw what happened next. From the smoke Nanasher blurred forward. In less than a blink his right hand glowed brightly. The glowing hand stabbed straight through Mr. Five's chest without slowing down. In the gray-clad man's hand was the still beating heart of Mr. Five. In an intense flash of light and heat the officer agent's body was reduced to ashes. The only thing left of the man was the still beating heart in Nanashi's grasp. The nondescript man opened a metal box that he pulled from within his gray jacket and tossed the beating heart inside. The lid was then closed and locked. All right, merchandise secured. Nanasher smiled at the box as he held it by the built-in handle. The man then turned his eyes towards Miss Valentine. Bonus merchandise next. Zoro, Luffy yelled as he tossed Miss Valentine to his first mate. The green-haired swordsman blinked in shock as he quickly sheathed the swords in his hands so he could catch the green-eyed woman. Luffy's electrified hand clasped around the outstretched hand of Nanasher, while his other lightning fist had been blocked by the Kuroobi member's intensely hot palm. The two were deadlocked as a shockwave exploded from their position. Well damn, you're fast. Nanasher sighed as his hands dispersed and he leapt back from Luffy. The man's hands reformed from the intensely hot substance and he reassessed the situation. Look, I don't know the whole deal of what's going on here, but wasn't that woman your enemy not 10 minutes ago? So what? Luffy questioned, his eyes never leaving the Kuroobi member. So why defend her? Nanasher asked rhetorically. Just let me collect my extra merchandise and I'll be on my way. I'd rather not, Luffy sparked and bright blue-white bolts leapt off his skin. Nanasher grinned at the rookie as heat began to pour off his body and a bright glow came from him. The ground underneath the man's feet was quickly reduced to molten rock. Do you think this wise, boy? Nanasher questioned as the two continued to call upon their devil fruits. Engaging against a shadow like this? You said you've already got what you want, so leave, Luffy retorted, lightning arcing off his body and getting dangerously close to Nanasher. But you're costing me 150 million Bari by standing in my way. Nanasher informed the rookie as a flare of the bright substance he was seemingly made of liquefied the ground it touched and scorched everything near it black. That's a lot of money. Leave, Luffy directed a bolt to strike the Kuroobi member. The electricity hit the man, but seemed to almost flow around him instead of doing any damage. A line of Nanashi's body was now the bright, flaring material he was emitting. The man grinned at Luffy, seeing the young man's confused look. What kind of devil fruit is that? Don't worry about it. Nanasher shook his head. How about this? You answer my questions and I'll leave without collecting the kilo no mi, sound good? What questions? Luffy's arcing lightning had driven Zoro, Vivi, and Miss Valentine further back away from the two of them. Only 3, Nanashur assured Luffy. If your answers are what I think they are, then I'll be on my way. Luffy nodded to the man, though neither had stopped using their power. Trust wasn't going to be found between the two. First, is that the Bairi no Mi or the Goro no Mi? Goro no Mi, Luffy answered, and Nanashur chuckled at the answer. You're going to break a lot of members' hearts, kid. Nanashur laughed at Luffy. So many of them were hoping to find the fruit itself, or at least find it in the hands of some overconfident fool they could take it from. Why? Luffy asked his own question. Because, it's considered damn near invincible, that's why. Nanashur shook his head. But in the hands of someone competent, like yourself, it's not worth even its 2 billion Bari price tag. The difficulty of getting it from you makes it not worth the money, you see. Okay, Luffy blinked at the Kuroobi member. Next question, are you a Haki master? Nanashur questioned. Grandpa said I was advanced a few years back, Luffy answered. Nanashur mulled that over and shrugged. Fair enough, Nanashur tilted his head as he asked his final question. Last one, where did you get that fruit? From a guy, Luffy replied, and Nanashi's grin became a smile. Brown hair, plain looking, wearing dark blue clothes, barefoot, goes by the name Yumano Akuma. Nanashur chuckled when Luffy's eyes widened. Figures. Well, from one pawn to another, let's end this here. Nanashi's body reformed completely from the flaring hot substance and the glow and heat faded away. What's that mean? Luffy questioned the older man, his own powers receding. Nothing major, kid. Nanashur shook his head. Just do whatever you want, you seem like the kind that'll shake up the world a bit. Being entertainment is the only reason we were given these fruits. If you're entertaining enough you might see him again. The devil is a real pain in the ass, since all he cares about is himself. The Kuroobi member rummaged around in his cloak, Luffy subtly prepared for an attack. What he didn't expect was to have a book tossed at his feet. I don't plan to get involved with another pawn. Flip through that before you piss off the wrong person and get yourself killed. This world is a lot more complex than you think, that book will tell you things you wouldn't know otherwise. It's the underworld's version of the bounty list. Find out who you should avoid, or don't, it's not my problem if you end up dead. With his piece said, the Kuroobi member walked away, on the 4th step he vanished from sight, leaving everybody blinking. Luffy's observation quickly covered all of Cactus Island, but there wasn't a trace of the man's voice to be found. Luffy? Zoro spoke up as he, Vivi, and the visibly trembling Miss Valentine approached. What the hell was that? Get everyone and get on the merry, Zoro. Luffy's captain voice was in full effect. We're leaving, now. Yes, Captain. Zoro ran off to the large building where the party was held to collect Usopp and Sanji. Now about you two. Luffy turned to face the two women. What are you doing from here? Luffy? Nami called out before either woman could answer. The Orangette was carrying a large sack over her shoulder. What is going on? Who the hell was that guy? One of the people I warned you about, Luffy responded, and Nami's eyes widened. She quickly walked up to him and wrapped her left arm around his shoulders. She held him close for a moment before looking at Vivi and Miss Valentine. Who is she and what's Miss Wednesday doing here? Nami looked between the new woman and Vivi. Miss Wednesday's name is Vivi, she's apparently a princess, Luffy answered, and Nami looked at the blue-annette with a sparkle in her eyes. You don't say. Nami smiled at Vivi. The princess suddenly felt like she was in the eyes of a hunter. The other lady is Miss something or other. I wasn't paying attention, another code name thing, Luffy explained, and Miss Valentine gained a small tick mark over her left eye. Nami looked the platinum blonde up and down before raising an eyebrow. Princess Vivi. Mr. H showed up, dressed in drag for some reason, and Vivi ran over to him. Igaram, Vivi called out to the large man. Monkey D. Luffy, Igaram looked at the pirate captain. I beg of you, please take Princess Vivi with you on your ship. Our country, Alabasta, needs her to safely return. But with Baroque works after her now, I realize I can't protect her alone. You're powerful, you have the highest starting bounty I've ever seen from the East Blue. Please, I'll ensure that you are rewarded for your troubles. The man bowed low to Luffy as he begged for his assistance. Igaram, what are you saying? Vivi exclaimed as she grabbed the man. What are you going to do? Princess, I will leave first and head directly for Alabasta. Igaram explained as he hefted up some dummies he'd made as well. I'll be the decoy for anyone that is currently pursuing you. Please hand me the eternal pose. He held out his hand to the blueonette. Wait a second. Nami spoke up and VV stopped handing something to Igaram. The two looked over at the orangette curiously. First off, we haven't even agreed to take her with us. Secondly, what kind of reward are we talking about? Third, what the hell is an eternal pose? Ah, yes, you're new to the Grand Line. Igaram remembered. An eternal pose is a special pose that always points to the island it was made for. No matter where in the world you go, it always points to that particular island. Sounds useful. Nami nodded. She made a mental note to look into eternal poses later. They wouldn't be staying on Cactus Island much longer. If we agree to take VV under our protection, how's 1 billion berry sound as a reward? The navigator's eyes were practically berry symbols as she made her offer. Surely that's not too much to pay for a princess safe delivery to her homeland, right? A billion berry. Igaram choked on air. I couldn't possibly promise such a sum. Huh, that's too bad. Nami sighed with a shrug. I'm sure if you talk with the king, he'll work out a suitable reward for you. Igaram waved his hands in front of himself. Don't worry, we'll protect her, Luffy promised, and both VV and Igaram looked at him with smiles. Nami pouted a bit, but made a second mental note to negotiate a good price for helping the country of Alabasta out. Do what you need to do though, we're shipping out immediately. Igaram nodded as he and VV walked a bit away from the group to chat and say goodbyes. That just leaves you. Nami eyed the green-eyed woman. Miss Valentine flinched slightly at the orangette's tone. What's your story, are you an enemy? I'm part of Baroque Works, an illegal underworld bounty hunter organization. Miss Valentine spoke up, her arms wrapped around herself, her parasol closed and held limply in her right hand. I was almost killed twice tonight, once by my own partner and then by that Kuroobi guy. I'm just done, leave me here if you want, I won't come after you. Your voice isn't that bad, Luffy spoke up and Miss Valentine blinked at him. What? My voice? Miss Valentine was confused. Did this powerful rookie like the sound of her voice? Don't worry about it, Nami waved the woman off. How about you tell us your real name to start? Sure, why not, it's not like I'll be using the code name anymore. Miss Valentine sighed. My name is Makita, I'm originally from West Blue. I was young when I lost my family to a war that tore through our country. Alone and without much to support myself, I joined up with a small bounty hunter group. I ate the Kilo no Mi a few years later. When I went solo as a bounty hunter I was making more money, I thought I was on my way to accomplishing my dream. Eventually someone recognized how useful my power was for transporting light packages discreetly. The platinum blonde exhaled heavily. It was illegal, Nami spoke up and Makita flinched. What they had you transporting discreetly was something highly illegal, wasn't it? Yes, Makita bowed her head, looking at the rocky soil they stood upon. I didn't know what it was, I didn't ask, I was making more money per delivery than I usually made from a successful bounty hunt. Then the Marines caught wind of the operation. I was photographed and my name was known. A few weeks later I saw my own wanted poster. Courier Makita, with a 7.5 million berry bounty on my head. Makita shook her head slightly at the memory. Since I now had a bounty of my own, I couldn't bounty hunt anymore, at least not legally. The money was gone and I was on the run. Eventually I found myself in the underworld and joined up with Baroque Works. You said you had a dream, Luffy's eyes were wide and had a gleam in them. Luffy. Nami looked at him. She said the word, Nami. She said the word, Luffy looked excited and Nami pinched the bridge of her nose. What's your dream? Before war destroyed our country, my family owned a sweets shop. Makita smiled at the memory. We were loved throughout the country, especially our chocolates. I learned all the recipes from my parents. I was so excited to help make them. My dream was to use those recipes and make our chocolates the most famous in the entire world. I wanted to make the best chocolates the world had ever known, but then the war took everything away. I thought I'd be able to start my own shop, but then I got duped into being a smuggler and got my bounty. I've pretty much given up on my old dream now. Don't, Luffy's hands were on her shoulders. Makita blinked as she looked up into the serious eyes of the straw-hatted pirate. Never give up on your dreams. Our dreams are what define us. Without dreams the world wouldn't be fun. People would spend their lives just going through the motions. We dream because we live, and we live because we dream. If you give up on your dreams, then are you really even living? What? Mikita stood stock still as her eyes locked with Luffy's. Join my crew, Luffy stated, and Nami sighed while shaking her head with a fond smile. We're all dreamers. Come chase your dreams with us. If we have to sail every sea in the world to make your dream come true, then that's what we'll do. Luffy's wide, bright smile was almost blinding to the platinum blonde that had given up on ever following her dream again. But, I was your enemy, just a little while ago. Mikita looked at Luffy like he was crazy. Are you our enemy now? Luffy tilted his head. Well, no, I guess not anymore. Mikita admitted. Then it's fine. Join my crew, Mikita. Let's chase our dreams together on the seas. Luffy beamed at her and Mikita felt herself slowly smile reflexively. Her heart felt warm, the memories of her childhood, the happy times spent in the shop and learning from her parents, they were bubbling up. She felt the joy again. The drive of her discarded dream was returning. Yes, please, Mikita felt tears welling up in her eyes. Please, Captain Luffy, please let me join your crew. She bowed to him and Luffy cheered with his fists in the air. Of course, Luffy exclaimed and Mikita looked up at her new captain in wonder. Welcome to the crew, Mikita. Thank you, Captain. Mikita felt the tears fall, but there was nothing she could do to stop them. She was being accepted again, her dream supported and recognized. How could she not be emotional? Welcome aboard, Nami smiled at their newest nakama. It's a fun crew, full of laughter, but training is hard and Luffy doesn't take no for an answer. Huh? Mikita blinked as she wiped her tears. You'll see. Nami winked at the green-eyed blonde. Oh yeah, Luffy reached down and picked up the book that had been tossed at his feet. That guy said I should look through this. Later, Luffy, we should go. Nami reminded her lover and the captain nodded. He held the book and it opened in his hand. All three of them blinked at the open book. Nami noticed that the page it had opened to was dog-eared, explaining why the book had opened to this specific page. What the trio saw on the page made all of their hearts skip a beat. There on the page, that was black with white writing, instead of the usual white with black writing of regular wanted posters, was the picture of the man that had come to Cactus Island. Nanashir the nobody, bounty is 900 million berry. Nami trailed off as she looked at the plain face. She blinked as she realized the bottom of the poster had different information than usual. Devil fruit, Hoshi Hoshi no Mi, star fruit offering THTHR 3B by billion berry for acquisition. The orangeette almost dropped the book in shock. The guy's head was worth 900 million berry, but if you could somehow acquire his devil fruit you could get 3 billion berry for it. What the hell kind of book had he given Luffy? Boom. The three startled at the sudden blast and looked out towards the ocean. Igaram had apparently set sail while they were talking, but now all that was left of the boat was driftwood floating in the blazing waters. Igaram, VV screamed at the sight. Damn it, Luffy growled at seeing what had happened. We need to get out of here, now. He quickly ran over to VV, the blueonette was practically unresponsive. Luffy didn't have time to waste. He picked the princess up and threw her over his shoulder. The pirate captain then grabbed Nami's hand and they ran towards the ship with Mikita following closely. Luffy! Zoro yelled, dragging Sanji and Usopp behind him, both men screaming at him to stop dragging them. The Mary was in sight and the crew was quick to board. In the haste and confusion, no one questioned why a huge duck with a saddle was on their ship. The Going Merry disembarked from Whiskey Peak with Nami expertly plotting their course with the newly set log pose. None of them could have known they'd be receiving a new visitor very soon. The Going Merry sailed out of Whiskey Peak's port. VV was hugging the large duck, apparently he was called Kuro, and petting his feathers. The princess was still clearly shaken up about what had happened to Igaram. Luffy was using his observation in conjunction with his devil fruit, a useful trick he'd learned over time, and keeping an eye out for any other enemies. What do you mean we're leaving already, you shitty captain? Sanji demanded, barely restraining himself from throttling Luffy. This town is amazing. We should stay longer. This is the Grand Line. Who knows when we'll get a chance to relax and unwind again. Did you see how many pretty girls there were? Nami's eye twitched as she walked up behind Sanji. She reared back her fist and slammed it into the chef's head. The orangeette wailed on the blonde for a moment and left him bruised, bleeding, and with comically large lumps on his head. Vivi and Mikita both gaped as they witnessed what Nami could do to the men of the crew. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, Sanji. Way to disappoint. I can't believe you actually fell for that obvious trap. Nami berated the chef. Even while beaten and being yelled at, he still had a heart-shaped eye for Nami. When the orangeette turned her gaze on Usopp, the gunman was already climbing up to the crow's nest to keep watch. So at the very least, Usopp realized the situation and was taking his position right away. Nami exhaled and calmed herself down. She needed to get more information. Turning to their new nakama and new shipmate, she started asking questions. Alright, aside from that, what can we expect out of Baroque works, you two? How many agents do you think they might send after us? There are around 2,000 Baroque works members as far as I know. Within these waters, there are other trap towns made up of around 100 to 150 bounty hunters. We might even warrant 1,000 of them sent after us, Vivi answered the navigator, her voice steady as she conveyed the possible threat. I'm not so sure. Mikita shook her head. Just think about it. All of the plans are centered at Alabasta. It wouldn't make sense to move half of Baroque works manpower away from there. Until the unluckies inform the boss of what's going on, there would be no reason to issue such orders, would there? She looked contemplative. Who are the unluckies? Zoro blinked. He had no idea. That's right. Usopp shot them down. Vivi's eyes brightened up. Without the main communicators for in-organization espionage, we should have plenty of time to keep Sir Crocodile in the dark. Ehe. Was the response from everybody, barring Luffy, as they all turned bugged-out eyes on the princess. Oh no, Vivi clapped her hands over her mouth. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It just slipped out. A warlord? Mikita screamed as she held her head in panic. Mr. Zero is Sir Crocodile of the 7 warlords. I'm sorry, Vivi bowed in apology. It's fine, Luffy shrugged, making everyone turn to face him. We'd have probably run afoul of one of them eventually anyway. Knowing Luffy, he's probably right. Nami sighed, her hand on her forehead. Besides, we already agreed to take Vivi back home. But I'm so going to get some damn good compensation for this. If it happens, it happens. Zoro shrugged. A warlord would make a good challenge to see how his strength was progressing. Geez, why couldn't we have avoided warlords for a while, Usopp lamented from up in the crow's nest. Seriously, Luffy, only you could have made a warlord our enemy by the very first island in the Grand Line. Shishishi, Luffy laughed while Usopp pointed at him. By the way. Sanji spoke up, his injuries from Nami seemingly gone. Who is this lovely lady? The chef twirled over to Mikita with a smile and heart-shaped eyes. Mikita took a half-step back from the man that was suddenly in her personal space. That's Mikita, she's our new nakama, Luffy smiled widely at the platinum blonde. Mikita felt herself smile back automatically at her new captain. I knew you were a good captain, Sanji praised Luffy, who blinked at his sudden shift in mood from almost cursing him out a while ago. Luffy made a noise and Nami, the closest to him, looked at her lover curiously. The curly-hair guy, he's alive. I couldn't sense him for a bit, maybe he was unconscious. Igaram is alive. Vivi was suddenly in front of Luffy, her hands grabbing at his vest while she was practically pressed against him. He survived that massive explosion. Yeah, if Igaram is the guy with the super old hair, Luffy nodded to the brunette. Vivi's eyes watered, tears of relief nearly flooding from them. She buried her face into Luffy's chest as her happy tears fell. Luffy patted her back gently and Nami smiled at him. After a bit Vivi pulled back, her cheeks red from a mixture of her tears and her embarrassment of having clung to Luffy like that. Clearing her eyes she turned to look out over the ship, mostly to ease the awkwardness she felt. Oh, there's going to be fog up ahead. They were heading towards a large fog bank as they sailed further along. It's always foggy around here near the dawn, Vivi informed them. I'll take care of it. Nami assured the princess as she moved to guide the Going Merry through the dense mist. A few minutes of cautious sailing by Nami, and they were past the danger. By the way. Luffy's voice had a teasing quality to it that made Nami, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji flinch. We have a visitor. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder to point at a woman sitting on the railing overlooking the lower deck. She was able to board the ship, walk up the steps, and then sit down without any of you noticing her. That means you need more awareness. All of the crew, barring Mikita, who was new, and VV, who didn't know what he was talking about, suddenly looked a bit blue in the face. I'm upping your observation training. He smiled at his nakama. None of them returned his smile at all. Miss All Sunday. Mikita stuttered out as she looked at the tanned woman. She was a beautiful, dark-haired woman with clear blue eyes. She had long limbs and even sitting down, it was clear that she was tall, probably taller than any of the crew, actually. She wore a purple corset which exposed her cleavage since it was only held together at the front by strings, and had a matching skirt with white tassels along the bottom. On her left arm was a white and black armband with the letter N on the golden medallion at the center. It also had white tassels surrounding the bottom. She wore a pair of matching, low-heeled boots on her feet. Completing her outfit was a matching, purple cowgirl hat. She had a thin, well-defined nose, and currently wore an expression of amusement on her face. How are we this morning, Miss Valentine? Miss All Sunday's amused expression didn't change as she held back a light giggle over the trembling, former officer agent. Should I take this to be your resignation from Baroque works? Well. It does seem that way. Mikita was clearly forcing a smile, trying to project confidence she didn't really feel. She glanced towards Luffy, seeing the bright smile on his face as he looked at her increased her resolve. Yeah, I'm out. Tell the boss. Mark me for death. Whatever you have to do. I'm a pirate now. She declared with conviction to her former superior. All right then. Miss All Sunday kept her amused grin. Wait, she's Miss All Sunday? Nami looked curious and amused herself. Does that mean there's a regular Miss Sunday too? Or did you guys just run out of holidays? Miss All Sunday's grin widened slightly at the spunky orangeette. Sir Crocodile didn't put very much thought into his organization's naming scheme, I'm afraid. Miss All Sunday remarked. The woman glanced around the Going Merry, taking in the faces of the crew. This is a lovely ship you have. Thank you. Nami grinned while taking the lead on the conversation with their supposed enemy. Luffy looked far too amused at their chat so far to stop them. Love your outfit by the way. Purple is definitely a good color on you. I have a similar outfit myself, in blue though. That got a blink of surprise from the tall woman. Nami had to hold back a chuckle. I'll go ahead and guess that you're Crocodile's partner. That's right. Miss All Sunday confirmed indifferently. I take it the man that noticed me coming aboard is the captain. Yep, Nami chirped with a smile. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The orangeette gestured to her lover with a grin. Luffy played along and removed his straw hat, before giving Miss All Sunday a full bow. The overly dramatic flourish of the gesture made the amused grin on her pretty face widen a bit more. Luffy chuckled as he straightened up and placed his hat back on his head. What are you doing here, Miss All Sunday? VV growled at the woman, clearly she wasn't a fan of the lackadaisical nature of the conversation. We know you allowed us to follow you to learn Crocodile's identity. Why did you tell him we knew? What's your game? Game. Miss All Sunday chuckled lightly. Why, I just had to help you. Such an enticing story, is it not? A princess goes undercover to save her country. It's like something out of a novel. Luffy blinked at the mood shift of the conversation. Was everyone in the Grand Line dishonest with themselves? It really is too bad you're bound to fail. Don't you dare underestimate us. VV grit her teeth, reaching for her weapons of choice, her two peacock slashers. Please don't point such dangerous things at me. The tanned woman sighed. In an instant both of VV's weapons were knocked from her hands and landed on the deck. No one had seen what had happened, except Luffy, and the rest of the crew started reaching for weapons. A devil fruit, VV gasped as she gazed up at Miss All Sunday. But what kind? Nami questioned as she fluidly assembled her staff. Don't get excited. Miss All Sunday smiled calmly at the group. I'm not here on assignment. There's no reason for us to fight. But I must admit, I was curious to meet the man with the highest starting bounty to ever come from the East Blue. Her blue eyes turned their full attention onto Luffy. I must confess myself a little disenchanted though. You haven't said much, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy's hand shot up and clasped something faster than most of the crew could follow. Everyone gasped and they noticed Luffy's hand was holding a hand that was sprouting from his own shoulder. Luffy's other hand shot up just as fast, and now the captain was holding two identical hands in his own. Blinking, the crew watched as a third hand and forearm formed from Luffy's back, much slower than before, and reached for his head. Luffy's hat was lifted off his head, and gently tossed towards Miss All-Sunday. It spun through the air towards the Ravenette woman. She caught the brim of his hat carefully and placed it on top of her own cowgirl hat. She was expertly masking the shock of seeing this rookie able to not only notice her power, but stop it twice. This was especially surprising when she was using it so subtly. "Well, that's just not fair, I only have two hands," Luffy remarked while the crew just blinked. In the time it had taken them to blink, Luffy was now sitting next to Miss All-Sunday. He released one of her devil fruit-created hands and took back his straw hat. Once it was back on his head he smiled happily. "You have soft skin." He complimented the woman he was now sitting next to. "Thank you." Miss All-Sunday accepted the compliment, even as she struggled harshly to not let her shock show on her face. She had never been overwhelmed by speed or strength. Not a single time, since she had embraced life as an outlaw. She had often claimed that neither of those qualities mattered against her, owing to her own strengths. She'd dealt with dozens of opponents, all of whom she had been able to beat, despite said advantages. Even a few carnivorous Zoan over the years hadn't been matched for her. She'd trained her reflexes and perception as high as she could get them in the last 2 decades. But she didn't even see him move. A tiny bead of sweat ran down the back of her neck as she came to terms with how ridiculously fast Luffy was. Not even the CP9 agents she'd seen so long ago could move that fast. With years of practice, she had her calm, unbothered smile back on her face. Perhaps I was a bit abrupt in saying you were bound to fail, princess. Only my nakama can touch my hat, Luffy informed her with a smile. So don't do that again, okay? I see, my apologies then. Miss All-Sunday turned to face him. I had no idea it was so important to you. It's fine, Luffy grinned, what's your name? Miss All-Sunday's smile widened a little. You already know my name. I meant your real name, Luffy deadpanned. I don't really care about that codename stuff. Her eyebrow quirked up a bit and her amused smile widened a fraction. I'm pretty sure you don't care about it much either. Oh. Miss All-Sunday looked at Luffy for a long moment. This was certainly a different situation she had found herself in. The smiling face on his wanted poster apparently belied a person that had a natural instinct for figuring people out. This was much different than how she'd imagined her little visit would be going. But that left her with the all-important question. What to do now? Simply letting them sail onwards wasn't the worst idea. The island they were headed toward was a known death trap. Hundreds, if not thousands, of various types of crews had met their end at Little Garden throughout the ages. This pirate crew would most likely follow the same path. Maybe. Perhaps not though, those crews had to find their way to Little Garden somehow. There was bound to be a working log posed somewhere on the island that had reset long ago. If this crew was lucky, they could probably find one. That left a lot to fate and chance. Something she'd stopped doing quite a long time ago. She recalled their wanted posters. Luffy's bounty was 60 million, the Orangette's was 16 million, the Swordsman's was 25 million, the Blonde's was 20 million, and the Long-Nosed Gunman's bounty stood at 15 million Baratie. All in all their combined bounty eclipsed Crocodile's 81 million. But that was back when Crocodile had joined the warlords. It had been close to 8 years since then. Not to mention the Sand Logia tended to play his cards close to his chest. If the world government had known everything that Crocodile was capable of, and everything he'd done, she was certain his bounty would be well over 100 million, maybe even higher than that. It is also Crocodile's position as one of the 7 warlords that keeps me out of the world government's sight. She mused to herself. Under the warlord system, the warlord had their bounty frozen, this also applied to their subordinates. Any member of a warlord's crew was also left unscrutinized. It was this protection that had kept her from being discovered for the last couple of years. Without a powerful, recognized protector, she'd be back on the run again. She'd had more than enough of that life already. You're not wrong, Monkey D. Luffy. Miss All-Sunday responded with a shrug. Vivi's eyes widened at the admission from the woman. Why were you so surprised, princess? Did you think I would have let you follow me if I was truly dedicated to Crocodile's cause? But. Vivi took a moment to process this new information. But why then? She demanded. Why are you helping him to destroy my kingdom? He has information I need. Miss All-Sunday informed the Bluenet coolly. Along with resources and protection. I have my own goals to accomplish. It was merely bad luck that those goals coincided with Crocodile's own. What the hell are you after then? I thought you joined him to be his queen, Vivi nearly spat at the tanned woman. Please never say something so revolting again. Miss All-Sunday couldn't entirely hold back the look of disgust on her face. There were things that even she couldn't maintain her calm about. An aura that promised death engulfed her form. Ever. Why yes, ma'am, Vivi was trembling, while using Sanji as a human shield. The chef seemed perfectly happy about this, however. So, what is it that you want? Luffy asked while snickering at Vivi's antics. I noticed we haven't gotten your name yet either. The death aura vanished as if it had never been there, her grin becoming amused again. Oh, you seem to have quite the interest in me, Captain. Miss All-Sunday mentioned coyly. She uncrossed her legs before crossing them again, her right leg now over her left. Maybe Monkey D. Luffy still had a common weakness that she could exploit if necessary. You're interesting, Luffy shrugged. But, just like Vivi was when we met her, you're not being honest with us, or yourself. I am technically your enemy, Miss All-Sunday reminded him. Isn't it expected of me to be dishonest with you? She noticed his gaze hadn't left her eyes during her little attempt to tease him. It seemed seduction might not be the weakness she'd thought it would be. I guess, Luffy nonchalantly replied. Just know I'm coming for Crocodile, if you aren't my enemy or Vivi's, then you're fine. Luffy. Vivi murmured, her hand covering her mouth, as she felt warm tears in the corners of her eyes. I assure you, Captain, my goals are entirely different from Crocodile's. Miss All-Sunday grinned at him. His are far more violent than my own. Good to know, Luffy chuckled as he slid off the railing and landed on the deck below. Miss All-Sunday copied him, noticing once again that he didn't try and catch a peek. He didn't seem the type to be completely uninterested. An iron will, perhaps. The duo walked over to the edge of the ship, spotting the voice that Luffy had noticed when Miss All-Sunday had showed up. It turned out to be a giant turtle. Do you need help down? He asked the woman beside him. Makino had taught them that it was polite to offer girls help with things. Thank you, Captain, but I'll be fine. Miss All-Sunday gave him a brief smile, one that seemed a bit more genuine than the others. She leapt over the edge and landed easily on the back of the large turtle. I do hope you survive your journey to Alabasta, Monkey D. Luffy, I'm sure you'll make things very interesting. Shishishi, Luffy chuckled with his wide grin in place. Miss All-Sunday. Nami called out to the tall beauty. She looked up, locking eyes with the Orangeette woman. If you want to seduce my lover, you'll have to get to know him first. The Orangeette grinned salaciously. And be a lot more direct. Nami gently took Luffy's chin and turned him to face her. Their lips met in a deep, passionate kiss, that quickly involved tongues before she pulled away, a small strand of saliva connecting their lips for a moment before it broke. Be seeing you. She waved while giving the Ravenet a wink. She pulled Luffy after her and they disappeared from her sight. Very interesting indeed. Miss All-Sunday chuckled to herself as she directed Banshee towards Alabasta with the eternal pose she had. On the Going Merry, Sanji was sulking slightly, as he did when he was reminded of Luffy and Nami's relationship. Once Miss All-Sunday's voice had vanished from Luffy's observation range, the boosted one he got from using his devil fruit, he turned to face their two new shipmates. It seems we're in the clear for now, Luffy informed everyone. You can relax now, Usopp, good work. Vivi and Valerie glanced at the gunman up in the crow's nest. The young man's shoulders sagged as he exhaled heavily. Had he been ready to shoot Miss All-Sunday that whole time? You never gave the signal that she was a threat, so I was just waiting, Usopp called down to Luffy. Man, my shoulders are stiff. He rolled his shoulders a few times to work any kinks out before they could fully form. Now, let's get you two settled, and then we'll celebrate Makita joining the crew, Luffy cheered, receiving cheers of agreement in return. Nami took over from there, taking Makita and Vivi to the women's quarters. Luffy smiled as he quickly took his special seat on Mary's figurehead. Sanji practically danced towards the kitchen, he was on an all-time high at having two lovely ladies joining them on their voyage. Zoro took rounds to check the rigging and make sure no changes were needed. They should still be in Cactus Island's stable climate for a while, but they'd all learned that it was better to be prepared when it came to the Grand Line's weather. Women's quarters. Alright, VV, you know how this works already. Nami smiled at the Bluinette. You can have the same bunk as last time. Thank you, Nami. VV smiled back at her new friend. She walked over to the bunk she'd slept in on their trip to Cactus Island and sat on the bed. It was still soft, comfortable, and so relaxing. Now, Mikita, choose either of the other two unoccupied bunks and it'll be yours. The one in the far back is mine, though I don't use it too much. Nami giggled a bit at the end. She outright laughed when she noticed both VV's and Mikita's cheeks turning a bright red. I'll just take the one across from yours then. Mikita decided as she sat on the bed directly across from Nami's. Alright then, this is the accordion wall. Nami pulled the wall out a bit to show her new nakama. Whenever you want some privacy, just pull it closed and you can latch it in place. Mikita observed the mechanism and nodded in understanding after seeing it once. Gonna have to do laundry every day. Mikita noted as she realized that she'd left her only few spare changes of clothes on the small ship that she and Mr. Five had traveled to Cactus Island on. That'll be a pain. I didn't even think about that, Vivi remarked, her brown eyes wide in realization. Looking down at her, now only, outfit made her sigh. I'm not going to leave my nakama to suffer. Nami shook her head with a smile. We're all pretty close in size, you can borrow a few things from my wardrobe until we get to an island with some stores. Thank you, Nami. Mikita skipped up off the bed and hugged her new nakama tightly. Nami laughed as she returned the hug. Thank you for the help, Nami. Vivi smiled only to let out a cute beep when she was pulled into the current hug. The Bluinette couldn't help but laugh after a moment though. The Straw Hats truly were good people. A short time later and the celebration for new nakama began in full. Luffy was stuffing his face. Sanji was noodling about the deck checking on Nami, Mikita, and Vivi. Zoro was drinking and eating far enough away from Luffy to keep all his food. Usopp was singing random shanties from the crow's nest. Vivi was laughing along with the gunman's antics along with Mikita. Nami was happily enjoying the food and some booze while nestled up to Luffy. It was getting into the late night hours when the party started to wind down. Let me show you guys my thanks. Mikita smiled brightly at her new crew. She made her way into the kitchen and Sanji was more than happy to show her where everything was. Is this the only kind of chocolate you guys have? She questioned the chef. At the moment, yes, I'll make sure to buy whatever your heart desires when we land on a civilized island next time, Mickey Chuan, Sanji promised with hearts for eyes. Calm down a bit, you spaz. Kaya haha. Mikita laughed at Sanji's antics as she set about her own cooking. Several minutes later she walked out of the kitchen with a tray. On the tray were slices of mikan from Nami's trees, all of them drizzled with a chocolate sauce. Come and get them. She smiled at her nakama. Ooh, Luffy picked one of the slices up and popped it into his mouth. Chewing he let the flavors blend on his tongue. That's good. He exclaimed and Mikita's face burst into a beaming smile. I didn't know you could mix chocolate and fruit. Just takes the right kind of know-how. Mikita giggled as Nami took one of the slices. The Orangeette Navigator savored the flavor of the mikan and the mingling taste of the chocolate drizzle. Mikita, Nami started and Mikita felt her back straighten involuntarily. Had she messed up? Did Nami not like the dessert? I think I love you. Nami beamed at the platinum blonde. Mikita let out the breath she didn't know she was holding at Nami's vocal approval. Kaya haha. Eat up. There's plenty more. Mikita announced joyfully. It was wonderful to have real nakama for the first time in so very long. The rest of the crew came to try the dessert and each gave their approval one after another. The platinum blonde pirate had to hold back happy tears. Alright everybody, Luffy announced loudly. Let's get to bed, Mikita and Vivi, you're not on rotation tonight, so get your rest. You'll need it. Training begins bright and early tomorrow. Training. Vivi muttered, a bit of blue on her face. What's wrong with training? Mikita questioned as they made their way back to the women's quarters. They'd both get a nice warm shower before bed and really enjoy those soft mattresses. You haven't seen what they call training. Vivi shivered and Mikita's eyes widened at the princess' reaction. How bad was this going to be? Tomorrow Luffy will get you both to the starting line, Nami sing-songed as she walked past them towards the captain's quarters. Sleep well. She waved at them before heading up the stairs to the upper deck. The hell does the starting line mean? Mikita asked Vivi. No idea, Vivi shook her head, her blue locks gently moving back and forth. But I'm not sure I'm going to like it. End chapter. Oh make. Convincing Robin and securing Mikita. Oh, you seem to have quite the interest in me, Captain. Miss All-Sunday mentioned coyly. She uncrossed her legs before crossing them again, her right leg now over her left. Maybe Monkey D. Luffy still had a common weakness that she could exploit if necessary. You're interesting, Luffy shrugged. But, just like Vivi was when we met her, you're not being honest with us, or yourself. I'm sure you could make her honest, Luffy. Nami grinned as she wrapped an arm around Mikita's shoulders and walked towards her lover and Miss All-Sunday. You could probably get her real name out of her too. Oh. Miss All-Sunday cocked an eyebrow at the confident Orangette. How would he do that? Luffy. Nami grinned as she hopped up to the railing and whispered into his ear. Luffy blinked as he listened. Are you sure, Nami? Absolutely. Nami grinned at him. Alright then, Luffy grinned widely. Mikita, can you walk up the stairs to the upper deck, please? Nami smiled at their new nakama. Okay. Mikita nodded as she walked up the stairs. Come with us, Luffy smiled brightly at Miss All-Sunday. What? Miss All-Sunday blinked at the request. Come with us, Luffy repeated. Be our nakama. What? Vivi yelled out. I'm afraid that's not possible, Captain. Miss All-Sunday shook her head. Not with that attitude, it's not. Nami laughed as she walked past Mikita and towards the captain's quarters. I don't follow. Miss All-Sunday blinked in confusion. You'll see, Luffy promised with a grin. Then he proceeded to pick her up off the railing and gently toss her over his shoulder. He was walking towards Mikita before Robin had fully comprehended her new position. Captain. Mikita blinked at Luffy as he approached her with Miss All-Sunday over his left shoulder. You too, Mikita, Luffy laughed as he gently hoisted the platinum blonde over his right shoulder. Nami's idea. He quickly carried them both towards his room. Wait a minute. Miss All-Sunday began to struggle a bit. Put me down. I'll use force if I have to. She threatened. Her threat might have had a bit more bite, if she hadn't made it only after Luffy had taken her through the door that Nami was holding open for them. The Orangette quickly followed them in and locked the door behind her. Soon enough some rather naughty sounds were coming from the captain's quarters. Luffy and Nami had quickly secured Mikita's love and loyalty. They even managed to find out Miss All-Sunday's name was actually Nico Robin. Though that took a bit longer. Getting her to become their nakama like Mikita had taken until almost sunrise. Thus began the harem of the future Pirate King. FFY's eyes widened as he felt a force pushing back against his conqueror's Haki. Mikita was no better. The green-eyed blonde had felt her body lock up immediately. She broke out into a cold sweat as tremors racked her body. Her heart rate spiked. She could hear only the blood in her ears. It felt like the weight of the world was pressing down on her head. As if the vast ocean was suddenly too small with Luffy in it. Her vision went blurry and she barely registered her knees hitting the deck. It was only her grip on her parasol keeping her from collapsing entirely. She was going to be crushed at this rate. Then, like a passing breeze, the force disappeared and both women were able to take in a much-needed breath. Mikita and Vivi gasped, both taking in deep, greedy breaths. They were both still trembling, sweat on their foreheads, but they were awake. Vivi was still standing, which impressed the rest of the Straw Hats. The Bluinette had tears trailing from each eye, set eyes still bleary and unfocused as well. But she'd stood up to Luffy's conqueror's Haki without falling. WWH what W was that? Mikita stuttered out, her headache was back and worse than before. She blinked as her vision cleared and she looked up at Luffy. That was Haki, Luffy grinned at her, kneeling down and offering her his hand. Conqueror's Haki to be specific, he explained as she took his offered hand and let him help her back to her feet. That doesn't really answer my question. Mikita gave him a lopsided smile. I'll explain it as soon as Vivi is back with us, Luffy promised as he moved over to the princess and gently put his hand on her shoulder. Vivi blinked and her eyes met Luffy's. Seeing his grin, she couldn't help but smile back, even just a little. What just happened? Well, you see, Luffy chuckled as he explained Haki to Makita and Vivi. The pair both had to ask for clarification on a few things during the explanation. But after several minutes they understood the concept. So anyone can learn how to do this? Vivi looked amazed at what Luffy had awakened in her. She gazed at her hands, not feeling the strength Luffy spoke of, but knowing the potential was there. I've never heard of this before. Makita shook her head. The rest of the Straw Hats all nodded along with her. None of them had heard of it either, until Luffy had shown them, of course. Using Haki is unheard of in the Blues, Luffy agreed as he recounted his lessons. In the first half of the Grand Line it's pretty rare. In the second half though, a majority of the pirates and marines have trained to use it. I want all of my Nakama to be proficient in its use by the time we get to the halfway point, if possible. The majority? Makita trailed off a bit. She knew of the powerful pirates that called the New World home. If they could do the stuff that Luffy spoke of, it was a good thing she'd stayed on this side of the Grand Line. You really impressed me, Vivi. Nami smiled as she put her arm around the Bluinette's shoulders. I didn't expect you to stand tall against Luffy's Haki like that. Good job. Thank you. Vivi looked down at the deck shyly, her cheeks lightly pink. I just didn't want to fail. I felt like if I fell, then I wouldn't be able to save my country. You didn't just stand up, Vivi. Luffy smiled brightly at her. You pushed back. What? Vivi blinked, not understanding what Luffy was saying. You pushed back against my Conqueror's Haki. Luffy was still all smiles. You have Conqueror's Haki too. What? The entire crew yelled in shock, including Vivi herself. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed at the dumbfounded looks on his Nakama's faces. But didn't you say only like 1 in a million people have Conqueror's Haki? Vivi seemed to be caught between happiness, confusion, and denial. Yeah, you're apparently one of them, Luffy shrugged, not really thinking of the implications for Vivi beyond having to help her learn to control it. I need to sit down, Vivi mumbled, and Nami gently helped her to the stairs so she could do just that. Okay, once everyone is ready, we'll start training, Luffy grinned at his Nakama. Don't think I've forgotten about upping your observation training either. He chuckled at the glares he received in return. It was only a few minutes later that Vivi stood up. She looked determined and ready. With a nod to Luffy, the training began. She would quickly lose that ready look as she panted for breath from the exercise. Come on guys, Luffy laughed as he led laps around the Going Merry's deck. The rest of them all gave various replies. Some were positive, others not so positive. Right, Zoro replied, fully focused on the run. Whatever, Sanji shrugged as he easily kept pace. I'm trying. Usopp breathed heavily. How many more laps? Nami questioned, before pushing Usopp forward again. Anytime he slowed down, she shoved him to keep pace. Fuck you. Makita huffed and puffed, barely able to keep up behind Nami. How do you do this every day? Vivi was also breathing heavily as she brought up the rear. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed at his Nakama. You'll get used to it. After laps it was time for a quick break. Everyone got water and caught their breath for a bit. Once their heart rates were even again, Luffy immediately resumed the exercise. Jumping jacks next, Luffy called out and everyone lined up on the deck. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were up front, while Nami, Makita, and Vivi were in the back. Luffy started and made sure they all stayed at his pace. If one was observant, and not trying to keep breathing from the continuous exercise, they might notice the flirting going on between Luffy and Nami. Nami grinned, maintaining her breath through her nose and exhaling through her mouth. She caught Luffy's eyes on her again and relished in his gaze. She knew her tits were bouncing from the jumping jacks. Even the sports bra she was wearing couldn't keep her buxom breasts immobile. She winked at him as they continued. She occasionally snuck glances at Makita and Vivi too. Inadvertently, or on purpose, leading Luffy's eyes to the other women as well. Both were borrowing clothes from Nami right now. Vivi was in her own shorts but wearing a sports bra and a blue shirt of Nami's. Likewise, Makita was borrowing a pair of shorts and a sports bra from Nami, along with a yellow tank top. It was a good thing they were all close in size, or the sports bras wouldn't have fit the other two. Watching the other women's blessed bosoms bouncing was a quick little distraction. Another short break after the jumping jacks was followed by various stretches. Toe touch, leg stretches, arm and shoulder stretches, and back stretches. Sanji had quite the remarkable flexibility, able to move his legs a full 180 degrees for a split. High kicks required such flexibility though, so Luffy wasn't all that surprised. Usopp and Zoro weren't that flexible, but neither of them was stiff as they went through the stretches. Nami and Vivi bent backwards at the waist, both women able to stretch until their heads were below their waist level. Mikita copied them but let out an "ooh" as her back popped nicely. She didn't even know she was this flexible. The stretching turned out to be the easiest part of the exercise. What followed was a grueling gauntlet of push-ups, sit-ups, lunges, chin-ups, and leg lifts. As they rested from the gauntlet, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji fetched the weights from the storage room. Seeing the large weights made both Vivi and Mikita pale. Zoro placed a large bar across his shoulders weighing roughly double his full weight and proceeded to start squats. Sanji, not to be outdone, put his own bar across his shoulders and got a bit of extra weight on it. Enough to surpass what Zoro was doing. Then he started his own squats, making sure to keep the same pace as his rival. Less than that, please, Usopp motioned to the two monsters as they continued to glare at each other. A bar that weighed a bit over half of Usopp's full weight was put on the gunman's shoulders and he proceeded to do his reps. It's not so bad, you just have to work up to it. Nami assured Mikita and Vivi. The Orangette winked at Luffy as she put a bar over her shoulders, the weight being just over half her body weight. She dropped down into a perfect squat and grinned saucily at Luffy when she knew she had his eyes on her booty. She stood up and then back down in another perfect squat. Mikita and Vivi were a little red in the cheeks as they watched Nami purposefully tease Luffy. Luffy shook his head before setting Vivi and Mikita up with their own weights. Neither of them was given a lot to start, about a quarter of their body weight. Both women breathed as they matched Nami's form and pace. The navigator was more than happy to offer encouragement to her friends as they went through the workout. After the squats, it was free training. Zoro immediately set up his personalized bar. It was much the same as a regular bar, but this one only allowed weight to be added from one end. Zoro stacked the plates on until the bar weighed more than he did, possibly triple the swordsman's body weight. Then the green-haired man picked it up like it was a sword and set about doing his practice swings. Sanji had strapped a bar to his ankles after making it weigh as much as Zoro's. The chef then laid back and proceeded to do leg lifts with the ridiculous amount of weight. Usopp sat into meditation as he began to work on his observation. Better to start it now than to wait for Luffy to start throwing in surprises throughout the day. That was the usual routine for observation training nowadays. It was usually a punch, kick, or zap from Luffy's devil fruit at random times during the day. Any that landed was a penalty for the next day's training. Hey, Mikita, before we start the Haki training for you and Vivi, can you help me out? Luffy questioned the platinum blonde with a grin. Alright, what do you need? Mikita questioned curiously. Well, the weights we have on board are a little light for me. Zoro and Sanji too, since they complain they can't get enough of a workout with what we have, Luffy began to explain, even as Vivi and Mikita both went blue in the face. How heavy can your devil fruit make stuff? I can go up to 10,000 kilograms. Mikita informed her captain. I don't think I can make other things heavier though. Why not? Luffy tilted his head to side. Have you ever tried? Actually, no. Mikita blinked at the simple question. She'd mastered altering her own weight from 1 to 10,000 kilos. But she'd never really considered trying to impart her power onto other objects. Did her fruit have that ability? She'd have to test it out. We can work on it, Luffy grinned and Mikita found herself grinning back without a thought. Will you be my weights for now? What? Mikita deadpanned at the odd request. You know, increase your weight while I lift you and stuff, Luffy replied, grin still in place. That sounds really odd, you know that, right? Mikita questioned him with a raised eyebrow. It does, Luffy blinked at her. Kaya haha. Mikita couldn't help but laugh at the confused look on Luffy's face. Alright, I'll help. How much weight do you want? Max it out, Luffy beamed at her. I want to get a good workout in. Okay, you asked for it, Captain. Mikita smirked at him. Squats first then, Luffy nodded as he squatted down in front of her, his back facing the green-eyed woman. Hop on. Oh okay. Mikita felt her cheeks burn as she realized Luffy wanted her to sit on his shoulders. She looked at Nami for her reaction and the Orangette gave her a grin. Climb on, Mikita, don't keep Luffy waiting. Nami gave her a devilish grin and a flirty wink. Mikita felt her whole face turn red at the Orangette's words. Pardon me, Mikita spoke as she placed one leg over Luffy's right shoulder and then her other leg over his left shoulder. Luffy gently grasped her legs as he stood up. Mikita would have blushed if she weren't already, as Luffy's warm hands practically caressed her legs as he decided where to hold her. Ready? All set, Luffy looked up at her, a smile on his face that eased her nerves and made her grin back at him. 10,000 kilograms. Mikita intoned and Luffy's knees bent at the sudden weight. After a moment the captain stood at full height, and then he squatted down. From there it was a steady rhythm as Luffy performed squats with 10 metric tons on his shoulders. Mikita's face stayed pink throughout the squats as she rode on his shoulders. After what had to be 100 reps, minimum, Luffy decided he was done with squats. Bench press next, Luffy declared as Mikita lessened her weight to her normal, unchanged, weight and climbed off his shoulders. Luffy quickly laid himself out on the deck and raised his arms up, perpendicular to his body. So, just lay down. Mikita knew her face was red as she fidgeted slightly. Luffy nodded, a happy smile on his face at finally getting a decent workout in. Alright. Mikita sat on Luffy's opened left palm, she suppressed an eep as she felt his hand on her butt. With a deep breath she lay back until her upper back, between her shoulder blades, rested on Luffy's right hand. Ready? Luffy questioned her. Mikita took a deep breath to calm down before replying. I'm ready, 10,000 kilograms. Mikita altered her weight to max and Luffy's elbows bent to absorb the new weight. Staying still, her legs straight and her neck stiff, she let Luffy lift her up and down. After a few reps her neck was starting to hurt and her already sore legs were screaming at her. Luffy, Nami called out to her lover. Mikita is probably still a bit sore from training. It is her first day, after all. Nami unfolded a lounge chair and showed it to the both of them. Let her relax on this and just lift her and the chair at the same time. You're a genius, Nami, Luffy's eyes sparkled, knowing he was going to be able to get more reps in now. Yes, there's no doubt about that. Nami giggled as she helped Mikita off Luffy's hands. Thank you, Nami, my neck and legs were starting to hurt. Mikita smiled at the navigator. You're welcome, Mikita. Nami smiled as she gently hugged the woman. I hope it wasn't too flustering to have Luffy's hands on you. She teasingly whispered into the chocolatier's ear. Nami. Mikita let out a hushed shriek. Nami burst into giggles at the red-faced woman. Ready, Luffy called out, now lying under the lounge chair and ready to lift. I'm coming. Mikita replied as she walked over to the chair and laid on it. Ah, much better. She sighed happily. Luffy lifted her and the chair up fully before asking for weight. 10,000 kilograms, Luffy's arms once again bent to absorb the new weight. After a moment to get used to it, he lifted until his arms were extended again. Mikita actually giggled as she moved up and down, over and over while relaxing. Soaking up some sun while helping her captain at the same time. That sounded like a win-win for her. Sanji, Nami called out and the blonde chef was noodling his way over almost immediately. Yes, Nami-swan, Sanji questioned the beautiful navigator. Let's have some cool drinks for everyone. Then another good breakfast afterwards. Nami smiled at him, while also praising his cooking skills. Sanji nearly felt his heart leap from his chest. Anything you say, Nami sweet, Sanji twirled his way into the kitchen with heart-shaped eyes. Kaya haha. You play him like a fiddle. Mikita laughed as she relaxed on the lounge chair. Sanji's a chivalrous pervert, he's weak to women. Nami giggled, her hand raised and giving a V for victory sign. He's a wonderful chef though. Vivi smiled brightly as she had finally got her breath back enough to walk over and join them. He might even have Miss Terracotta, the head chef at the palace, beat. Sanji's food is the best, Luffy agreed from below as he continued to bench press Mikita and the lounge chair. After breakfast, I'll help you both work on your haki. Nami smiled at Vivi and Mikita. Once we know whether you lean more towards observation or armament, we'll know what to focus on. So we'll learn the one we're best at, Vivi asked for confirmation. You'll learn both, Luffy spoke up as he continued to bench. But we'll know which to focus on first to get you used to using Haki. Luffy is the only one that can teach you how to get a handle on your conquerors, VV. You can't learn that one, after all. Nami playfully teased as she gently poked VV's shoulder. The brunette stifled a giggle of her own as her cheeks went slightly pink. Ladies, I have a cool, refreshing drink for each of you, Sanji offered a tray of glasses to them. The glasses were filled with an orange-colored juice with ice. Mikan juice, from Nami's trees, the sweetness would be much appreciated right now. Each of the girls took a glass happily and sipped from the fruit juice. Delicious, Vivi smiled brightly as she drank. Never knew I was a fan of Mikan juice. Kaya haha. Mikita laughed as she sipped the sweet drink. Excellent as always, Sanji. Nami praised and Sanji practically twirled into the air like a helicopter. Such wondrous praise, Sanji called out, heart eyes going full blast. Where's ours? Usopp called from where he was sitting as he worked on his observation. I'll get it in a minute, Sanji barked back at the long nose. Usopp suddenly jerked his head to the side, just as a brown blur passed where his face had just been. Sanji tilted his body, more fluidly than Usopp's movement, as an identical blur shot past him. Mikita and Vivi blinked at the sudden movements and looked at where the blurs had stopped. Lying on the deck in two different places were Luffy's sandals. Oi, shitty captain, don't kick your dirty sandals at me, Sanji yelled down at Luffy. Luffy. That almost hit me in the face, Usopp pointed at the chuckling lightning man. Shishishishi. Good job you two, Luffy chuckled after testing two of his nakama's observation. What just happened? Mikita blinked at the interactions. Luffy was testing Sanji's and Usopp's observation Haki. Nami waved off. Once you start getting good at it, you'll be able to react to sudden surprise attacks like that. That's amazing. Vivi's eyes were wide at how easily the two had dodged the flying footwear that she could only see as a blur. Done, Luffy lowered Mikita and the lounge chair to the deck after Mikita stopped altering her weight. The platinum blonde smiled at Luffy as he climbed out from under the chair. Luffy thanked her for her help as he stood up. Oi, shitty love cook, we getting those drinks sometime today? Zoro called out as he set his weights down and grabbed a towel. You can get your own, you damn moss-covered boulder, Sanji shot back as he made his way towards the kitchen. I have breakfast to make for the beautiful ladies of the ship. With hearts in his eyes Sanji entered the kitchen to begin cooking. Well, while we wait for breakfast how about some showers? Nami clapped her hands together and grinned at Mikita and Vivi. That sounds great, Vivi nodded with a smile. I could definitely use a nice warm shower. Mikita agreed as she got up from the lounge chair. The three women headed for the women's quarters to grab clothes for the day. Then they took over the bathroom for a while as they washed themselves clean of all the sweat they'd worked up. Mikita, Luffy called as the Kilo Nomi user walked back onto the deck. She was dressed in a pair of black pants and a white t-shirt. Looking at the smiling Luffy, she cracked a grin and wondered what he was calling her for. What's up, Luffy? Mikita asked as Luffy stopped in front of her. Want to work on your devil fruit with me? Luffy questioned the chocolatier with a wide grin. I guess, though I don't know if your idea will work or not. Mikita shrugged as they headed to the middle of the deck, near the main mast. Well, then let's put that off for a bit and focus on improving what you can already do, Luffy suggested as they stood across from each other. Can you Isa? Isolate? Mikita guessed the word Luffy was going for. Yeah, isolate, Luffy snapped as she provided the word he couldn't remember. Can you isolate which part of your body is affected by your power? I always just changed my weight. I honestly didn't look much beyond that. Mikita admitted, looking a mixture of embarrassed and ashamed. Try, Luffy gave her a gentle, encouraging smile. She couldn't stop the small smile that formed on her face. Okay, let's see. Mikita focused as she felt the power of her fruit. She willed it to activate and instantly felt her weight increase. No, not the whole body, she admonished herself as she returned her weight to normal. Maybe designate the part you want to change first, Luffy suggested as he raised his hand. That's how I learned to change individual limbs. He demonstrated by making his hand become blue-white lightning that buzzed and crackled for a bit. So you are a Logia fruit. Mikita noted as she watched him return his arm to normal. Yep, the Goro Nomi, I'm a lightning man, Luffy grinned at the green-eyed woman. I got the lightning part back at Whiskey Peak. Mikita giggled, remembering Luffy protecting her from the Kuro carry member. Alright, let's try this again. She imagined her right arm, then thought about increasing her weight like she usually did. She felt herself lean slightly at the sudden difference. Hey! I did it! She cheered as she lifted her heavier right arm. It was a little balance upsetting, but it proved that she could do it. Do you not feel your weight when you change it? Luffy questioned as he felt her heavier right arm. Normally I don't, Mikita shook her head, barely managing to keep the color from her cheeks as Luffy gently held her arm. Even this isn't really feeling the weight, more so it's just throwing off my balance a bit. That's neat, Luffy declared as he let go of her right arm. So your own weight doesn't really affect you? Nope. Mikita smiled widely. I can move completely normally even at max weight. I can't jump very well, because my muscles can't produce enough power to get me off the ground, but I can walk and run without limit. I've left impressions of my shoes in the ground on several islands by running at max weight before. It's kinda weird that jumping is the only thing I can't do, honestly. You'd figure that I wouldn't be able to lift my legs to walk or run, but I can. Devil fruits are weird, Luffy shrugged with a chuckle. That's what my teacher told us when my older brothers asked about them. He's not wrong. Kaya haha. Mikita laughed before they resumed practicing with her partial weight ability. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy the story, and if you mad it here, comment your favorite part of the story.